Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? The member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Why is it easier to imagine doubling the number of flights than building high-speed rail, or flying cars or drone taxis, rather than a properly funded, fast, frequent, connected public transport network? It's because both major parties are completely captured by the aviation industry with no regard for sensible alternatives to the unchecked growth of aviation. The government's aviation white paper set out the future of Australian aviation to 2050. High-speed rail was mentioned not once in the 240-page report, not once. Extraordinary. Brisbane Airport recently released their draft master plan that's meant to cover the next 2 decades to 2046. They predict a doubling of the number of flights. Where is this demand coming from? It far outstrips predicted population growth over the same period. This is the result of policy choices made not providing alternatives. We all know that the routes between Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane are some of the busiest air corridors in the world. Instead of doubling the number of flights, along with the carbon emissions and noise pollution they produce, there's no reason we couldn't instead have the East Coast high-speed rail by 2046. I have a simple message for the LNP Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Adrian Schrinner. Close Mount Cootha Quarry and rehabilitate it with a publicly owned and community-led vision. It's that simple. For over a decade, the community has called for the closure of the outdated, unnecessary quarry on Mount Cootha. After much pressure, Council committed to its closure by 2025 and its rehabilitation. And now we find out, with no community consultation, no transparency, just a few lines buried in a long media release, that Mount Cootha Quarry, quote, could continue to operate for another decade due to increasing use of recycled material in the road base. Another decade? This is another shameful broken promise. What is a little puzzling is that the Lord Mayor is also talking up his vision of a renewed Mount Cootha in time for the 2032 Olympics that would involve luxury hotels and pay-for-access zip lines, nighttime light shows. A decade takes us to 2035, Adrian, well after the Olympics. There is something, though, that unites these two seemingly contradictory announcements: the love of private profiteering and a deep disregard for genuine public space. So instead of giving the big developers and mining companies everything they want, here's a thought: commit to making all of Mount Cootha a beautiful public asset, a luxury that everyone can access for free.
The member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Indigenous leader Noel Pearson has said that you can't tell the full story of Australia without telling 3 stories. The story of the oldest continuous culture on earth, the story of our Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, the story of the Westminster institutions that followed, our rule of law and our democratic institutions, and the story of our multicultural migration, a migration that has built a country where half of us are either born overseas or have a parent born overseas, the most successful multicultural nation on earth. The marches against Australia we saw on the weekend were an insult to all 3 of these stories that make our country great. Australians are rightly proud of the diverse country that we have built here together, a country that produced John Wing, a 10-year-old Chinese-Australian boy who suggested that the closing ceremony of the Melbourne Olympics, athletes march not as separate countries but together as friends, a unique egalitarian Australian Olympic innovation. A country that has produced 2 Fields medal winners, Terence Tao and Ashkay Venkatesh, a migrant and a child of a migrant. A country enriched by the diverse contributions of Australians like Sir Gustav Nossal, Harry Seidler, Harry Triguboff, Frank Lowy, Victor Chang, Gout Gout, Usman Khawaja, Sam Kerr, Jason Day, Melanie Perkins, Jack Zhang. We're proud that the Australians that work in our hospitals, care for our elderly, help our countries grow and help our parliament govern have heritages from every corner of the globe. We're proud of them because they are us. They are our family, our friends, our teammates, our work colleagues, our classmates. The tiny number of protesters on the weekend are scared of this. They want an Australia that's small and weak. They want an Australia that never grows or changes. They want an Australia that will be left behind in the modern world. They are so clearly wrong, and that's why the vast majority of Australians disagree with them. The Scanlon Foundation's Mapping Social Cohesion report has consistently found that 9 out of 10 Australians believe that multiculturalism has been good for our country. We should understand that at most the views of those protesters are at best 1 in 10 Australians. So we have a choice how to respond to these rallies. We should choose to take the public presence of neo-Nazis at these rallies seriously. All groups with hateful and violent ideologies need to be taken seriously by our law enforcement and security agencies, and I've been increasingly concerned at the way these groups have intimidated people, including in my electorate, without law enforcement action. But we should choose to make another choice too, and that's to not empower these protesters by believing the lies they tell about our country. We shouldn't give the tiny number of people that have turned out at these protests the unjustified power of wrongly believing that their views are widely shared by other Australians. These protests were sadder than they were scary. It's understandable that a freak show of neo-Nazis, sovereign citizens and racists attracted significant media attention. Freak shows generally do. But we shouldn't empower this fringe element by taking the lies that they tell about our country seriously.
Member for Durack.
I rise today to acknowledge the life of Arnold Carter of Port Hedland, whose recent passing will leave a hole in the heart of Port Hedland. Arnold wasn't just a long-term resident, he was Port Hedland, its spirit, its strength and its story. For over 60 years, Arnold called Port Hedland home, and in doing so, he helped to shape it into what it is today. His passing is not just a loss for Port Hedland, it is a loss for the Pilbara and for all of Western Australia. Arnold was a living piece of history. He arrived in Port Hedland in 1962 when it was still a small northern town and became one of the driving forces behind its transformation into a global iron ore hub. He was there from the very beginning, helping to establish the port, managing key projects and working hard to secure Port Hedland's place in the national economy. But Arnold's contributions went far beyond industry. He served on council for 34 years, including as Shire President from 1979 to 1985, and he helped to lead the community through enormous change, through enormous growth and through more than a few cyclones. He was there when decisions mattered most, and he always put the people of Port Hedland, of the Pilbara, first. He was also a fierce advocate, never afraid to speak his mind, even well into his 90s, whether fighting for underground power, better transparency in government, or more recently, the right to be buried in the local pioneer cemetery he so loved. Arnold never backed down from what he believed in. That determination, well, it paid off because he and his beloved wife, Frances, were granted the honour of being buried in Port Hedland, resting on that small hill overlooking the ocean, a final tribute to two of the longest-standing Port Hedland residents. To know where you're going to go is a big thing, Arnold once said. Arnold lived through 29 cyclones, owned 26 businesses and was involved in almost every community group you could name, from Marine Rescue to the Chamber of Commerce to the Turf Club. He gave, he led, and he never stopped caring about his beloved Port Hedland. Arnold often attended Liberal Party events and was never backwards in providing me with advice. However, he always did so in a gentle, well-mannered man because he was a gentleman. To Fran and the Carter family, and together with all of the residents of Port Hedland, I offer my deepest condolences. And to Arnold, we simply say thank you. Thank you for your service, your vision, your courage and your heart. Rest peacefully, Arnold. The ocean watches over you now, just as you have watched over Port Hedland.
Member for Spence.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about Exercise Talisman Sabre 2025, the 11th and largest iteration of Australia's premier military training operation, and it serves as a demonstration of our deepening alliances, expanding capability and nationwide defence preparedness. From 13 July to 4 August 2025, Australia was host to more than 30,000 personnel from 19 nations, with Brunei, Malaysia and Vietnam attending as observers. For the first time, the exercise was also held with our neighbours Papua New Guinea, honouring their 50th anniversary of independence and our shared commitment to regional security. Talisman Sabre started as a bilateral exercise between Australia and the United States. Now it's a global partnership. with participation from our friends in Japan, India, Indonesia, France, Germany, the UK, Canada, South Korea, Fiji, Tonga, Singapore, New Zealand and the Philippines, working side by side across all theatres, land, air, sea, cyber and space. This isn't just war games, it's a live, real-world rehearsal of how we operate as a coordinated force. Amphibious landings, ground manoeuvres, air combat operations and live fire drills, part of this year's multi-domain exercise. The scale of this operation is unprecedented. Forces began arriving in mid-July, moving across Queensland, Western Australia, New South Wales, the Northern Territory, Christmas Island and now our nearest Pacific neighbour. The logistics involved are among the most complex in our history. As Vice Admiral Justin Jones noted, Talisman Sabre demonstrates our enduring alliance with the United States through deepening cooperation in training and force integration. And it is that level of integration across defence, diplomacy and community that will define our success. Importantly, Defence is working closely with local governments, traditional owners, emergency services and communities because we understand that a strong defence must also be a respectful one. I was also fortunate enough to be able to attend the live fire demonstration at Shoalwater Bay, witnessing the live fire of our new HIMARS platform, among other demonstrations. To Brigadier Ben McLennan, Commanding Officer of 3 Brigade, thank you for your warm hospitality during week 1 of the exercise. To Lieutenant Colonel Dan Ellis, Commanding Officer of 3 RAR, Old Faithful, it was a privilege to be in bed with your team for 3 days as part of the ADF parliamentary program. The professionalism on display during our stay was first-rate by all under your command. Thank you. Speaker, Talisman Sabre is more than a defence exercise. It's a display of trust, of teamwork and of the enduring value of peace secured through unified preparation. Thank you.
Member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The past several weeks have been an incredibly busy time for the Southern Gold Coast, and I'd like to take a moment to put a very special achievement on the record. Recently, our community gathered to celebrate 100 years of our much-loved Tugun Surf Life Saving Club. For a century, generations of volunteers have braved the surf and the seasons to keep our coastline and our community safe. It was an honour to join them in celebrating an extraordinary history and in recognising some of the dedicated club members who have built the organisation into what it is today. As we look to the next 100 years, I have every confidence that Tugun Surf Life Saving Club will continue its proud legacy of service and contribution to our community. Just as our surf lifesavers give their time and energy to protect the community, our local educators and researchers are working tirelessly to prepare the next generation. But too often their efforts are made harder by government. I recently met with Vice-Chancellor Tyrone Carlin from Southern Cross University, which is in my electorate, to discuss the challenges facing higher education in Australia. Professor Carlin's message was clear. Universities are being weighed down by red tape at the very time we should be empowering them to grow, innovate and compete. This is not just a university problem, it's a national problem. When we make it harder for our institutions to attract students, researchers and investment, we put Australia at risk of falling further behind in skills, technology and discovery. Deputy Speaker, this is a sentiment I hear consistently from my community, from small businesses dealing with rising costs and red tape, from tradies in the building industry with skill shortages and mounting compliance costs, and from community groups who want to do more but are held back by endless paperwork. Labor's addiction to red tape is stifling our potential instead of fostering innovation and supporting growth. This Labor government's tying down the very people and the industries who drive our prosperity. But the strength of our community is found not only on our beaches, in our businesses and at our campuses, but also in the everyday places where people come together. This weekend at the Gold Coast Show, I saw firsthand the talent, the camaraderie and the joy of our community. It's events like these that remind me what matters most on the Gold Coast, people pitching in, creating opportunities and looking out for each other. In this parliament, our responsibility is to match that effort, to support volunteers, to remove the barriers that hold back productivity and to keep investing in the life of our community. The next century doesn't need more bureaucracy. It demands stronger communities, greater innovation and higher productivity, with service surpassing that of the last.
Member for Reid.
Today, almost 800,000 students walk through the gates of a public school, and around 10,000 of those students live in my electorate of Reid. And one of those students is my son. He follows in the footsteps of his parents. My husband and I are proud products of public education. And now, with federal and state Labor governments in New South Wales, public education is finally getting the funding and spotlight it deserves. And this speech is my love letter to public education. Public education transforms lives. It changes a family's entire trajectory. Its magic lies in the dedicated teaching staff. Their impact is immeasurable and echoes through generations. I see that work in Alice Leong, a teacher at Concord High School who was awarded the Prime Minister's Prize for Excellence in Science Teaching in secondary schools. Not only is she a great teacher, but she is also fiercely committed to ensuring every child gets a good quality education. She teaches at a high school which has achieved remarkable results because of the hard work of the teachers and students. Thanks to the leadership of Victor Newby and Kathy Kalachian, Concord High has successfully improved maths results by adding a senior study coach, a dedicated learning centre and an after-hours algebra club. These changes lifted their average HSC maths score to among the top 5 non-selective schools in New South Wales. The public schools in Reid are deeply embedded in the community. The work of teachers and staff extend beyond the classroom. And I've been lucky to work with so many wonderful public schools who have co-hosted community events with me. Thanks to Newington, Lidcombe and Homebush West Public Schools for co-hosting the cost of living help hubs to ensure households get access to government support services. Thanks to 5 Dock and Burwood Public Schools and Strathfield Girls High School for generously hosting seniors' afternoon teas, providing an opportunity for students and older residents to sit together and share stories. To teach in a public school is to believe in the power of equity and the promise of potential. It is one of the most profoundly important professions in our society. And there's no better example of that than at Lucas Gardens School. The dedicated staff, led by Principal Jenny Vargas, provide education to students with intellectual and physical disabilities, helping them reach their full potential. Let us celebrate public schools and teachers who are true nation builders. They shape minds and fulfil the potential.
Member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And last Thursday, in a committee room just downstairs from this chamber, Climate Change Minister Chris Bowen announced the granting of additional pre-feasibility licences for proponents proposing to build offshore wind in Geograph Bay, which is, of course, just off the coast from my electorate of Forrest. And I want to take the chamber back to the beginning of this process, when the government announced a consultation process for local people to have a say. And from wild scenes, frankly, at the Binning Up Surf Club, through to the many hundreds of people that attended the department-led consultation in Bunbury and asked valid questions but left without any answers, through to the 300 people that requisitioned a City of Busselton special ratepayer meeting out of sheer frustration at how inadequate the federal government-led consultation process had been, my electorate has been clear that this is a project that doesn't suit our coastline. They've asked simple questions and been denied answers by this government at every turn. And if we look at the simple proposition of offshore wind overseas, we see significant projects on the eastern seaboard of the United States having been cancelled due to significant cost escalations. We've seen the largest project in Sweden go bankrupt, and of course we've seen the largest manufacturers of turbines in the world making significant parts of their manufacturing workforce redundant due to decreasing demand for offshore wind turbines globally. So it begs the question as to why we are pursuing this madness, and we are pursuing this madness with such fervour. So it was with some surprise, having campaigned so strongly against offshore wind in Geograph Bay, that I recently received an invitation from the Danish consulate to attend a delegation to visit and to examine the offshore wind industry in Denmark. After writing back to them and suggesting that as a fierce critic of these proposals, my place was not amongst their trip, they in fact explicitly invited me again because of my strident opposition to this. So, having taken the decision to attend, and I'm paying for my own flights because that was the right thing to do, I will be taking an open mind on the trip and asking those simple questions that the people of Forrest have been unable to get answers to from this government, and they'll be centred on the economics. Will this make power cheaper, cleaner and more consistent in the South West integrated system? Will it result in lower power prices for households and businesses in the South West? Are the very genuine questions around environmental risk, with it being centred on a whale migration superhighway, in fact debunked by the science, or, as I see it, hotly contested? These are the questions I'm looking for answers for. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Beam.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak about three leaders from my electorate and the values they embody. In Beam, we are fortunate to have many impressive school leaders who guide and shape our school communities. School leaders who I've enjoyed engaging with and learning from over the years. Principals are very much community leaders, and these three have provided significant service to the community in Beam. Michael Lee has been the principal of St Mary MacKillop College since 2008. He is a dynamic and inspiring leader who's led his school community with distinction, compassion and moral courage. Michael is very much a force of nature, a man of deep learning and intelligence, as well as unshakable values of social justice and fairness. Under Michael's leadership, St Mary MacKillop College has become a powerhouse of achievement in sports, academics, the performing arts and community service. Michael will be stepping down as principal at the end of the year, but has so much still to contribute. Ian Hewitt, until recently, was the principal of Trinity Christian School after commencing there as a teacher in the 1980s. As principal, he's grown Trinity from strength to strength. He oversaw significant investment in the school's physical infrastructure, including a very impressive new performing arts space. He has also found time to contribute at a national level. I've always enjoyed my engagements with Trinity under Ian's leadership. I've always found the school mirrored Ian in important ways: warm, welcoming and inclusive. Ian is a leader of integrity, faith and conviction, and I hope he enjoys time with his family and continues to contribute on his own terms. For nearly 10 years, Greg Terrell was the principal of Bonython Primary School. He led the school with empathy and focus, bringing a wealth of experience to bear in his approach to school leadership. He helped to foster a culture at Bonython of connection, community and belonging for all students. Greg cultivated a spirit of inclusivity and learning, as is captured by the school framework of values of grit, integrity, embracing diversity and self-management. He's now the principal of Palmerston District Primary School outside of the electorate, and I thank him for his service at Bonython. Michael, Ian and Greg have inspired, supported and believed in thousands of students under their watches. They have been the best community leaders in Beam, and may their example inspire the next generation of assistant principals and principals to lead with courage, compassion and care. Deputy Speaker, we are fortunate to have community leaders like Michael, Ian and Greg, and I thank them for their deep, ongoing service.
Member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the extraordinary contribution of volunteers across my electorate of Hume and to congratulate the recipients of the 24-25 Volunteer Grants program, a program that we strongly supported when we were in government and continue to support, because volunteers are the backbone of our communities, and that's absolutely true in my community of Hume. They dedicate their time, skills and energy to local sporting clubs, community associations and service organisations. These grants recognise their efforts and much-needed support to help them continue their vital work. Small amounts of money can make a really big difference to these organisations, and this year a diverse range of organisations have been successful. In Camden, The Bowling Club received $1,500 to purchase new bowling equipment for the junior competition. The Rugby Club, $3,000 for a generator. Rotary Club, $3,100 for insurance. And the Camden CWA also got $2,500 for insurance. In Wallandilly, grassroots sport has received a welcome boost. The Wilton Warriors Football Club receiving $4,500 to purchase a new line marking machine. The Wallandilly Junior Football Club, $2,400 to reimburse coaches for travel costs. And the Wallandilly Pony Club, $1,800 to cover insurance costs. And we know those insurance costs are a really big deal for these organisations, and it's been a feature of the grants this year, getting support so that they can cover their insurance, and we know insurance is becoming a crippling cost indeed for many organisations. The Oaks Junior Rugby League Football Club has also been awarded $1,640 to get a new freezer. Southwest Rugby League Club secured $4,000 for line marking equipment. Appin United Soccer Club, $2,000 for a portable gazebo and tablet, and Wallachia Progress Association, $2,500 again to cover insurance costs. Other successful organisations include the Australian Breastfeeding Association in Macarthur, Buxton Community Association, Equestriad Camden, Macarthur Lions Club and the Shining Stars Foundation. Every one of these organisations is powered by volunteers, ordinary people doing extraordinary things, and you see time and time again in these clubs, it's the same people over and over who are taking on an incredible workload to support these organisations. It brings together people and our local communities, and it makes them better places to live, work and raise a family. I'm proud to say these grants will help to cover so many of these costs. I absolutely congratulate all successful organisations, and I thank most importantly of all the thousands and thousands of volunteers across my electorate of Hume, my local communities, for the time, the care and the commitment they give every single day.
Member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Domestic and family violence remains one of the most pressing concerns in our community. Recently, a young woman's life was tragically lost in my electorate of Hasluck in an alleged incident of domestic violence at the hands of her fiancé. Today, my thoughts are with her family and her friends and loved ones, and all those affected by domestic and family violence. Ending gender-based violence remains a national priority for this government. The Albanese Labor government has invested more than any previous government. Over $4 billion, in fact, is being delivered through prevention programs and frontline services. And while this important work is being delivered by dedicated professionals around the country, I was concerned to learn that too often still survivors are left feeling isolated without safe ways to reach out for help or connect with their loved ones. And to this end, I looked for a way in which I could help to make a tangible difference, and I'm proud to be championing the work of DV Safe Phones initiative in Western Australia. DV Safe Phone is a national charity founded by the extraordinary Ashton Wood, and it takes donated mobile phones, repurposes them into safe, untraceable devices and equips them with new SIM cards. These phones are then distributed free of charge through frontline services such as shelters, hospitals, police stations and community organisations, giving survivors a lifeline when they need it most. Since it began in 2020, DV Safe Phone has already delivered more than 14,700 safe phones across Australia, including about 1,600 in Western Australia. That means more than 1,600 people in our state now have a secure way to call for help, organise safe accommodation and stay connected at the most dangerous and vulnerable point in their lives. But when I discovered that 14% of the phones distributed nationally by DV Safe Phone is given to victims in Western Australia, but only 4% of phones are donated from Western Australia, I knew this was a gap that I could fill, and together with a fabulous team at DV Safe Phone, Nikki Furman and Anna Gilbert, my office has now become a DV Safe Dropbox location. Some 22 million phones are in desks and drawers around the country. If we can just get a fraction of those phones donated, that will make obviously a world of difference to those in need. So working with local partner organisations like Indigo Junction, the local accommodation crisis support, these phones will then get repaired if need be, they get cleaned up and then are provided to these service providers to give to people in need. and survivors like Akita, who's bravely shared with me just the difference it makes when someone's stalking, when someone's trying to track them, tapping into their Facebook and so forth. This is a way in which gives them freedom and control back over their lives. So I encourage every single federal and state member of parliament to become a DV Safe Phone Dropbox location.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call on the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1, Women's Health Week. Member for Griffith.
I move the motion relating to Women's Health Week in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, this is Women's Health Week, which is held annually in the first week of September. It's a national campaign led by Jean Hales for Women's Health, a national non-profit organisation dedicated to improving women's health across Australia and through every stage of life. Women's Health Week promotes health awareness, education and empowerment for women, girls and gender-diverse people across Australia. Because for too long, women's health has too often been overlooked, ignored and pushed to the side. This has been a result of historical neglect in research and care, leading to gender bias, medical misogyny and systemic inequities. Deputy Speaker, in 2023, the National Women's Health Advisory Council conducted the End Gender Bias Survey to better understand the unique barriers women face in Australia's healthcare system. From across the country, thousands of responses were received. 2/3 of women reported that they experienced healthcare-related gender bias and discrimination. This has far-reaching impact on women's lives. Women reported feelings of abandonment, shame, blame and self-doubt, significant financial burden, lost educational and career opportunities. Delayed diagnosis and treatment led to disease progression, fewer treatment options and worse health outcomes. The 2025 theme of Women's Health Week is Say Yes to You, which encourages women to prioritise their health, speak up and access the care that they need. These values align strongly with our government's commitment to equity, dignity and universal health care. Improving the health and well-being of all women, girls and gender-diverse people is a key priority for the Australian government. We know that women's interactions with the healthcare system are different to that of men's. We know women spend more on out-of-pocket healthcare costs than men, and younger women spend more than men their age, partly due to maternity care and the higher prevalence of chronic illness. And we know that women experience delayed diagnosis across a wide range of conditions and diseases. This government, the continuation of Australia's first majority women government, understands and acknowledges there are systemic challenges women face in accessing timely, affordable and appropriate health care. That's why I'm so proud to acknowledge the groundbreaking women's health care package included in the 25-26 budget. The Australian government is investing $792.9 million through 25-26 budget to increase the capacity of primary care workforce to support women's health needs, increase access to services and make both services and medicines more affordable. This funding includes $159.9 million to make it easier for women in Australia to access affordable, long-acting, reversible contraception, one of the most effective and reliable methods of contraception. We're also investing $64.5 million to improve access to more effective and high-quality models of care for endometriosis and pelvic pain and perimenopause and menopause management and support. This includes 11 new endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics across Australia, bringing the total to 33 and expanding their scope, developing national clinical guidelines for perimenopause and menopause to support a national consistent approach for care and increasing awareness and access to education and training for health professionals on perimenopause and menopause. We're investing $109.1 million to support women's health trials through pharmacists for the effective treatment of uncomplicated UTIs and access to contraceptives. These trials will make it easier for women to get the care they need from a pharmacist. We're investing $443.4 million for the listing of more medicines on the PBS, including oral contraceptive pills as well as menopausal hormone therapies. In addition, the oral contraceptive pill Slinda and Ryequo for endometriosis was listed on the PBS from May this year. Deputy Speaker, this is what you can achieve when you have equal representation in our parliament, a government that deeply understands women's health and the challenges we face, because we are more than half women sitting on this side of the House. As of May 2025, women make up 56% of the Australian Labor Party caucus in federal parliament. And this Albanese Labor government's cabinet is now the first ever federal cabinet to be gender equal, with women comprising 11 of the 22 ministers. As Senator Katie Gallagher, Minister for Women, explained earlier this year, when you have that, the conversations change, and we can see that not only in women's health, but we've seen it in terms of women's wages, terms of paid parental leave, super unpaid parental leave, and women's safety and women's sport and housing for women. Deputy Speaker, this government has been working incredibly hard for the women of Australia. For generations, women have fought to have their health recognised, respected and prioritised. And today, with this Labor government that truly reflects the voices of women, that change is happening. And we will continue to stand with women every step of the way, ensuring their health and well-being are no longer left behind. Thank you.
I call for a seconder.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
The member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important motion on Women's Health Week. And it is a good opportunity to speak about the importance of women's health and obviously affecting a large section of the population, and the importance of bringing it to national importance as part of this parliament's work, because women's health is central to the life, longevity and the full quality of life that we need to make sure that the citizens of our community live. And Women's Health Week, held annually in the first week in September as a national campaign led by Jean Hales for Women's Health, is promoting health awareness, education, empowerment for women, girls and gender-diverse people across Australia. It celebrates the 2025 theme, Say Yes to You, which encourages women to prioritise their health, to speak up and access the care that they desperately need, and values that align with the government's commitment around equity, dignity and universal health care. But that's shared across the political aisle, because we all want to see the best health outcomes for Australians, because making sure that we can access health services that Australians need is incredibly important for making sure that our citizens live out the best in their lives. And of course, it's making sure that people get support over the full length of their lifestyle. We have chronic conditions like endometriosis and polycystic ovary syndrome, which has a deep impact on people's daily lives and work and their capacity to be able to live out a quality of life and in their personal relationships. We know that in Australia, approximately 1 in 7 women are diagnosed with endometriosis by the age of 24 to 49 and around 8.8% by the age of 26 to 31. It affects around 5 to 13% of reproductive age women, depending on their diagnostic criteria. Diagnosis often takes 6 to 8 years longer, with sufferers encountering dismissive care and enduring emotional and physical strain. This is not something that is unique to any section of the community, Deputy Speaker. In the Goldstein electorate, 52% of female residents have a median age of around 43 years of age. And a Goldstein constituent who wants to remain anonymous contacted the Goldstein office recently to share her explicit experience. She lives with both endometriosis and polycystic ovary syndrome and faces debilitating pain, extensive medical appointments, financial strain from allied health costs and telehealth fees, and the excruciating prospect of considering surgical intervention due to a lack of accessible, affordable care. She wrote to the Goldstein office about the devastating reality of these chronic conditions, the relentless pain, fatigue and the need to constantly juggle multiple medical appointments, often during business hours, forcing her to choose between her health and her income. So despite the promises of making sure that there was going to be the full access to healthcare services, that isn't always something that's actually being delivered to people in the community and being realised. She is 28 years old and still very much in the youth and prime of her life. Yet she is already being forced to consider surgical removal of an ovary, not solely for medical reasons, but because the financial cost of ongoing care is becoming unsustainable for her. This, of course, is not something that anybody would wish for any woman, let alone somebody so young at such a tender age in their lives. Of course, we always look forward to the future with hope. And we hope, of course, she does as well, because as difficult as her challenges are, and we're not seeking in any way to diminish them, there must always be hope about your healthcare journey and making sure that you can live out the best of your life. So we wish you all the best on your journey. But it is a year, the theme of 2025 for Women's Health Week is to say yes to you, and that's why it's important to make sure you prioritise your health in this important week. It's not about being selfish, it's actually about doing the right thing by you so you can be there not just for yourself, but for your loved ones, for your family, for your friends, and for the other people in your care network. Because it's so important to make sure that you are your best self and being able to contribute the most to those who in your broader network. Because for too many women, the reality is that too many people wait too long to get the support and assistance they need. And when they delay appointments because of whether it's out-of-pocket costs or because they have barriers around time commitments or capacity to be able to access services, it places a bigger long-term health consequence on them that can have longer-term consequences. Making sure that dignity is at the centre of all healthcare policy is incredibly important, and women shouldn't be left behind on this important journey where we make sure that healthcare serves everybody. Because investment is not just about fairness in healthcare, it's about making sure people can live out their full dignity and their full participation in society, in the economy, and of course in their family. So today is an opportunity to take stock, but also to be part of the solution.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This week is Women's Health Week, and the theme is Say Yes to You. It's a powerful reminder that women so often put themselves last. Between work, caring for children, supporting partners and looking after ageing parents, women are the ones who hold families and communities together. But too often that means putting their own health on the back burner. Say Yes to You is about encouraging women to take that time, to book the checkup, to follow up on that referral, and to put their own well-being first. Because when women are healthy, whole communities are healthy. When Labor came into government, we made a clear commitment that women's health would no longer be treated as an afterthought. That for too long, policies and programs were designed with a one-size-fits-all approach, and that size rarely fits women. Labor is listening to women. We've established the National Women's Health Advisory Council that brings together experts, advocates and women with lived experience, making sure women's voices shape the policies that affect them. We're investing in women's reproductive health. That includes funding to expand access to endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, conditions that have been dismissed and underdiagnosed. For the first time, women don't have to suffer in silence. We're also increasing access to contraception and reproductive health services, so women have greater choice and control over their own bodies. Women's pain is too often dismissed and swept under the rug. Today I met with one of my constituents, Rachel, who was diagnosed with stage 3 bowel cancer at 38. Her GP dismissed her pains and after a year of fatigue and stomach pains was admitted to the ED with stage 3 bowel cancer. Rachel was having symptoms of fatigue, which was attributed to the fact that she's a busy mother. This is a story that's too common. I also met with Kelly, who had constant medical challenges for 4 years before being diagnosed with stage 4 bowel cancer. We know the facts. On average, it takes 7 years for a woman with endometriosis to be properly diagnosed. 7 years of being told their period pain was just part of being a woman. 7 years of missing school, missing work and missing out on life, while the health system failed to listen. And it's not just endometriosis. Studies show that women are less likely than men to be given adequate pain relief in emergency rooms. Women presenting with heart attack symptoms are more likely to be misdiagnosed. Conditions like menopause and pelvic pain were barely researched because the system didn't think they were important enough. This is what happens when there are no women at the decision-making table. When half the population hasn't been properly represented in Parliament, it's no surprise that issues like endometriosis, pelvic pain, menopause or the cost of contraception were pushed to the bottom of the pile for decades. They were underdiagnosed and support was not prioritised. These are real issues that affect millions of Australians every single day. For the first time in our nation's history, we have a female majority caucus. We have a cabinet where women hold critical portfolios in finance, in sport, in foreign affairs. When women are in the room, women's experiences are heard. This representation matters. It means when a woman talks about waiting 10 years for an endometriosis diagnosis, there are MPs and senators who nod because they've lived it. When women share stories of juggling childcare, work and caring for elderly parents while managing their own health. There are ministers who don't just sympathise, they understand from personal experience. That empathy, that lived experience transforms into policy priorities. It's why Labor has funded specialised endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics across the country. It's why we're expanding Medicare coverage for reproductive and maternal health. It's why women's health is not a side note in our health policy, it's front and centre. Representation also ensures accountability. Women in caucus push for women in the community. They make sure the government doesn't let these issues slide back into the too hard basket and keeps women's health on the national agenda. It's worth remembering women's health has always been undervalued, not because it isn't important, but because the people with the power to set priorities didn't see themselves in it. Changing who sits at the table changes what's on the agenda. Representation matters. It matters because it leads directly to outcomes. Outcomes that change lives, outcomes that save lives. And under Labor, with more women in Parliament than ever before, we're finally starting to close the gap on decades of neglect in women's health.
Member for Gilmore.
Thank you. Well, I am really proud to stand up today to talk about some of the incredible women's health initiatives the Albanese Labor government is backing in my electorate of Gilmore. The South Eastern New South Wales Endometriosis and Pelvic Pain Clinic, located in Milton, is an essential health service that is changing the lives of women. Since the doors opened in September 2023, hundreds of women whose symptoms have been ignored for many years or even decades have gained a new sense of hope. I've spoken with women of all ages that have told me that for the first time their symptoms have been taken seriously by the wonderful Milton team, led by Dr Katie McCartney and specialist women's health nurse Susan Wilford. The team provides accessible specialist health support in a safe place, and they take the time to really listen and validate women. As a wife and mother of four, I understand how women can struggle with a range of health conditions. We're so busy with work and families that we often put ourselves last and just put up with the pain. As we kick off Women's Health Week, I encourage all Australian women to slow down and take the time to look after yourselves. Check your boobs, have that pap smear and talk to your health professional. And don't give up if you don't get the answer you're looking for straight away. One woman, aged in her 40s, went to see the team at the South Eastern New South Wales clinic, and she was given fresh hope after living with pelvic pain, heavy bleeding, bowel changes and sleep disturbance for 30 years. She required surgery and is now receiving ongoing care to assist with pain management, including pain reprocessing therapy, pelvic floor function, defecation dynamics training, and strategies to unwind the body and mind, such as yoga. She has returned to work, has a better relationship with her partner, and is feeling healthier and happier than she has for 3 decades. It's essential that women with endometriosis symptoms receive good support and a timely diagnosis, and even better, that they can access that help close to home. Endometriosis and other pelvic issues can have a devastating impact on women's daily lives, and they wait an average of 7 years before diagnosis. I'm so pleased that as part of the Albanese Labor government's $792.9 million women's health package, 11 new endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics will open across the nation. Deputy Speaker, I'm also immensely proud that Australia's first Aboriginal-owned and midwifery-led Birthing on Country Centre of Excellence is now under construction in Nowra. The purpose-built hub will provide culturally safe and continuity of midwifery care, including antenatal, birthing and postnatal support for Aboriginal women and their families. I've been working towards this facility alongside the amazing team at Waminda, the South Coast Women's Health and Wellbeing Aboriginal Corporation, for almost a decade, and have always supported their vision to improve outcomes for local Indigenous women and children. I'm so proud to have delivered $22.5 million from the Albanese Labor government for construction of the state-of-the-art centre, which is expected to welcome its first baby in mid-2026. Waminda is a dynamic organisation deeply embedded in our community, and its Birthing on Country Centre will ensure Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and families get the best possible maternity care for generations to come. We know that birthing on country leads to significantly better health outcomes for First Nations mothers and babies. They improve maternal and perinatal outcomes, including attending more antenatal visits, being less likely to have a premature birth, and being more likely to exclusively breastfeed. Not only will the new facility be a wonderful asset for women across the South Coast, the doors will open to women from right around Australia who seek to give birth on country. During Women's Health Week, I want to congratulate the dedicated team at Waminda and everyone involved in establishing what will be the most comprehensive Aboriginal-led birthing on country service in the world. And I want to express how proud I am to be part of the Albanese Labor government, the first majority women government that is finally taking women's health seriously.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2, Commonwealth Home Support Program, member for Mayo.
Member for Mayo.
I thank the Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the Commonwealth Home Support Program in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, the government is failing on aged care. The government said that they would put care back into aged care, and the government is categorically failing in this regard, and they're failing in every aspect of home care, whether it's CHISP, Commonwealth Home Support, whether it's getting assessed for home care, whether it's actually getting a package for home care. And I don't even have time to talk about residential care and the waiting list to get into residential care today. Let's start with this. Last year, at the end of the year, the government promised 83,000 home care packages, and they were going to be delivering these home care packages, the first tranche of 20,000 by the 1st of July this year. Well, then they've pushed that out to November this year. We believe November this year. As of 31st of March, there were more than 89,000 older Australians waiting for a home care package. Those were the ones that were being assessed. And what we found out in the Senate last week is that there are 120,000 Australians who are waiting for that phone call, waiting for that appointment to get assessed for home care. Right now, we believe that there are more than 100,000 older Australians that have been assessed for home care, that have not received a package, that are desperately waiting for over a year, plus 120,000 people that the government doesn't want to have on that wait list that are waiting to be assessed. This is a moral failure, an abject moral failure at every step of the way. And what happens is, two things happen. The government says, well, people will get a CHISP code. Well, that means nothing because the CHISP is full. Many organisations are not even taking a wait list for CHISP because the CHISP is full and the government hasn't put extra money into CHISP. And the other thing they're saying is, well, that's okay. If you are a high priority, you'll get your package within a month. Well, I don't know anyone that is a high priority. And we, in my office, oldest median electorate in South Australia by median age, are working with people who are desperate. They're desperate for home care. One of those people is Graham. Graham's on a level 2 package. Last August, not 2025, August 2024, Graham was assessed at needing level 4. Now, Graham has a degenerative neurological condition and he desperately needs that care. Now, he has already spent 9 weeks in hospital. He's lost significant mobility. He can no longer stand unassisted. He's lost his independence and he can no longer drive. Yet Graham is not considered high priority. Graham's medium priority, like everyone else. The government promised they were going to put care back into aged care, and it has been a complete failure. And it's a failure because of government will. That is the only reason, because when government wants to spend money on stuff, magically the dollars appear, the chequebook's out. But the government has delayed putting out these home care packages because I think it just doesn't care. I think maybe older people don't vote for the Labor government, so they're thinking, well, you know, election's done, don't need to worry about that now. But right now, we have people dying waiting for home care packages. How can it be acceptable in our nation for people to be waiting up to a year to get an assessment? In many cases in my electorate, it's over 6 months. And how can it then be acceptable once they get that assessment to then wait another year for a package? How can that be so? And you know what? This affects all of us. This doesn't just affect older people. It doesn't just affect their daughters, and it's largely their daughters who are helping to care for people. It affects all of us because in nearly every state we've got ambulance ramping. Why? Because older people that desperately need help in the home end up hospitalised, and then they're taking those beds, and then the emergency department doesn't get through, and it's a clog the whole way. Peak Bodies, COTA, National Seniors, OPAN, Ageing Australia, they're all talking about this. They're all demanding urgent action. Over 3,300 people died in the previous financial year while waiting for a home care package. Shame on this government. Shame on this government for not delivering those packages, and it's only because of the will of government, nothing else.
I call for a seconder for the motion.
I'm pleased today to rise in support and to second this motion, Deputy Speaker, from the member for Mayo, and to thank her for her long-standing commitment to improving aged care services over many years, and particularly home care, in her electorate and right across Australia. And she has good reason to be angry this morning, Deputy Speaker. Like Mayo, my electorate of Indi has an older population with a median age above 45 years, and both of our electorates are amongst the oldest electorates in this country, so we know this issue extremely well. Accessible aged care services are vital to communities in our electorates, as they are right across regional Australia. For many, access to home care support is often the difference between staying at home in their local community or having to pack up and leave town and go to a regional centre, uprooting their lives where residential aged care is available, and people are having to do that faster than they should because of this problem with aged care in the home. Because the reality is, home care is harder to access in the regions than in the cities. In Indi, families face long waits not just because of the assessment backlog, but because there are fewer home care providers willing or able to service rural towns. In places like Bright, Corryong, Kinglake, Alexandra, older Australians are often waiting longer simply because providers cannot staff those areas. Because of the need to travel further, packages cost more to deliver in regional Australia, and yet the funding model does not adequately account for this reality. So while the motion before the House notes that people are waiting 3 to 6 months for an assessment, I can say that in my electorate that is a conservative estimate. And without home care, families are often to fill the gap, as the member for Mayo has just told us. And in regional communities, this means adult children juggling work, small businesses, long commutes, unpaid caring duties. It's why I welcomed the Aged Care Act, a new Aged Care Act that we so desperately needed. And I was optimistic, and I remain optimistic, that finally when it comes to pass, the new Support at Home program will make home care simpler and easier to access for older persons and their families. But, Deputy Speaker, here's the rub. The government's 6-month delay of the new Act was reluctantly supported by the sector because it is important to get this transition right. However, this delay has real-world implications for home care support. In particular, the sector opposes the delayed release of 80,000 new home care packages. The government has rejected calls, consistently rejecting calls from peak bodies such as OPAN and COTA, as well as from members of the crossbench, to release at a minimum 20,000 packages to hold the wait list steady until the new system commences in November. Now, despite this common-sense approach, a common-sense call, incredibly, the minister has offered little reason for rejecting the ask, and even more extraordinarily, astonishingly, is accusing this as politicising the issue. Well, look, I can't understand this, because while the member for Mayo's motion notes a wait list of 86,000 people in March, the Department of Health and Aged Care last week confirmed the wait list is now above 120,000 people, an almost 50% increase in 6 months. These are people. Now consider this, with another 87,000 people approved but not yet receiving care, this means that there is more than 200,000 Australians, staggering numbers, are not getting the care they need and absolutely deserve. It's why the current Senate inquiry into home care delays is so important and is already uncovering concerning figures that reinforce the need for urgent action to reduce the home care wait list. For example, the Department of Health and Aged Care confirmed the gridlock, admitting last week that there have been no additional home care packages made available in the last 2 months. The 2,700 weekly plans, often spruiked by the minister, are not new packages, but plans made available due to older persons dying or moving into residential aged care. And while the minister repeatedly says that high-priority applicants would receive help within a month, high-priority applicants in my electorate are waiting months, not weeks. The fact is the wait list for home care is getting longer, not shorter. And this is the last thing older persons and their families need: more delays, more uncertainty, when they were promised the opposite by this government. Deputy Speaker, this motion is not about political point scoring. This motion is about listening to older Australians, looking at the data and asking the government to do what is necessary, to do what is right. I commend the member for Mayo for bringing this to the attention of the House, and it's time the Minister for Aged Care stepped up and delivered.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The number one recommendation of the Royal Commission was clear: deliver a new Aged Care Act that puts older people at the very centre of the system. And that's exactly what this Labor government is delivering on 1 November this year. This isn't tinkering around the edges. These are once-in-a-generation reforms. Reforms that will deliver world-class aged care to the Australians who have worked hard all their lives to build this country, including many people in my own electorate of Maribyrnong. The new Aged Care Act is the next step in Labor's ambitious plan to fix aged care. We know demand for home care is growing as our population ages. Families in my community tell me time and time again how important it is that their loved ones can get the right support to stay at home longer, because home is where they feel most connected, most independent and most valued. That's why these reforms matter. Today, around 300,000 people across Australia access a home care package, double the number just 5 years ago. Here in Maribyrnong, thousands of older residents rely on home care services every single day. These packages are the difference between independence and isolation, the difference between someone being able to cook a meal in their own kitchen or being forced prematurely into residential care. Last year alone, the government invested more than $8 billion into home care packages, compared to just over $1 billion a decade ago. That's real investment, delivering real care to more people than ever before. And crucially, older Australians assessed as high priority will continue to receive their package within a month. That's peace of mind for families and peace of mind for carers. From 1 November, under the new Support at Home program, more than 80,000 new home care places will be rolled out in the first 12 months. Until then, our number one priority is to ensuring continuity of care for every older person already receiving services. Deputy Speaker, every older Australian deserves access to high-quality aged care, no matter where they live or what kind of care they need. That's why Labor is investing more than $1 billion every single year to strengthen services in regional, rural and remote areas. And this year alone, $2.3 billion will support providers in thin markets, including $840 million in extra funding for residential aged care providers in the regions, better reflecting the true cost of care, $490 million for integrated health and aged care services for more than 5,000 people, and for culturally safe care, and around 2,000 First Nations elders. In Maribyrnong, I've spoken with local aged care providers and community organisations, from small multicultural groups in suburbs like Essendon and Keilor East to larger residential homes in Flemington and Ascot Vale. They tell me that funding certainly matters. It means that they can employ staff, expand services and give families confidence their loved ones will be looked after properly. As part of the Labor's $5.6 billion aged care reform package, we are also delivering $300 million in capital support for providers in regional, rural and remote Australia, funding construction, upgrades and expansion of services, $637 million to ensure home care is available in remote communities and for people with diverse backgrounds and life experiences. Maribyrnong is home to a vibrant multicultural community, most notably the Greek and Italian diaspora. Our community has been built by generations of migrants, and today many of those same families are caring for ageing parents and grandparents. The new Aged Care Act will ensure culturally appropriate care is front and centre, so older people in communities like mine can age with dignity, language support and services that truly understand their needs. Just like last year, we invested more than $400 million to make Commonwealth Home Support Program services more accessible. Through over 1,200 providers, not-for-profits, local councils and community organisations, we are helping older Australians remain in their homes and communities for longer. And under Labor's reforms, the CHSP will transition into the new Support at Home program, creating a simpler, fairer, more equitable system that gives older people greater choice and control. Deputy Speaker, the message is simple. Labor is delivering more care for more Australians than ever before. We are delivering record numbers of home care packages. We are delivering reforms that put dignity, quality and fairness back into aged care. And for communities like mine, where families value staying connected, where ageing parents are the foundation of households and where diversity is our greatest strength, these reforms will mean older Australians can keep living the lives that they choose, surrounded by the people and places that they love. Because every older Australian, whether they live in Maribyrnong or Mayo, deserves nothing less. Thank you.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next day of sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, member for Hunter.
I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the motion relating to Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Let's talk about an extremely important issue that is impacting men all around this country, prostate cancer. Once upon a time, getting your prostate checked meant having a doctor get a little bit closer than what most people, and definitely most men, would ever want their doctors to be. And I get why some blokes may not have been lining up to have their prostate checked, even if it's something that really must be done. But it's 2025 and you no longer need a finger up the bum to get your prostate checked. Just a simple little prick on your finger and you can get all of the results through a simple little blood test. It's quick, it's easy, and you get to keep your pants on. So you can find out the important information about your prostate to save your life. If we're not talking about prostate cancer, men will not know how big of a threat it poses to so many blokes around this amazing country. And they will not know how easy it is to be able to get on top early and to keep living a fantastic life. September gives us a perfect opportunity to bring up this very important conversation. The point of this month is to make men aware of prostate cancer, inform them on what to look out for and when to get checked, and importantly, remind them of the huge impact it can have on partners, families, mates, if they are not keeping on top of it. But unfortunately, not every bloke has the same access to screening, diagnosis and care. Men in rural and regional areas, like mine in the Hunter, First Nations men and men with family history of prostate cancer often face barriers preventing them from getting checked and detected early. This is something that we are working urgently to address. If you are a man between 50 and 69, if you are younger and have additional risk factors like family history of prostate cancer, being an Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander background, I urge you to get checked. Talk to your GP about the risks. Get a simple PSA test and act early on any concerns or symptoms. Work is well underway to make sure men have the best access to treatment possible. I commend what has been done by the federal government to improve access to high-quality diagnosis with treatment, with initiatives such as specialist nurses, mental health support and better follow-up care. These are things that make all the differences and often keep men alive for longer. I also want to recognise the vital role GPs, nurses, specialists and allied health workers in early detection have for treatment, recovery and survivorship. You are doing bloody important work, and the countless men that are still alive because of you today. Finally, I want to acknowledge the important work of the community organisations, including Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia and local support groups. Without the work that you all do, we would not have the same level of awareness about one of our most common cancers, and without this awareness, we would not be taking action to help men get on top of it. This year's Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. The Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia is fighting for 0 deaths from prostate cancer. You can get involved by taking part in a long run, which encourages people to walk, ride or run 72 kilometres during Prostate Cancer Awareness Month to raise awareness and funds for the 72 Australian men diagnosed with prostate cancer each day. It is an easy thing for us to do that can make a huge difference. Prostate cancer is one of the most common forms of cancer for men in Australia, but if caught early, it can also be one of the most successfully treated cancers. So, Speaker, I say to the men of Australia, don't wait until it's too late. Don't put off like you have been putting off the painting of the house for the last 2 years. Get checked and stay alive. You owe it to your family, you owe it to your mates, and you owe it to yourself. This motion is about encouraging early checks, supporting health workers and making sure that no man is left behind and no family is left behind either. Talking about men's health saves lives, and early action gives men the best chance to live long and well. So let's use this September to have a conversation about prostate cancer. To remember, there's no more fingers in the anus. There's no more of being scared of seeing your doctor. It's a simple little blood test. Get out there, have a chat to your mates, and to the amazing women in all the blokes' lives, whether you're talking to your partner, your husband, your dad, your brother, or just one of your mates, have the conversation with them about how much prostate cancer matters and about how easy it is to go get it checked, because there's still so many men out there that don't realise how simple this is to get checked. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Hunter. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Spence. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today as co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of Prostate Cancer Awareness Group, alongside the member for Hunter. I thank the member for Hunter and the government's Special Envoy for Men's Health, the Honourable Dan Rapopoli, MP, for bringing forward this important motion. September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and a vital opportunity for us to draw attention to the realities of this disease. Prostate cancer is now the most diagnosed cancer in Australia. It's not just a statistic, it's fathers, brothers, colleagues, friends and communities that are affected each and every day. Let me offer some context. According to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, some 26,000 Australian men are newly diagnosed with prostate cancer every year, surpassing even breast care cases. To break that down, that's roughly 72 of our men diagnosed each day, and about 4,000 deaths annually. Lifetime risk is profound. 1 in 5 Australian men will be diagnosed by the age of 85. Despite these sobering facts, there's hope, thanks to some early detection and better treatment. The 5-year relative survival rate is now 96%, and 91% of men survive their diagnosis for at least 10 years. Going back to 1982, 5-year relative survival rate was only 60%. These numbers underscore both the urgency and the opportunity before us, highlighting the fact that early diagnosis saves lives. In fact, much of our progress over recent decades has been thanks to the update of the PSA testing and to the advent of new imaging technologies that enable more accurate diagnosis, including MRI and PSMA, PET and CT scanning. Yet not all Australians benefit equally. As the member of Hunter correctly stated, men in rural and regional communities, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander men, and those with family history of disease face higher risks and significant barriers to timely screening, diagnosis and care, whether due to geography, access constraints or awareness gaps. Studies reveal even PSA testing patterns across the country with rural and remote areas report lower screening rates and this highlights the disparity we must address. That's why the motion rightly emphasises support for all men, regardless of the location or their background. Here's where our community leadership shines. The Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, PCFA, founded in 1996, stands at the forefront of research, awareness, support, education and advocacy. It collaborates across sectors to reduce the impact of prostate cancer on men, their partners and their families. Over the past 2 years, PCFA has been working with experts around the country to develop new clinical guidelines for early detection of prostate cancer, ensuring men and clinicians are armed with evidence in the fight against diagnosis and certain death. In fact, the new draft guidelines could see a global standard in early detection, positioning Australia to lead the world in eliminating avoidable deaths. Meanwhile, inspiring stories, including individuals who have championed awareness in their communities, are powerful. As one member of our community put it, I urge men to be invested and get tested, knowing that early detection saves lives. The high-profile case of Brisbane City Councillor Ryan Murphy, diagnosed earlier this year at age 36, is a call to arms for men, underscoring the fact that the disease can strike younger men, backing up community calls for the risk-based national screening models. I ask myself, what can we do? As parliamentarians and as a nation, encourage men over 50, and especially those with family histories, to consult their GPs about their individual risk and the option of PSA testing. Deputy Speaker, each year thousands of Australian men receive a prostate cancer diagnosis. Many go on to live long, fulfilling lives, but only because they're diagnosed early and supported well. Talking about men's health should never feel taboo. The motion and proactive, evidence-informed action is also empowering us. I recommend this motion to the House and encourage all members to support it. Let's work towards the goal of 0 deaths for prostate cancer.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to mark September as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, a time to reflect on the impact of the most common cancer facing Australian men. Prostate cancer's reach is profound, affecting not only the men diagnosed but their partners, families and communities who carry that burden alongside them. Behind every statistic is a real story of a father, a brother, a mate. Their journeys remind us why early detection, timely treatment and continued support matter so deeply. The Albanese government is committed to taking action because we know that early detection and better treatment saves lives. That is why we have made the biggest investment in cancer nurses on record. In 2023, the government delivered $166 million for the Australian Cancer Nursing and Navigation Program, the first of its kind. This program is helping patients navigate everything between diagnosis and recovery, ensuring that no one is left alone in the complexity of a cancer journey. At the election, Labor also announced a $32 million package to strengthen Medicare and support men's health, recognising that prostate cancer is part of a wider challenge to how men engage with their health. Research conducted by the Movember Institute shows 2 in every 3 men avoid seeking health support because of gender stereotypes. Almost half of men believe it is normal to avoid health checkups altogether. This culture costs lives. Talking about men's health, breaking down stigma and encouraging action is vital if we are to change outcomes. I also recognise all healthcare professionals whose work saves lives and supports families every day. They are supported by organisations like the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia and by countless community support groups who offer safe spaces and peer support. These networks remind us that strength is found not only in medicine but also in community. Yet we must acknowledge the inequities that persist. Men in rural and regional Australia face longer wait times, higher costs and greater distances to care. First Nations men often face additional barriers, including the lack of culturally safe health services. Men with a family of history of prostate cancer are at greater risk and need earlier, more proactive screening. These inequities demand action, and Labor is acting. Beyond cancer treatment, the Albanese government is also investing in men's health and wellbeing at the community level. We are delivering $20.7 million for grassroots initiatives that strengthen resilience and encourage men to seek support early. That includes $8.3 million to continue the Men's Shed initiative, with grants of up to $10,000 for sheds around the country and new health promotion programs. $7.4 million to Movember, expanding the Ahead of the Game program in partnership with the AFL, helping young men build resilience and understand the importance of asking for help. $3 million to Healthy Male, delivering the Plus Paternal initiative to support men preparing for fatherhood and building good parenting skills. And $2 million to the Black Dog Institute, supporting research at the Danny Frawley Centre for Health and Wellbeing. Linked to St Kilda's Football Club's annual Spuds game at the MCG, which raises awareness of men's health, mental health and suicide prevention. These initiatives remind us that cancer care and men's health are connected, but these conversations must go beyond the clinic. They need to be had at home, on the job site or at the footy field. Talking about health saves lives. Acting early on symptoms, taking up screening and reaching out for support, these choices give men the best chance to live long and well. Every Australian man deserves that chance, whether he lives in the city or the regions, whether he comes from a First Nations community, whether he carries a family history of risk. This government must stand with them, and we are taking steps in the right direction to help our communities. And together we can change the future of prostate cancer and men's health in Australia. I want to conclude by commending my good mate, the member for Hunter, who serves as the Special Envoy for Men's Health. His leadership is driving real improvements in how men's health is understood and supported, delivering both immediate outcomes and long-term benefits. The work he is doing is helping to create a healthier Australia today and a stronger future for generations of men to come. Just in closing, there's nothing tough about being silent and not seeking help. If you really want to be courageous, you've got to go and see your GP and get that little niggle checked out, because you never know, it just might save your life. Thank you.
Thank the member for Spence. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge that September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. Prostate cancer remains one of the most commonly diagnosed cancers in Australian men, with a profound impact not only on those diagnosed, but also on their partners, families and communities. This is not just a health statistic. It is a reality faced by too many families across our nation. Every diagnosis sends ripples well beyond the individual, and the road to recovery depends on the strength of our health system, the skill of our medical professionals and the support of our community organisations. I want to take the opportunity to recognise the vital role of general practitioners, nurses, specialists and allied health workers who are on the front line of early detection, treatment, recovery and survivorship. Organisations such as the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia and the local support groups in towns and regional centres provide care, advice and much-needed hope for men and their loved ones. But, Deputy Speaker, we cannot ignore that access to these services is not the same everywhere. Men living in regional rural communities face greater barriers when it comes to prostate cancer screening and treatment. Many of my constituents must travel hundreds of kilometres for specialist appointments or advanced treatment facilities. For families already under financial pressure, that means time off work, it means higher travel costs and enormous strain. While city residents may have a choice of providers within a short drive, regional Australians often wait months for an appointment or go without care altogether. First Nations men and those with a family history of prostate cancer face even higher risks. Yet too often, they are the ones least able to access timely screening and follow-up care. This inequality is not acceptable, and it is the key reason why outcomes in the regions remain worse than those in metropolitan areas. That is why awareness months like this matter. We must encourage men, particularly those aged 50 to 69, and younger men with additional risk factors, to have a conversation with their GP about prostate cancer. and specific antigen testing and their individual risk. Acting early on symptoms or concerns can be the difference between a long, healthy life and one cut short by late diagnoses. I commend the work already underway, including initiatives supported by government to improve access to high-quality diagnosis and treatment. Specialist nurses, mental health supports and better follow-up care are all vital steps. But we must go further, particularly for regional Australians. Telehealth can help, but is not a substitute for the presence of skilled professionals in our regional hospitals and clinics. We need to make sure that no matter where you live, you have the same chance of surviving cancer as someone in the city. Finally, Deputy Speaker, we must continue to break down the barriers around men's health. Too often, men are reluctant to talk about their health or delay seeking help. And this is even more prevalent in farming and farming communities and farmers. But talking saves lives. Early action gives men the best chance to live long and well. This September, I joined with colleagues across the chamber in affirming the importance of prostate cancer awareness, in thanking our health professionals and community groups, and in urging all men, especially in our regional and rural communities, to prioritise their health. Thank you.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the member for Hunter's motion. Like many of my colleagues have mentioned, September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, drawing attention to one of Australia's most commonly diagnosed cancers, and the most commonly diagnosed cancer amongst Australian men. Sadly, in 2024, it was estimated that we lost more than 10 men to prostate cancer every single day. Deputy Speaker, it is the simple but too often tragic reality that if you can't get diagnosed, you can't get access to care. And as the motion rightly notes, unfortunately, the barriers to diagnosis in our rural and remote communities are the largest, delaying access to timely care for patients. It is why access to general practitioners, specialists and the entire healthcare workforce is so important to detection, diagnosis, treatment and recovery for patients, and we acknowledge the life-changing, life-saving work that they do today. This Labor government is working hard to improve early detection and treatment of prostate cancer. In 2023, we invested $166 million in the Australian Cancer Nursing and Navigation Program, a first-of-its-kind initiative that improves access to high-quality, multidisciplinary and integrated cancer services for all patients, irrespective of the type of cancer they have been diagnosed with or whether they live as part of the biggest investment in cancer nurses on record. In addition to this investment of $35.4 million over 4 years to continue supporting the prostate cancer nurses delivered by the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, an organisation who does fantastic work in this space. The government has also listed a number of medications on the PBS to ensure that life-changing treatments are affordable and accessible for all Australians. Talazoparib was listed for the first time earlier this year to treat patients with metastatic prostate cancer, expected to benefit 180 patients per year. Without this subsidy provided by the PBS, a course of treatment would cost patients around $101,000. Further, the government listed darolutamide for patients with metastatic hormone-sensitive prostate cancer, making treatment accessible and affordable for about 5,000 men across this country. Deputy Speaker, issues in the men's health space are incredibly complex. Statistics from November show as many as 2 in every 3 men are foregoing health support due to real or perceived social pressures and gender stereotypes, and around half believe avoiding health checkups is normal. We need to find ways to get men talking about their own health, and this government is partnering with Movember to provide training to primary healthcare workers and to develop a strategy and a campaign to encourage men to visit the doctor. Often the first step to diagnosing and treating prostate cancer is a trip to the GP and a simple blood test, and I encourage men, especially those over 50 and with a higher risk factors, get to your GP to talk about the risks and the steps you can take to prevent and detect it. We have lost far too many men too early to prostate cancer, and don't leave it to chance. Deputy Speaker, this government takes healthcare seriously, and you only need to look at our agenda to see that. For the first time ever, we have a special envoy for men's health to draw attention to men's health issues and to advocate for new and innovative solutions, particularly those in the mental health space. I can think of no better person in this Labor caucus for this role than the member for Hunter. Everyone in this place knows the depth of his passion for men's health, and he's thrown himself into this new role. I look forward to working with him to ensure that we lose less men too soon, be it to prostate cancer or other mental health challenges, and to thank him for bringing this very important motion to this parliament.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, relating to the Australian national flag, standing in the name of the member for Herbert.
And I call the member for Herbert.
I move the motion relating to the Australian national flag in terms in which it appears on the notice paper. The Australian national flag represents the heart and soul of our nation. It is more than just a piece of fabric. It unites us all as Australians. And it's proudly worn on the shoulders of the Australian Defence Force. Yet we've witnessed shocking scenes of protesters on our streets desecrating and burning the Australian national flag. Most Australians are rightly appalled by what they've seen, because unlike the fringe radicals, most Australians cherish our flag. And now they have now spoken out in overwhelming numbers to say enough is enough. My petition to criminalise burning the Australian flag has gained more than 20,000 signatures in under 2 weeks. This landslide in support reflects the views of the majority of Australians. Recent polling shows that 77% of Australians believe burning the Australian flag should be against the law. With such enormous public backing for our flag, you'd think this Labor government would be listening, because respecting the Australian flag is not a controversial idea. 77% of Australians say they are proud of our flag, and 71% say it unites us. And they are absolutely right. Our flag symbols, the Federation Star, the Union Jack and the Southern Cross, represent the coming together of our states and people, the rule of law, and our unique place in the world. And to me, it's much more than just a symbol. As a former soldier, I wore the Australian flag on my shoulder and fought on the battlefield under its colours. My mates who were killed in combat, died in training, or succumbed to their war within had the Australian flag draped over their coffins. It's deeply personal and an insult to every Australian every time one of these thugs on the streets puts a torch to our national flag without consequence. Thousands upon thousands of Australians have written to me expressing this. Megan from Ipswich said, "My family fought and died for our country under the Australian flag. Burning it is abhorrent to me." Anthony, a veteran from Gunnedah, said many Australians have sacrificed blood, sweat and tears for our country. Just as their legacy should be respected and protected, so should our national flag. Gavin from Albury, our flag represents everyone who wants to be a part of our great country. It is highly disrespectful and hurtful to see people burn it and get away with it. It breaks my heart to see the desecration of the flag that unites us as Australians. The Flags Act 1953 fails to criminalise burning the Australian flag, with charges only applied when it involves stealing or destroying someone else's property. This is unacceptable. Our flag must be protected in its own right. Burning our flag is not a legitimate use of freedom of expression. It's an assault on our society and the sacrifices of our bravest. Protesters, regardless of their cause, can make their point without desecrating our flag. It's unbelievable that this Labor government has failed to protect the Australian flag while allowing flags of listed terrorist organisations to be paraded in our streets. Australians are rightly fed up with it and are demanding this government to do something. So this week, ahead of Flag Day, I call on the Albanese Labor government to support my motion and make it a criminal offence to burn or otherwise desecrate the Australian national flag. I also call on the government to criminalise flying the flags of listed terrorist organisations in our freedom-loving country. Every Australian deserves to see our flag treated with the dignity and respect, not trampled on and set on fire. And if this Albanese Labor government refuses to protect our flag, I'm calling on this parliament to condemn them for their failure to act. We must not fail our veterans, our families, and every Australian who loves their country. We must honour those who fought and died under our flag, and we must protect the flag that unites us as all Australians. This flag is not controversial. We should stand up for it, stand behind it and protect it. We shouldn't have to debate this and be against each other, and I'm calling on all of the parliamentarians speaking today to protect the Australian national flag. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
Motion seconded.
I thank the member for Cowper. The question is, are you reserving your right to speak? Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. There are some things in this country that should never be up for debate. Our national flag is one of them. The flag that is what our diggers and Defence Force men and women wear on their shoulders when they serve this amazing country. It's the flag that gets handed to a grieving family when their loved one has made the ultimate sacrifice. It's the flag that kids salute at school assemblies, that gets waved at the footy, that flies proudly over local town halls right across the Hunter and right across this great nation. It's not just a bit of cloth, it's who we are. It represents sacrifice, service, mateship and the freedoms we all enjoy. So when we see protesters setting fire to the Australian flag, most Australians feel the exact same way that I do. They feel sick, they feel angry, because it's a slap in the face to everything that that flag stands for. It's disrespectful and it's disgraceful. And it goes against the values that unite us as Australians. Now let me be clear, Deputy Speaker. Australia is a free country. We believe in free speech. We believe in the right to protest. But free speech does not mean you get to spit in the face of every soldier who has worn that flag or every family who has laid a loved one to rest under it. There are plenty of ways to make your point in this country. You can march, you can speak, you can write, you can even vote. None of those things require burning our national flag. Speaker, the Flags Act of 1953 makes it clear how the flag should be treated with dignity and respect. While it doesn't impose criminal penalties for the desecration, people are not above the law. Property offences, public order offences and other laws apply, and ultimately Australians themselves will judge those who show such disrespect. That's a balance our government has struck, protecting the freedoms to speak and protest while ensuring the laws apply when behaviour crosses into violence, disorder and hate. That's a mark of a confident democracy. Speaker, another issue tied up with this debate is the flying of terrorist flags in our community. We've all seen the images of groups waving the symbols of organisations that have murdered innocent women, men and children and are trying to spread fear across this country. These groups stand against everything Australia is about. To see their flags paraded down the street makes my blood boil, and it also makes me sick. But again, the law is very clear. Under the Commonwealth Criminal Code, it's already an offence to support a terrorist organisation, whether that's through funds, recruitment, training or backing in any form. Waving their flag can amount to support, and when it does, it's rightly a matter for the police. That sends a strong message. The Australian government does not and will not condone the actions of groups that use violence and terror to pursue their goals. Speaker, most of Australians respect our flag. They stand silently on Anzac Day. They cheer it on when it's raised at the Olympic Games and the Commonwealth Games. They put one up on Australia Day. They know it's not about politics. It's about pride in our country, the sacrifices that built it and the unity that keeps it strong. And I see that paraded every single week in the Hunter, Speaker, whether it's at local school presentations, the RSL ceremony, or even a community footy game, or just an old mate that's got one up Wollombi Road that I see there every single day. He takes it down, brings it up every single day. It's a reminder that no matter our differences, there are things we hold in common. The people who burn it are a tiny minority, but their actions sting all of us. It's an insult to every digger who put their life on the line. They mock every family who has lost someone in the uniform. They test the patience of decent Australians who are rightly proud of their nation. That's why it matters that this parliament speaks clearly, that we reframe the protections already in place, that we back the law and that we send a clear message of respect. Speaker, our flag unites us. It honours those who came before us. It inspires those who come after us. It reminds us we are a nation with a proud history and a shared future. Let's respect it, let's protect it. And let's never allow it to be used as fuel for hate or division in this country. Because if you want to burn our flag, you're not making a statement, you're making an absolute fool of yourself, and nobody in this country respects people that are burning our flags. So, to those that have done it, you should be disgusted in yourselves, because it's an absolutely atrocious thing that has been done, and we need to make sure that respecting our flag, because this is the country we have. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Herbert for bringing on this motion to make it a criminal offence to deface or burn the Australian flag. The Australian flag is more than just a bit of fabric. It is our fabric. It is our values, our traditions, our history, and everything that makes us Australian. This week, we celebrate 124 years of our national flag. The same flag that our men and women, including the member for Herbert, served under. The same flag that men and women died under. The same flag that drapes their coffins. The Australian flag symbolises the freedoms that they wanted for us, then and now and in the future, and everything good about Australia and everything good that Australian people do and give. You can also look at our sports people. Across the years, the Australian flag has draped their shoulders across the world in Olympic Games and other sporting events. Cathy Freeman, Betty Cuthbert, so many athletes holding the Australian flag aloft and celebrating their wins, and quite often celebrating their losses. Deputy Speaker, the Flags Act is now 70 years old, 7 decades, and it is time that we upgrade it, because we have seen in recent weeks and months people out there burning the Australian flag. I never thought that I'd stand in this place talking about the need to legislate to prevent those people intent on doing harm to Australia in burning the Australian flag. I never thought I'd see that day. So what we would like to see is this government legislate to outlaw burning the Australian flag. Now, some politicians have called it disappointing. I'm sorry, Deputy Speaker, but disappointing is missing a bus when you're already running late. Burning the Australian flag is treacherous and treasonous, and should bring with it the penalties that go along with being treacherous and treasonous. We should see jail sentences for burning the Australian flag, And if you are not an Australian citizen, then you don't respect our Australian views and you should go back to your country. Your visa should be revoked on the spot. Now, you might say it's not a violent act, burning an Australian flag, but it is violent in its intent. It is violent in its intent. What it is saying to us Australians, the 77% who love our Australian flag, is we want to burn you down. We want to burn you down with your flag and replace it with our values, with values that we have brought from other places that don't sit well with Australian people. How did we get here? We got here because we have been far too tolerant for far too long. Well, tolerance no more. This government needs to legislate now to criminalise the burning of the flag, to put in place fines and imprisonment for Australian citizens, and to revoke the visas of non-citizens, because we have had enough. Us Australians love our flag and we will protect it by all means. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, across our country, we saw disturbing scenes of anti-immigration marches that sought to divide Australians. And today we debate the question of our flag, its protection and its meaning. These two issues are not separate. They go to the heart of who we are as a nation. Deputy Speaker, the Australian flag is more than cloth and colour. It is a living symbol of our history, our sacrifice and our shared future. It flies over schools, town halls, RSLs, and we see it in waves in citizenship ceremonies and above our parliament. It drapes the coffins of those who have served this nation. It is carried proudly at international sporting events. And in my own community of Barton, the flag is held with particular pride. Barton is one of the most culturally diverse electorates in the nation. In Barton, you will see the Australian flag flying across alongside of the flags of Greece, Lebanon, China and so many others. Migrant families, refugees, First Nations Australians live side by side. Together we embody the very values of the flag, what it represents: unity, fairness and respect. For my community, the flag is not about exclusion, it is absolutely about belonging. The government believes, and I believe, that the overwhelming majority of Australians deplore the actions of those who violate our flag. For many, it feels like an insult to the sacrifice of generations, and yet, Deputy Speaker, we are also a democracy. Freedom of expression, even expression that offends us, is a basis of that democracy. And that is what sets us apart from authoritarian regimes where symbols are protected with fear and punishment rather than with pride and respect. Vandalising our flag does not strengthen a cause, it diminishes it. There are far more appropriate, respectful and powerful ways to make one's political views heard, and Australians know this. As a government, we are confident that our community will make its own judgment peacefully and respectfully against those who dishonour the flag. Let me be very clear. While there is no specific penalties under the Flags Act 1953 for desecration, the individuals must still comply with other Australian laws. In certain circumstances, such conduct may amount to criminal offences under state and territorial law, for example, property damage or public order offences. And under the Commonwealth Criminal Code, those who promote or associate with terrorist organisations already face some of the strongest penalties in our legal system. Deputy Speaker, our suite of national flags belong to every Australian. They belong to the First Nations people of this land whose sovereignty was never ceded. They belong to the migrants who arrived here in search of safety, opportunity and better future for their families. They belong to those who marched yesterday, even if their words and actions dishonoured the very values the flag represents.
and it belongs to the electorates like Barton, where Australians of every background live, work and celebrate together. The Australian national flags represent not division but unity, not hate but hope, not exclusion but belonging. The true power of the flag is not in punishing those who abuse it, but in how we as a people choose to honour it. By teaching our children its history, by flying it with respect, by carrying forward the values it represents: democracy, equality, fairness, and a deep belief in the dignity of every human being who calls this country home. Deputy Speaker, there was a debate during the election campaign around what flags our Prime Minister should stand in front of. Mr Dutton, Leader of the Opposition, thought he should only have to stand in front of one. Again, this was an attempt to sow fear and division, all for the sake of his political career. The flags are above the whims of politics. We stand in front of all three of our Australian flags with pride, deep respect for the nation they represent. Deputy Speaker, when I look at our flags, I do not see fear or division. I see the Anzacs. I see the migrants who built our suburbs. I see the First Nation elders who fought for recognition. And I see Barton, one of the most diverse electorates in Australia, standing together proud of who we are and what we share. That is what our flag represents. That is what we must defend. And that is what we must never forget.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I proudly support this motion being put forward by my friend the member for Herbert to criminalise the burning and or desecration of the Australian flag. And I was only too keen for the opportunity to speak for it. Because, Deputy Speaker, this act can only be seen as one thing: a disgraceful and abhorrent criminal act. Our Australian flag is not just a piece of fabric. It's an enduring symbol of who we are. It represents our shared history, excuse me, our sacrifices, and the freedoms earned through generations of courage and service. Our ADF wear our flag on their shoulders. They have fought under the blanket of our flag, and it is draped on the coffin of the dead. To desecrate our flag is deplorable, and to dishonour those servicemen and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, it's disgraceful. Our veterans fought for the rights of Australians to freely express themselves, but they did not fight to enable protesters to defile our Australian national flag. As a federal member for Dawson, I make a point to include a supply of flags in my budget, and one of my favourite tasks is presenting an upstanding community member with an Australian flag. It makes me so happy to see that moment of handover, the genuine pride smiling back at me. Deputy Speaker, just last week I had the privilege of attending my primary school's 160th birthday celebrations. This brought back memories of each student parade, how we would say, "I love my country and I honour the flag." And this is a state school. This should be compulsory in all schools. Sadly, in recent times, our national flag has come under attack, and with it, an attack on our country and what it means to be Australian. More and more frequently, the streets of our major cities have been overrun by extremists' flags and hate-filled chants, while the burning our national flag is being cheered. Despite what we are being told, this is not peaceful protests. These are demonstrations of division, contempt, and a worrying disdain for the values of what we hold as Australians. And I find this deeply disturbing. Under this Albanese Labor government, it seems we have become a country that is too afraid to be proud of our flag and who we are. And is any wonder, though, when we have a Prime Minister who doesn't proudly fly the flag, but hides it? As a country, we must be strong, stand up to this behaviour and say enough, no more. Yesterday there were peaceful rallies right across our nation where thousands came together to say, we are proud to be Australians and we are proud to fly our flag. But sadly, at the very same time, there was more burning of our flags by extremists. Recently, one of those extremist rallies, a lone man emerged with an Australian flag, holding it up with pride against the wave of angry voices. The result? A man was swarmed by protesters and punched in the side of the head before being escorted away by police. Honestly, how is it that someone adorning a national flag is carted away by the cops, yet our Prime Minister and government turns a blind eye to our national flag being burnt? This is an absolute disgrace. I honestly cannot believe what I've been witnessing. To burn our flag is fuelling hate of our country and incites future attacks. If those who carry out these acts of violence are not Australian citizens, they must be removed from our shores. They must be sent back to their country. If they are dual citizens, strip them of their Australian citizenship and deport them too. If they're Aussies, well, how could they call themselves Aussies or Australian if they're part of this campaign? That is completely beyond my comprehension. Lock them up, throw them in jail and throw away the key. No one has the right to desecrate our flag, let alone our national flag. We must honour our soldiers who fought and died under our flag. Our Australian flag is a symbol of what it is to be Australian. I fully support this motion to criminalise the destruction or desecration of the Australian national flag, and I thank the member for Herbert, the Honourable Phil Thompson, a returned serviceman himself, for bringing this very important motion. Australia salutes you, sir.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today as the member for Moore, a proud and diverse community of tradespeople, young families, health workers, professionals and retirees. For many of them, our freedoms are valued just as deeply as the flag that represents them. But this motion is nothing more than a flag-waving stunt from those opposite. It offers no legislative substance, just another opportunity for the Liberal Party to play culture wars while pretending to defend the national interest. Let me be absolutely clear. The government deplores the burning or desecration of the Australian flag. So do the overwhelming majority of Australians. It is offensive, it is disrespectful, and it runs against the grain of what our community expects. But what's even more offensive is the hypocrisy of the Liberal Party trying to make political mileage out of this. This is the same party that wrapped itself in the flag while cutting services to veterans and attacking multicultural communities. Now they want to criminalise protest, but only the kind of protest they disagree with. It's the oldest trick in the book. Pretend to defend freedom while quietly undermining it. Let's be clear. The Australian flag deserves respect. It flies over our parliament, our embassies, our schools and RSLs. It is worn by the men and women of the ADF and laid on the coffins of our fallen. But it is not fragile. It does not need to be protected from every offensive act with criminal punishment. I've seen what that flag means. My brother Joe wears it on his shoulder as a serving member of the Royal Australian Navy. I've seen it fly on the back of his ship, proud, powerful and purposeful. Just last month I visited the cadets at TS Marmion in Hillary's. These young people represent the flag with discipline and respect, not because of legislation, but because they understand its meaning. The government recognises that Australians know the difference between protest and patriotism. We trust their judgment and we trust the law as it stands. Desecration of the flag can already be dealt with under existing criminal laws, where property is damaged or public order is disturbed. Police already have the power to act under state and territory law. In cases where terrorist symbols or organisations are involved, Commonwealth law applies. The Criminal Code contains serious offences for persons who support, fund, trains with or associates with listed terrorist organisations. We don't need symbolic legislation. We already have enforceable laws. So what is this motion really about? It's not about legal reform. It's not about community safety. It's all about political theatre. It's about those opposite trying to look tough while offering nothing. No investment in education, no plan to build social cohesion, just another divisive headline to feed the evening news cycle. The 1953 Flags Act has never criminalised desecration, not under Labor, not under Liberal. That's because every government until now has understood that democracy means protecting freedom of expression, even when it offends. The government finds flag burning repugnant, but we will not sacrifice fundamental democratic rights for the sake of a press release. We will not pretend that more criminal law is the answer to cultural frustration. We are a liberal democracy. That means we tolerate peaceful dissent, even when we disagree with the method. But the moment we start criminalising lawful political expression simply because it offends us, we risk losing sight of the very freedoms we claim to defend. Let me be clear. This government takes action when it matters. We enforce the law. We prosecute actual crimes. We do the work. The opposition stage hollow debates to distract from their own policy vacuum. This is not a party of principle. They are a party of slogans. If they truly cared about national unity, they'd support measures to bring Australians together, not punish them into silence. The Australian flag is not strengthened by legislation like this. It is strengthened by the way we live our values: freedom, fairness and respect for the rule of law. I say this not as a parliamentarian, but as someone who owes my life to the public health system. As a kidney transplant recipient, I've seen firsthand what national service and public care mean to real people. Those values are the ones our flag represents. I oppose this motion and invite members of the House to treat the flag and the freedoms it represents with more seriousness than those opposite have done today. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call a member for Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I will just remind you, Deputy Speaker, we have just witnessed one of the most appalling speeches from the member for Moore in respect to respecting the Australian flag. I cannot believe it. And I'd like to start my speech today by acknowledging all Australian veterans, both past and present, for their courage and service and sacrifice, and remember those that gave their lives to protect our freedoms, and we express our gratitude to those who continue to serve our nation. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to recognise my good friend and colleague, the member for Herbert, Phil Thompson, for moving this motion today. Phil's a veteran and he's devoted his life to Australia and to our national flag, and I thank him for his service. The member for Herbert's motion states that this House notes that the abhorrent behaviour of protesters burning the Australian flag at rallies throughout our country, which is deplorable, disrespectful and goes against our values as a nation. The Australian flag is the flag members of our Australian Defence Force wear on their shoulders, and the flag that sits on the coffins of our fallen men and women. The Flag Act 1953 fails to criminalise the destruction of the Australian national flag, and the motion condemns the failure of the government to enact legislative power to punish those who burn the Australian flag, and the government for allowing protesters to carry and display declared terrorist flags throughout our community, and calls on the government to criminalise the desecration and or the burning of the Australian national flag and punish those supporting declared terrorist groups. Deputy Speaker, Australia is currently a divided nation. Recently, mass protesters and pro-Palestine rallies were filmed burning and ripping up the Australian flag. The masked cowards are nothing more than traitors. But even more disturbingly, the current laws mean that these traitors can walk away scot-free. No repercussions and not even a fine. Deputy Speaker, criminalising the desecration and or the burning of the national flag would not be a first around the globe. A number of countries in Europe have criminalised the burning of their national flags, including France, Germany, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia and Poland. The punishment for burning the national flag in Russia is reportedly 1 year in jail. Some countries across Africa have also bans on flag desecration, as well as many nations in Asia. China, Hong Kong, the Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, India and Indonesia all have punishments in place for those who desecrate their national flag. In South America, Mexico and Brazil has also laws in place to protect their flag. The US government has also announced their intention to make it illegal to burn the US flag. Deputy Speaker, while some on the left of politics believe criminalisation of the desecration and or the burning of the national flag is a fringe issue, here are the facts. The Institute of Public Affairs released a report last month that found 77% of Australians believe that burning the Australian national flag should be against the law, and this includes 70% of Australians aged 18 to 24. 63% of Australians believe people who burn the national flag should face jail time, and this includes 64% of those, again, aged 18 to 24. 71% of Australians believe non-citizens who burn the Australian national flag should be deported, and this includes 66% of those, again, aged 18 to 24. And furthermore, the research found that 71% of Australians believe our national flag unites us, with just 13% disagreeing, and 77% of Australians are proud of our national flag, with just 7% disagreeing. I make the assumption that the 7% who disagree are most likely the Green supporters or the far left side of politics, joining the likes of Green members Senator Penny Allman-Payne and the member for Ryan, who refuse to display the Australian national flag. And, Deputy Speaker, many men and women have fought and died fighting for our country and for the freedom of its people under the Australian national flag. And once again, I call on the government to criminalise the desecration and/or the burning of the Australian national flag, and to punish those supporting declared terrorist groups. It's time the Labor government showed some leadership, and it is the last thing we can do to honour and respect our veterans, both past and present.
And I thank the member for Flynn. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day. Resumption of debate on the motion relating to Secure Jobs Better Pay Review, moved by the member for Cunningham.
And I thank the clerk. The question now before the Federation Chamber is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to support this motion because it speaks directly to what the people of Moore tell me every day. They want secure jobs, better pay and a fair go at work. Before I came into this place, I was an industrial lawyer representing workers who too often had the odds stacked against them. And before that, I was an electrician, working on the tools, on job sites, experiencing firsthand the difference between a fair employer and the ones who tried to cut corners. So when I talk wages, job security and fairness at work, this is not theory to me, it's lived experience. It's why I know how important it is the Albanese government has put working people back at the centre of our industrial relations system, because the secure jobs, better pay reforms are delivering on exactly what we promised. The independent interim review confirmed they are, on the whole, achieving the government's intent. Collective agreement coverage has grown 27% since September 2022. That means more workers are now covered by agreements that delivered higher wages and better conditions, the highest coverage since enterprise bargaining began back in 1991. That's not just a statistic, it's proof that workers and businesses are once again finding common ground. When workers have bargaining power, wages go up, conditions improve and families benefit. Since these reforms, real wages have grown every quarter. After a decade of wages being deliberately kept low under the coalition, we have finally turned the tide. The ABS confirms this. 7 consecutive quarters of real wages growth, the strongest in 5 years and the longest sustained run in more than a decade. And for women in particular, the progress is clear. Early trends in the gender pay gap show positive outcomes, with the gap now at an equal historic low of 11.5%. That means more women in Moore and across the country are finally getting closer to the pay they deserve. Now, those opposite don't want to hear this. They are desperate to discredit these reforms because they want to axe them. Senator Cash went so far to call them as the most radical laws she has ever seen. But what's radical about Australians getting their fair share of the wealth they create? What's so radical about more workers being on agreement than any time since the early 90s? What's so radical about wages outpacing inflation and the gender gap narrowing? The truth is, there is nothing radical about fairness. It is the coalition who were radical when they sat back and watched a decade of low wages growth while cost of living pressures mounted for working families. Deputy Speaker, I know families in Belden, Craigie and Karrinyup are still feeling those pressures at the checkout, at the petrol bowser and with their mortgage repayments. People in my electorate are doing it tough. That is why it matters so much that wages are moving again. Since coming to government, Labor has fought to increase the minimum wage, delivering 4 consecutive raises for 2.9 million workers. In just 3 years, the national minimum wage has gone up by $4.62 per hour. That's more than $175 a week, over $9,000 a year, a 22.7% increase, making a real difference to families who are struggling to keep up. And we have made sure that the benefits are not just for some, but for all. In aged care and early childhood education, we have delivered funded pay rises for workers who were underpaid for far too long. These are life-changing increases for essential workers who hold our communities together. We have also closed loopholes that allowed Labor hire workers to be paid less than permanent employees doing the same job. That's something I experienced myself while on the tools, and I understand how unfair it was. We've criminalised wage theft because taking money out of a worker's pocket is not a dispute, it is theft. And we've introduced the right to disconnect so workers can properly clock off and spend time with their families without the boss calling them at all hours. These reforms are built on a simple principle. Australians should earn more and keep more of what they earn. That is the goal we are delivering on, and we are doing it while growing the economy. Since Labor came to office, we have created more than 1.1 million new jobs. Unemployment remains low, workforce participation remains high, and wages are moving in the right direction. Deputy Speaker, this is what Labor government delivers: secure jobs, better pay and fairer workplaces. I'm proud to be part of the government that is putting working people first. I commend the motion to the House.
And I thank the member for Moore. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, you'd be familiar with this analogy. 2003, on the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln, George Bush stepping out behind, in front of, I should say more correctly, a banner that says "Mission Accomplished." And that is what it felt like listening to the member for Moore giving his erudite speech right then. But I'm afraid, Deputy Speaker, the right to disconnect wasn't the right of the government to disconnect from economic reality. But that is what we just heard. We heard boastfully about the direction of wages under this government, but unfortunately there's a brutal reality. If you actually adjust for inflation, real wages in Australia haven't gone up for over the past 15 years, including under this government. In fact, we've consistently trailed the OECD average. That is not something to be proud of, and it shows how much work needs to be done to boost wages in this country, because around this nation right now, so many Australians feel like no matter how hard they work, they aren't getting ahead. And no matter what this government does, and no matter how much they crow about their achievements, we aren't seeing that materialise or improve in people's lived conditions. And you just need to look at what's happening with small business. We have record small business insolvencies, which is a tragedy, not just because of the impact it obviously has on the owners, but small business is the gateway for so many young Australians to go on and get their first job. It's the pathway where they get their first foot on the ladder of economic opportunity. And, of course, it's a pathway they then go on and get their next job as part of their pathway to success in life. And it's because this government is focused more on what they need to do to feed the outcomes for union bosses, rather than improving workers' wages. And we saw this very explicitly. An article in the Daily Telegraph today did an analysis looking at what has been happening with union bosses' wages over the past 5 years. It showed that CFMEU officials' wages have gone up by 26%. Meanwhile, construction workers' wages in the same time has gone down by around 5%. That is not something to boast about, Member for Moore. It suggests that this government's policy is trickle-up economics towards union officials at the expense of workers' wages. It suggests to me very clearly that we have a problem where the government's focus is not focused on what it needs to do to boost the interests of Australian workers, but, of course, to their political patrons. And we've seen this in other areas of the legislative agenda of this government. Just look at what they've done with penalty rates. We literally had an industry association apply to increase the base rate of wages in the retail sector by 35%. 35% increase in the base award rate, but Labor wasn't going to have that. Because if they had that, what would it have done? It would have cut out the union interests in the decision-making and power of wages and penalty rates. So what did they do? They outlawed a pathway to increase the wages for retail workers because it would have undermined the power of their unions and increased the power of wages for workers. This is the disgraceful priorities of this government. They are focused more on what they need to do to boost union bosses' pay at the expense of workers. And you're seeing this now. Another report in the Australian Financial Review just today. Quoting Labor's multi-employer bargaining regime has received a dual setback with the collapse of the mining industry's first negotiations. This was the big crow, Deputy Speaker, out of their first Jobs and Skills Summit. Remember that? We had a tax hike talk fest recently. They had their Jobs and Skills Summit at the end of 2022, and their first big outcome from that was the multi-employer bargaining regime. Well, the Australian Financial Review can reveal that almost all the air conditioning manufacturers that signed up to the first multi-employer bargaining agreement are now seeking to exit the deal in the face of opposition from a rival union. After bargaining for 12 months for one agreement for critical site supervisors in New South Wales, the Colliers Staff and Officials Association last week opted to instead pursue single agreements. During the 5 bargaining meetings held since last year, neither side could reach consensus on any potential terms. And then, of course, the other parties, as part of a workforce agreement, multi-employer agreement in the mining sector, said it was unworkable. Deputy Speaker, the collective noun for clowns is a chuckle. And, of course, I think we need to officially adopt, as part of this parliamentary procedure, the collective noun for multi-employer bargaining agreements is a chuckle, because it is turning into a joke. Under this government, the focus of industrial relations laws is how to boost the interests of union bosses at the expense of workers, but there is nothing to chuckle about, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for Goldstein. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the Secure Jobs Better Pay Review, which demonstrates the success of the ambitious reforms the Albanese Labor government implemented in our first term. The report shows that the workplace changes that we legislated are delivering for Australians. In December 2022, we introduced the Secure Jobs Better Pay Act to ensure workplace rules are fair and the benefits of a growing economy are shared with every Australian. These reforms were designed to lift wages, strengthen job security, improve enterprise bargaining and address the gender pay gap. The final independent review of the Act has confirmed that these reforms are already delivering real outcomes. Collective bargaining has increased significantly, with the number of employees covered by agreements rising from about 1.72 million in September 2022 to around 2.6 million by March 2025. This is an increase of approximately 880,000 workers. This includes workers across multiple employers who, thanks to this government, are now covered by enterprise bargaining. Unions and employees can bargain for improved wages and conditions, particularly for those in traditionally feminised industries like aged care and childcare. Importantly, the Act has made a substantial contribution to improving outcomes for women, with the gender pay gap now at its lowest level since records began. Deputy Speaker, through our closing loopholes laws, which ensure labour hire workers are not paid less than permanent employees for the same work, we have improved wages for people on insecure contracts and also disincentivised dodgy employers from outsourcing to labour hire companies to save themselves money on wages and conditions. We have criminalised intentional wage theft because an employee who puts their hand in the till can be charged with a criminal offence, and in the same way, a boss who knowingly takes money out of their workers' pay packet should be criminalised similarly. We have introduced the right to disconnect so workers can properly clock off and enjoy decent work-life balance. Despite this evidence in the latest review, the Coalition are still desperately trying to discredit our legislation because they want to axe the very laws that have seen workers get pay rises. We all remember Senator Michaelia Cash declaring these laws were the most radical she had ever seen. If it is radical to have the highest number of employees on workplace agreements since enterprise bargaining began in 1991, and if it is radical to have the strongest rate of annual wage growth in 5 years, if it's radical to have the gender pay gap hitting a historic low of 11.5% in the latest ABS statistics, and if it's radical to have the unemployment rate remaining low while workplace participation stays high, then we will proudly accept the badge of being radical. This is what happens when governments deliver for workers. Deputy Speaker, other independent data shows the success of our workplace reforms and wider agenda in guiding Australia through difficult times while increasing wages and keeping unemployment low. The latest data from the ABS shows that real wages have risen for 7 consecutive quarters. This is the strongest annual wage growth in real terms in 5 years and the longest period of consistent growth above 0.7% in a decade. Average annual wages are growing at 3.7%, compared with just 2.2% under our predecessors. We have also delivered 4 consecutive increases to the minimum wage, benefiting 2.2 million of Australia's lowest paid workers. In just 3 years, the national minimum wage has increased by $4.62 per hour. That's $175 a week, or more than $9,000 a year. That's real money in the pockets of some of our lowest paid workers. The same ABS release shows that employment has continued to grow at record pace. Since May 2022, we have seen more than 1.1 million new jobs created. That represents an increase of 8.6% in total employment, a faster rate of job growth than any other major advanced economy. These numbers confirm what Australians are seeing in their communities: more people in work and more families benefiting from secure income thanks to the reforms of the Albanese Labor government.
Expired, and I thank the member for Menzies. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
You don't have the call. Is the member for Browra speaking on this? You're not. Just resume your seat. Are you aiming to speak on the secure jobs?
I advise that I am, yes.
Okay, so I'll give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There was a lengthy period of time in Australian history where low wages were a deliberate design feature of our economy. The election of the Albanese Labor government put a fortunate end to that silly spiral that we found ourselves in the Australian economy. Secure jobs, better pay means that workers get their fair share of the prosperity that their work creates. It means that a person who works, does their fair day of work, gets to go home and live their lives with their families in peace without being concerned by constant harassment of phone calls from their employer without justified purpose. A regime that gets the balance right between the interests of workers and employees. We've had very little disputation about many of the new features of this secure jobs, better pay. The right to disconnect, for example, has not led to industrial disharmony. People understand the common sense that underrides contact them if needed, but don't go overboard with contacting your workers when they're trying to enjoy their own time with their families. The objective of increasing the wages of working people is a noble one. Also, when we think about it, if you create an economy that incentivises a race to the bottom on wages, we see the very kinds of issues we've seen in aged care and childcare. If you make it all too easy for firms to compete on a low-cost base by undercutting the wages of working people, that's exactly what they'll do. And so we had a system that, by design, incentivised a competitive approach, which meant the way you get your advantage over the other firm is by paying your workers less, by exploiting contractual arrangements with labour hire companies and the like in an attempt to drive down wages. Now, while that was legal, that was a legitimate business practice. But that is clearly not a sustainable pathway to productivity in our economy. The way we achieve that is by incentivising firms getting competitive advantage by innovation, by more efficient procedures, by ensuring that we do the jobs better rather than just finding new and clever ways of undercutting workers' wages. The new approach to industrial relations unashamedly means that workers do better, that the work done by employees is duly rewarded, and that we put an end to the cycle of continuing locking of the prosperity of working people. It is only fair that they get their fair share of the spoils of the work they do, but at the same time we want to make sure that we've got a system that incentivises businesses competing on merit, that incentivises them competing on innovation, that incentivises them competing on new ways of doing things, whether that's through a differentiation strategy or by finding other ways to cut costs, such as more efficient machinery and the like. The cherry-picking of small business data by the Coalition as somehow support for this, firstly, fails in a basic causation argument. Secondly, ignores the fact that new businesses are being created in Australia all the time. The number of new entrants into the market exceeds the number of business insolvencies. Now, there are a number of explanations for business insolvencies. We've obviously had high inflation. It's become increasingly difficult for small businesses to access credit, and these are very serious economic problems that we've got to work on. But to suggest that giving fairness to working people is somehow the cause of economic carnage simply isn't borne out by the facts. We've got record employment at the same time as having an increase in wage. That common argument that we heard for decades that by increasing wages means everyone's going to be out of a job has been proven bunkum. We now know that you can get the balance right, that you can have an industrial regime that incentivises workers, their representatives and employers getting together and coming to an appropriate arrangement for that business. That is what enterprise agreements are all about. It's about making sure that the interests of all concerned are duly regarded, that they fall outside the generic regime of a modern award and get to do something that gets it right for their particular business organisation. We encourage that. We're also encouraged by the fact we've seen a record number of enterprise agreements and a record number of workers subject to enterprise agreements. That means appropriate industrial relations tailored to the workers and the businesses that employ them. This has been a fantastic set of reforms, and the benefits of them will be something we will see continue in the years ahead. I'm encouraged by the fact that real wages are going up for consecutive quarters, and may that long continue. We've also got to make sure that we continue to improve the legal arrangements around businesses to make sure that they have every incentive to increase productivity. Again, increased productivity, more efficient ways of conducting business, and I'm so glad to finally see the end of this horrible cycle of trying to win the game by cutting wages to the lowest amount possible. It does not serve families, it does not serve our society, it doesn't serve business in the longer term. The race to the bottom on wages hurts everyone at the end. You end up with inferior industries. We saw it in childcare, we saw it in aged care. If you continue the race to the bottom on wages, what you end up with is an unmotivated workforce, poor productivity and poor service delivery. So I'm very glad to see that these reforms are continuing to benefit workers, and may they long reign.
The time has expired. And I thank the member for Deakin. Before we continue, I would just remind honourable members and all members of the public in the gallery, it is forbidden for members of the public to go onto the floor of the Federation Chamber, so you must not come forward of that rope, please. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business Notice Number 5, standing in the name of the member for Berowra, relating to the anniversary of B'nai B'rith.
And I thank the clerk, and I give the call to the member for Berowra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the anniversary of B'nai B'rith in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. I'd like to, in doing so, Deputy Speaker, welcome members of B'nai B'rith. We don't usually get such a capacity crowd here in the Federation Chamber, but such is the importance of the 80th anniversary of the B'nai B'rith, and I'd like to acknowledge the member for Macnamara and the member for Wentworth, who are also going to be making contributions in this debate, and particularly to thank past President James Altman, who alerted me to the 80th anniversary of B'nai B'rith. The B'nai B'rith have been here having their triennial convention, both from Australia and New Zealand, and it's wonderful to welcome them to the Federation Chamber this day. 80 years ago, in 1944, a group of Jewish, German, Austrian refugees who fled the horrors of Nazism gathered in Sydney to establish B'nai B'rith in Australia. They built on the traditions of a global organisation that had already existed for a century, animated by the values of fellowship, compassion and communal responsibility. What began as a small social and cultural organisation quickly grew into one of the most enduring and impactful community organisations in this country. From its earliest days, B'nai B'rith created spaces where people could connect, learn and share Jewish culture with the broader Australian community. In 1945, it founded one of the first youth groups in Sydney and followed soon after by one in Melbourne. In 1948, it established its first community home in Darlinghurst, with further centres in Sydney and Melbourne to follow. By the 1960s, B'nai B'rith had expanded across the Tasman with branches in Wellington and Auckland, ensuring its mission reached Jewish communities in New Zealand as well. In 1961, it launched the Hillel Foundation, and B'nai B'rith has established so many offshoots in its time. Hillel offered Jewish residential facilities and counselling for university students, a project so successful that it became an independent organisation after nearly 4 decades. Closer to home for me, and I am so delighted to have a Jewish communal institution in my electorate, B'nai B'rith also founded retirement villages, beginning in Wahroonga in 1964 in my electorate, and today Kadima Gardens continues the proud tradition of providing quality, affordable accommodation for older members of the community. And I want to acknowledge particularly the Kadima Gardens Committee, led by Ada Berger, and in particular it's great to see the great Jack Aggie on here, also from Kadima in my electorate, and others. Perhaps B'nai B'rith's most enduring contributions have been in education, building bridges between communities. In 1981, it organised the first Holocaust exhibition in Australia at the Sydney Town Hall. That exhibition travelled the country and was attended by tens of thousands and ultimately led to Holocaust studies being part of the school syllabus. The work directly inspired the Courage to Care program, and I want to acknowledge Ernie Friedlander and his great work in that, launched in Melbourne and then in Sydney. Courage to Care teaches Australians, especially school students, about the dangers of prejudice and discrimination. It empowers them to become upstanders, not bystanders, inspiring young people to embrace and celebrate the beauty of our Jewish tradition, which teaches us to treat others with loving kindness. In a period where anti-Semitism is escalating, Courage to Care has never been more important. B'nai B'rith have established intercultural celebrations since the early 90s across a range of communities, and their work in intercultural and interfaith dialogue is very important. Of course, B'nai B'rith understands and appreciates freedom. Its anti-defamation oration began in 1988 and has provided platforms for people like Pat Dodson, David Roseman and Helen Sussman. Its Gold Medal Award has been given to both Bob Hawke and John Howard. Its Raoul Wallenberg Humanitarian Award was initiated in 1990 with recipients like Tim Costello and Gus Nossel. In 2004, they helped secure parliamentary resolutions against racism and anti-Semitism in this parliament and in various state parliaments. I was proud to deliver the B'nai B'rith Human Rights Oration. I should acknowledge Anna Berger, who was the state president at that time, in 2018, called Human Rights Hijacked. And it's probably one of the most important speeches I've made. In fact, it spurned a book, Nonsense on Stilts, in response to it. So it's always a place a place to go to make important speeches and contributions. B'nai B'rith has done so much, whether it's work for young people, whether it is work that relates to the arts, whether it is work that relates to anti-discrimination and reducing racism in this country, whether it is work that is focused on the advancing of human rights. In celebrating this anniversary today, we celebrate not only a story of a remarkable organisation, but a story of modern Australia, a story of refugees who arrived in this country with little, but who built institutions of strength and who in turn strengthened the nation that welcomed them. May B'nai B'rith continue for another 80 years to lead, to educate, to inspire and to unite Australians of all backgrounds.
And I thank the member for Berowra. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
Thank you. And do you reserve your right to speak?
No, I'm going to speak right now.
You're going to speak right now?
Yes.
Well, then in that case, I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. And it is rare that the Federation Chamber is standing room only, but it is a great privilege for us to have members of B'nai B'rith coming here to be a part of this fitting and important tribute to B'nai B'rith's 80 years in this country. I am a product of a community designed and fed in by B'nai B'rith. And I grew up in Melbourne's Jewish community, which was a vibrant community, which still is a vibrant community, which is full of people who give back to the community, who speak up on behalf of the community in a way that feeds Australian public life and celebrates multiculturalism and diversity, but never forgets the history of the Melbourne Jewish community, one of persecution and one of Holocaust survivors coming and making their place here in this country of ours and finding a safe haven in doing so. And for me, B'nai B'rith is an organisation that helped shape the very vibrant and wonderful community that I'm in and help shape the identity that I'm proud to have as a proud Jewish Australian. Because B'nai B'rith, since coming here in Australia and being established in 1944, has been more than just a community organisation. It has been a home to the largest percentage of Holocaust survivors of any other city outside of Israel, and it has also been a place where the vibrancy and the breadth of activity that B'nai B'rith has been involved in is truly astonishing. From the formation of the first B'nai B'rith youth group in Sydney, followed by one in Melbourne in 1945. The first offices for B'nai B'rith were in Darlinghurst in 1948. The Hillel Foundation in 1961, serving as a residential campus for Jewish university students. In 1964, affordable accommodation for elderly Jewish Australians was set up in Sydney, and then a few years later in Melbourne. In 1977, there was an op shop, or an opportunity shop, known as the B'nai B'rith Bargain Bazaar, a fantastic and catchy title. In 1981, B'nai B'rith organised, as the member for Berowra so eloquently put before, the first ever Holocaust exhibition in Australia held at Sydney Town Hall, which I believe was visited by over 55,000 Australians and 12,000 school students. And then for 80 years, more broadly, B'nai B'rith has been comprising of these wonderful units that have been scattered around the country, giving so much to not only each other, but the broader community as well. The highlight for me also, I have to mention, just like the member for Berowra, is Courage to Care, which is a program designed, led and fed by B'nai B'rith, which is all about telling young people in Australia that you must be an upstander against racism and not a bystander in witnessing it. And that lesson, as the member for Berowra mentioned before, has never been more important. To have young people in Australia willing to speak up and against racism has never been more important. We can write laws outlawing it, we can write laws giving more protection for security agencies, but what actually is our best and most important fight against racism is the collective commitment to fight it as one united society. And for young people, that is so important across schools, across universities, and that work by Courage to Care is one that I'm extremely proud of. I meet with Mike, Mike Service, our local staff member for Courage to Care, who's a great person and one who believes in this. I spoke to the Armchair Society recently. I've sponsored the B'nai B'rith Jewish Youth Art Competition for many years, and I am so proud to stand in this place to acknowledge, alongside the member for Berowra and the member for Wentworth, the incredible contribution of B'nai B'rith to Australian life. Forgive me, Acting Speaker, I'll mention a few people by name so they're etched into Hansard because they have made an enormous contribution to B'nai B'rith and to our country, in James Altman, Elaine Altman, Peter Capp, Claire Capp, Irene Kirshner, Leon Nissen, Deirdre Wainart, Alan Wainart, Anna Marks, Denise Monheit, Rosa Shatner, Peter Shatner, and no doubt whenever you create a list like that you forget many, many people. But to anyone who has contributed to B'nai B'rith, to anyone who has walked inside a unit of B'nai B'rith to engage, to learn, to discuss, to challenge, and to anyone who has been a part of any of B'nai B'rith's programs that have fed not only so much for the Australian Jewish community but for the Australian community at large, I say thank you. I'm proud to stand here in the House of Representatives off-chamber, the Federation Chamber, to mark 80 years of B'nai B'rith in Australia, and as they say in Yiddish, bis 120 to 120 and more. Congratulations.
And I thank the member for McNamara. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to commend the member for Berowra for bringing forward this important motion, as well as support the words of the member for McNamara. It is an absolute pleasure and honour to be able to stand here today and to celebrate B'nai B'rith and everything that the organisation has brought to this country. As one of the things that is the great privileges, I think, of in my place, particularly in Wentworth, is to see firsthand the huge contribution that Jewish community has made to the strength of not only the community in Wentworth, not only the Jewish community, but the entire country. And B'nai B'rith is just a perfect example of this. There's the core message when I was doing reading as I was researching this was, our core values place humanity at the centre of everything we do. And it is those core values that I believe in this country are more important than ever. It is remarkable to see the breadth of impact that B'nai B'rith has brought to the country over its 80 years, from retirement villages, from shopping centres, from the social groups and those positive impacts, and really starting Holocaust education. I'm very privileged to have the New South Wales Australian Sydney Jewish Museum in my electorate, but to know that Holocaust awareness and education really was born out of that 1981 Holocaust exhibition, which is now transformed to museums around the country, is absolutely critical and really speaks to the impact that B'nai B'rith has had on this country. But very much like the previous two speakers, I do want to call out Courage to Care, because that is the organisation and the program that I have seen with having that greatest direct impact on students in my electorate of all faiths. And I've had the enormous privilege to be in one of those programs recently at Rose Bay Secondary College and sat in the room, in the circles with the students, listening to Susan Wahaftig, and when she talked about her own experience as a 2-year-old escaping the horrors of the Holocaust and World War II, and really seeing how that lived history transformed the perspectives of those young people in the room of all faiths and all backgrounds. It was an incredible, it was a beautiful and very uplifting experience. And it is remarkable to see that Courage to Care has had that sort of impact on 400,000 students around Australia. That is absolutely critical. And again, that message of an upstander, not a bystander, is one that I think is more important than ever when I contemplate where we are right now as a country and some of the challenges that we do face as a country, and how do we bring forward and how we deal with some of those. And I think it is very much the values, I think, of that B'nai B'rith has brought to the country, which are the ones that we need to continue to live with. Last week I was speaking to members of the Australian Union of Jewish Students who are in Canberra. I'm going to be speaking to members of them again this week, talking to them about how do we fight anti-Semitism. But this is not just about anti-Semitism, it's about how do we continue to make sure that this country is the most successful and welcoming multicultural, multi-faith country in the world. And it is through programs like those championed by B'nai B'rith that we can really continue to do that. It is that message, I think, of compassion and of bridging divides that B'nai B'rith has championed throughout its work, its championship of human rights, which have really set such an incredible example both to the local community in Wentworth, but really around the country as well. And I think that this has been, as I said, a remarkable contribution to the whole of this, to the broader country. I'd also like to call out a few people in the room. I don't have everyone's names on this list, but particularly calling out Anna Marks and Janine Zimbler as the President and immediate past President for what you've done. Again, I'm not going to do any more names because I will leave out those who should be recognised. But it is really important. It's wonderful that you've come to Canberra to celebrate this, and I'm just really proud to be able to stand here and celebrate B'nai B'rith as well. We all try, I think, have lives beyond just the concerns of our families and our work, and it is through that gift of giving beyond yourself, beyond your immediate concerns, which makes this country stronger and more successful, and actually just a more compassionate and happier place to live. And so thank you to everyone from B'nai B'rith for those decades of service to the country. It has made an enormous difference and will continue, I hope, for another 80 years. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Wentworth. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. and the Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m. later today.
Are there any statements by honourable members? The member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, the Department of Environment is currently undertaking a review of arrangements to supply the eastern states gas market, a review based on the false proposition that new gas production is required to meet our domestic needs. The myth that Australia has a shortage of gas is a creation of multinational fossil fuel companies. Only 16% of Australian LNG was sold domestically last year. The rest was exported. Some of those exports on long-term contracts, but a quarter do not. Uncontracted Australian gas is sold every day on the spot market for export to international markets. Australians compete with exporters for our own gas, gas which is taken from us tax-free. The IEA reports that the world is heading for an oversupply of oil and gas by 2030. That will leave new projects as stranded assets. Deputy Speaker, Australians do not need new fossil fuel projects. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has warned that any new fossil fuel projects will take us over the 1.5 degrees of global warming. Australians do not want new gas projects. We want our government to stop approving new fossil fuel projects and to legislate to redirect gas from the export market to our domestic market for our own use.
Thank you. The member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 18th of August, I had the honour of joining the Northern RSL to mark Vietnam Veterans Day. It was a moving occasion and one where we remembered the courage and sacrifice of more than 60,000 Australians who served, and we honoured those who never came home. As part of that beautiful ceremony, I also reflected on Lieutenant Colonel Vivian Bullwinkle's role in the war. She was a nurse and a Second World War hero, the sole survivor of the Banker Island massacre in 1942, where 21 of her fellow nurses were murdered. She endured 3.5 years as a prisoner of war, and when she returned, she devoted her life to nursing, to supporting veterans and to honouring those who had perished. As many of you know, the electorate of Bullwinkle is named in her honour. Vivian's story didn't end there. In 1975, as the Vietnam War drew to a close, she led a team of nurses in Operation Baby Lift, a mission to rescue orphaned and surrendered Vietnamese Australian-fathered babies and children. Around 300 of those children were brought to Australia in cardboard boxes on the aircraft floor. It was far from ideal, but it saved their lives. So on the 18th of August at the RSL in Northam, I honoured our Vietnam veterans, support personnel and nurses like Vivian Bullwinkle, whose courage reminds us that service comes in many forms, lest we forget.
The member for McKellar.
Climate change is continually raised as one of the biggest concerns of my community, from parents worried about their children's future to people who are concerned whether they'll be able to insure their home in areas that are prone to fires, floods or coastal erosion. They want action that's grounded in science and urgency. Right now, we have a critical opportunity to set Australia's 2035 emissions reduction target, a target that will shape our path towards a net zero economy. This isn't just a number. It's a signal to the world, to investors and to our communities about how serious we are about tackling the climate crisis. Australia is a privileged, wealthy and respected nation. What we do counts, especially in the eyes of our Pacific neighbours. Anything less than 75% by 2035 risks locking in dangerous climate impacts and undermining our credibility, while a strong target will drive clean energy investment, protect public health and help Australia thrive in a decarbonising global economy. This is also about fairness. Communities on the front line of climate change, regional towns, coastal suburbs and vulnerable populations deserve leadership that puts their safety and future first. We cannot afford to be timid. The decisions we make now will shape the next generation's opportunities, well-being and security. Let's be bold, let's be science-led and let's get this right for the sake of our climate, economy and children.
Thank you. The member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, on the Friday just gone, I had the great privilege of meeting Parents for Climate in my electorate. And I met with constituent Kate Smulders, who lives just down the road from me in Chelmer. And in 2022, in the flood, she had to evacuate her house with her children, a terrifying prospect and something that people in my electorate, whether it be in Oxley, whether it be in Yeronga, whether it be in Fairfield, whether it be in Corinda, Graceville or Sherwood, have had to do. And we know that when it comes to significant and serious weather events, this is something that is driven by climate change. And Parents for Climate is a climate advocacy organisation for parents, carers, families and all who care about a safe future for our kids. 25,000 supporters in every federal electorate in Australia and over 1,000 supporters in the Brisbane network alone and over 3,000 in Queensland. And their mission is to ensure that when it comes to climate, we take it seriously. When it comes to climate, action is taken. I am incredibly proud to be part of a Labor government that is investing in batteries, that has set the first target when it comes to warming and that has been working to get over 40% of renewables into the grid. Parents for Climate are working to support strong targets but also strong science-aligned action, and science-aligned action is what Labor has been doing when it comes to climate.
Thank you. The member for Mayo.
Deputy Speaker, Dementia Australia will hold their Parliamentary Friends of Dementia event tomorrow, the 2nd of September, and I urge all members to attend and hear firsthand from people living with dementia. Dementia is the public health, disability and aged care challenge facing Australia. This issue matters to Mayo. I have the oldest electorate by median age in South Australia, and dementia is already the leading cause of death for Australian women and will soon become the leading cause for all Australians. There are around 433,000 Australians living with dementia today, and around 1,500 children and many families and carers are affected. The figure that is expected to double over the next 30 years in the absence of significant intervention and medical breakthrough. Dementia can be prevented. Evidence suggests around 14 modifiable risk factors throughout life could prevent or delay up to 45% of dementia cases, and Dementia Australia is advocating for support in a number of ways. We need to lead a national conversation in this place on dementia to raise awareness and promote brain health for all Australians, establish a team of Dementia Australia specialist navigators to improve service support and access, and finally build the capability of the workforce to provide care and support for people living with dementia. We can't afford to wait. This 48th Parliament must be the one to commit to taking action on dementia.
Thank you. The member for Bonner.
Deputy Speaker, yesterday's so-called March for Australia rallies were not patriotic gatherings. They were parades of division, fear and prejudice. And let's be clear, when elected representatives stand alongside extremists, they are complicit. Senator Pauline Hanson, Malcolm Roberts and Bob Katter chose to legitimise hate yesterday. They marched not for Australia, but against the very values that make Australia strong. They stood shoulder to shoulder with people who reject our multicultural success story, who would seek to turn back the clock on decades of progress and who thrive on hate and suspicion. That is dangerous, it is reckless and it is utterly un-Australian. Australia is at its best when it is inclusive, diverse and welcoming. Those who preach division tear at the social fabric of our nation for their own political gain. Labor has sent a clear message. Division has no place here, and those who fan the flames of intolerance betray the very people they are elected to serve. While others divide, Labor will unite. We will always stand for respect, equality and fairness. We will bring Australians together, no matter where they come from, what they believe or who they love, because that is how we build a stronger, prouder and more united nation. I am proud of the multicultural community I serve in Bonna, and I'm proud to be part of a political party who has the back of all Australians, because we are stronger together.
Thank you. Member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was concerned to read over the weekend in the Sunday Times that young Australians are increasingly falling for phishing scams. Now, phishing, spelt with a PH, is a way that cyber criminals trick you into giving them your personal information by sending fraudulent emails or text messages pretending to be someone else. In this case, it was Bankwest being impersonated, and they have reported a 49% increase in losses from phishing scams for those aged between 18 to 24. This was during last financial year compared to the year prior. Young people, Madam Deputy Speaker, are often considered to have a greater understanding of cyber threats, given their greater use of devices. However, this news should serve as a reminder to young Australian adults that you are not invincible. Let me say that again. Young Australian adults, you are not invincible, and you are vulnerable to scams as well. The Bankwest experience is proof of that. Now, if you have revealed information through a phishing email or text, you should contact your bank to secure your accounts immediately. You should also contact other services where the information could be used to access accounts, including the ATO or Services Australia. In addition to changing passwords, you should also report the incident through the Report Cyber service. But to avoid all doubt, please don't click on any suspicious links, and if in doubt, contact the institution directly.
The member for Brisbane.
On Saturday night, it was my pleasure to present the 2025 Premiership Trophy to the Newmarket Metro 2 women's soccer team. Deputy Speaker, the team went undefeated for the season to take out the premiership, and as a retired soccer mum, I really do understand what a feat this is. It wasn't their night on Saturday, though. They did lose the nail-biting semi-final in a thrilling penalty shootout, but they can still hold their heads high. Big shout-out to the coaches, clubs, mums, dads, carers and, of course, the players for their hard work and dedication. But, Deputy Speaker, community sports play such an important part across the Brisbane community. It brings people together and it provides a purpose for our community. It teaches players and participants resilience, leadership, teamwork, the importance of lifting others up and, importantly, understanding the importance of being lifted when one needs it. Although I was hugely sporty growing up, soccer wasn't an option for me, but at my local swimming club and Lifesaving I found my peeps and I benefited, as the Newmarket girls have done with their sports. Soccer is rapidly growing sport for girls, spurred on by the Tillies during the 2023 World Cup, and not to mention the upcoming 2027 Asian Women's Cup. Young girls can now see what they want to be. The Newmarket Division 2 women have given the young girls at Newmarket someone to look up to, something to aim for, and given a few of them have become Tillies, maybe there's a few more. Thank you to Ken and the club for having me along on Sunday. It was a night to be proud of.
Thank you. The member for Monash.
Speaker, Australia has recorded its highest number of drowning deaths since records began. That's one of the key takeouts from the Royal Lifesaving Society Australia's latest report, which was launched at Parliament House, and I commend them on an excellent report. Tragically, Phillip Island has seen a number of drownings in recent years. Lives have been lost, families remain in grief, and first responders carry lifelong scars. About 6 months ago, the Victorian Coroner's Court handed down findings into the state's deadliest drowning tragedy in almost 20 years. It is horrific to read. And yet Victorian Labor proceeds to cut and cost shift to already stretched local councils. Surf Lifesaving Victoria has recently written to local government organisations in coastal communities saying ratepayers will need to pay more to ensure patrolled beaches can be sustained at their current levels. The alternative is that those patrols will drop. The consequence will be that more people will be at risk of drowning. Last year, Bass Coast Shire Council contributed $98,000 towards the Royal Life Surf Saving patrols. This year, they have been requested to fund $260,000. That is a 160% increase with minimal consultation outside standard budget requests. The council have 2,000 short-stay rentals. This is a looming disaster. We know Labor has never met a levy it didn't like. Our community deserves so much better.
Thank you. The member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I ask you to imagine being a child in an unknown place, without a toothbrush, without clothes that fit, or without something as simple as a toy or book to call your own. Sadly, this is the reality for thousands of children across Queensland in care or crisis, kids facing neglect, poverty, domestic violence or homelessness. That's why Care Kits for Kids Queensland, based in Camp Hill in my electorate of Griffith, is so important. They send a powerful message to children in care or crisis. You matter and your community cares about you. Each Care Kit contains essential items, including new clothes, toiletries, books and comfort items, all lovingly packed into a backpack. I was delighted to join co-founder Stephanie and some of their amazing volunteers last month as they celebrated their 3rd birthday. I want to say a huge thank you to Care Kits for Kids Queensland, their donors and volunteers. Your compassion ensures that some of Queensland's most vulnerable kids are cared for and supported when they need it most. Thank you. Deputy Speaker, I would like to recognise Kate Warhurst, a courageous and compassionate changemaker from my electorate and founder of It's From Elsie. Devastatingly, Kate's beautiful baby girl, Elsie, passed away at just 7 days after she was born. In her grief, Kate has created an impactful way to honour Elsie's life by creating It's From Elsie, where picture books are donated to NICUs so parents can read to their babies even when they can't hold them. Recently, what would have been Elsie's 3rd birthday was marked with a special campaign to raise funds for Elsie's house. I encourage our community to join with me in supporting It's From Elsie and the vision of Elsie's house.
Thank you. The member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, my community farewells a beloved personality. John Greenhouse, Bundaberg born and bred, passed away on August 14. He coined the phrase the Paris end of Bourbon, a reference to the eastern end of the city of Bundaberg's main street. It's this part of the CBD where his family business, the famous Avenel Brothers, proudly operates. John lived a full and vibrant life. He was always exceptionally dressed, renowned for those colourful bow ties. He was the heart and soul of Bundaberg's oldest gift and homeware store. More than a shop, the business delivers an iconic experience, meticulously filled to the brim with fine gifts and offerings, offering a first-class service. Avenel's of Bundaberg was opened in 1898 by Frederick William Avenel, John's great-grandfather. The first store was established diagonally opposite its current site. John's funeral was held this morning in Bundaberg, and while I couldn't be there, it's an honour to pay tribute to him here in Parliament today. Melanie Jacobson is the owner of a neighbouring store, Char Char Chocolates. She summed up John's passing by saying he will be deeply missed and that our community will never be the same, and neither will our hearts. I pass on my condolences to the family, friends and customers who are mourning John's passing today. May the Avenel Brothers traditions live on, and so too John's legacy. He will be dearly missed and always remembered. John was the Paris end of Bundaberg. He was 70.
Thank you. The member for Whitlam.
One of the jewels in the electorate of Whitlam is the farm at Killalea, which has been named the best speech in New South Wales and the second best speech in Australia. This extraordinary place was protected by the local community and was also where I learned to surf, an experience that has only deepened my love of the ocean. Australia's beaches are iconic and form an important part of our national identity. Oceans are a vital life support system for our planet, producing 50 to 80% of the world's oxygen and acting as a significant carbon sink. I'm therefore delighted and honoured to be the co-chair of Parliamentary Friends of Oceans and Sustainable Development. This group will provide a platform for politicians from all parties, including independents, to engage with key issues affecting Australia's oceans. I'm proud of the Albanese government's achievements when it comes to protecting our oceans. We've substantially expanded our marine parks so that over 50% of Australia's oceans are now under protection. Australia now protects more ocean than any other country. Australia is a world leader in ocean protection, working domestically and with our Pacific and Indian Ocean neighbours to protect this precious and incredibly important shared resource. Our oceans support hundreds of thousands of species of marine life. We need to protect our oceans from plastic waste, pollution and overfishing to ensure that we look after these amazing environments for our future generations. I look forward to working with my colleagues who've joined Parliamentary Friends of Oceans to ensure that we continue to take action to protect this incredibly valuable resource for our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Riverina.
Rural agricultural shows are, as the junior young woman from Wagga Wagga show last year, Lucy Goodyear pointed out on Saturday night at a very special dinner the heartbeat of our local communities, and she is so very, very right. And I really like the comments made by rural young achiever Will Day, who talked about drone mapping, data analytics to livestock genetics and soil science. There's so much innovation happening every day that people just don't see. He wants to see more of a bridging the gap between metropolitan and regional communities, and one way to do that is through the local shows. Attend one soon. I was really impressed with the young women who put their names forward to represent Wagga in the show competition that have been so good for so long. Brielle Ayres, Taylor Collins, Annie Corbett, Georgia Jackson and Stephanie Lazic, Grace Cox, the junior young woman, and of course Will, as I mentioned. Congratulations to Rural Achiever from last year, Michael Roth. These young people are outstanding and they want to see shows succeed, and whether it's Wagga Wagga, first held in 1864, or any of the district shows around, Ganmain puts on a wonderful, wonderful show. But get yourself to Wagga Wagga Friday and Saturday the 12th and 13th of September. You won't be disappointed. It'll be a show to remember.
Thank you. The member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you. As a new member of this place, I wanted to make sure to thank the rank and file Labor members of Maribyrnong, as it truly takes a village to get here. And mine represents the very best of the Australian Labor Party, a proud mix of true believers, stalwarts of the union movement and young activists who see Labor as a vehicle for real progressive change. It is their voices I now have the honour of carrying into this place. I'd not be standing here today without the incredible support of Helene McNamara, Jane and Ivan Batticello, Rosie Spears, Mar Gannon Blair, Paul Miles, Roy and Marlene Burrows, Mark Kasser, James Everard, Tony Nippard, Siobhan Lucomedes, Chris Blanthorne, Martin Sharik, Zelko Ivich, Ezio Pachoco, Virginia Wills and many others who worked on booths, street stalls, knocked on doors, made calls and welcomed me so warmly throughout the campaign. A special thanks goes to the Essendon, Niddrie and Melbourne branches for their tireless support, and of course to the mighty Ascot Vale sub-branch, where a glass of wine and Marlene's delicious dip are paired perfectly with lively debate. To all the Labor members of Maribyrnong, many of whom have carried the work for years, even decades, thank you for ensuring Labor continues to deliver for our community and for our nation. It is your commitment that keeps light on the hill burning brightly.
Thank you. The member for Nichols. Oh, sorry. Flynn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to acknowledge the passing of Dr Richard Tan, a much-loved member of the Biloela community who has been providing medical expertise to the region since 1968. In the decades, Dr Tan performed over 10,000 operations in the Biloela community and delivered over 3,000 babies. The Biloela community are invited to gather to honour Dr Tan and his life at his memorial service, which will be held on Saturday the 18th of October at the Biloela Civic Centre. And my thoughts are with Dr Tan's family and the Biloela community. Deputy Speaker, on another note, Team Voice has recently donated food supplies and vouchers to Rosebery's Queensland Dignity Hub in Gladstone. The Dignity Hub provides community members and families of any age bracket experiencing homeless access for free. Laundry facilities, bathroom facilities, kitchenette, tea and coffee making facilities, access to perishable food items for those experiencing crisis, and information and referral to other services. The demand at Dignity Hub has surged in recent weeks and the pantry is running critically low. And I would like to encourage anybody in the Gladstone region who is able, please consider donating physical supplies of non-perishable food items and cash donations or grocery vouchers to the Hub.
Thank you. The member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For a century, the Sisters of the Good Samaritan have been part of the Mid-Mountains community in Macquarie, and on Sunday I was honoured to speak at their farewell from the Our Lady of Nativity parish. The Sisters have provided leadership in compassion, social justice and care to our community. Among many things in that 100 years, they've more recently supported novices from Kiribati and people with disability, and they've allowed their centre to be used for groups supporting refugees and community services. The Sisters also have a connection with the Hawkesbury region, the other half of my federal electorate. Back in 1859, it's reported that 2 Good Samaritan sisters travelled with Archbishop John Bede, for whom Bede Paulding College is named, a very large Catholic high school in my Hawkesbury area. Over the next few decades, a community of sisters came to Windsor, a convent was established, schools were opened, including a boarding school and high school, and the sisters would travel to other townships via horse and buggy to give religious instructions. All of this before 1885. The Sisters of Good Samaritan are formidable. The turnout of parish members in Lawson to say farewell demonstrates how their presence and support has been valued, and they will be missed by their Mountains community. We wish them well.
Thank you. The member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to pay tribute to a wonderful part of our community, and that is those from the suburb of Oxenford. And recently, Deputy Speaker, I visited the Oxenford Men's Shed, where I caught up with President Keith Ward, Secretary Les Chapman, and I was able to provide them with a cheque to support them with a grant of $3,500 to support their volunteers. That'll help with tools, programs and safety. And it was great to catch up with John Speaker, Barry Watling, Taz Kendrick, Graham Cook, Max Sutherland, Brian Saw, Tony Down, Michael Williams and Robert Loftus. And of course, it's worthwhile reflecting on the great work that the men's sheds do to provide a safe place for older men and to help them with their mental health. Additionally, last Saturday night I was fortunate enough to take a daddy and daughter night with my daughter Clementine, where we visited the Oxenford State School's play of Aladdin. It was a great night and a huge credit to Principal Brendan Crichton, Deputy Principal Kristen Tembaro, but wonderful support from the P&C, from Melanie Pearson, Angela Geddes, Ava Abbott and Christine New. And a special shout out to Miss Price and the crew of volunteers who set up all of the gear, painted all of the backdrops, and to the students who did an incredible job in putting on a performance that they really could be very proud of.
Thank you. The member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, Sunday 31 August 2025 was grand final day in the South Australian National Football League junior competition, and I am very pleased to report that the Glenunga Rams, located at Webb Oval in the electorate of Sturt, emerged as big winners, taking out the Under-14 Girls Division 1 title and the Under-12 Girls Division 1 flag. Firstly, the Under-14 girls went back-to-back in a runaway 28-point victory over Marion, kicking 6 goals, 8 behinds for a total of 44. The team dominated right from the first whistle. Then the Under-12 girls claimed the flag with a 20-6 victory over their fierce rivals, the Goodwood Saints. This success at junior level followed the Glenunga Rams senior women's side taking out the Adelaide Football League Division 4 Premiership 44-15 over the Modbury Hawks on 16 August 2025. To say that women's footy is thriving at the Glenunga Rams would be an understatement, Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the coaches, umpires, parents, administrators, snack providers and other volunteers on what was an overwhelmingly successful day for the Glenunga Rams Junior Girls program, and I offer an even bigger congratulations to the players on their victory. There is nothing better than participating in team sport, especially when you win a flag. Congratulations, players.
Thank you. The member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, on Saturday night, the Parkes community gathered for this year's Frontline Services Ball. My wife and I were pleased to attend this ball to support Birds in the Bush and Ronald McDonald House Central West, who were chosen charities for this year's fundraising. The ball first started in 2022 on the back of recognising the frontline workers who supported their community through the COVID pandemic, raising over $64,000 for the Parkes community. The second ball in 23 topped this fundraising with over $105,000 raised. These funds went towards purchasing defibrillators for police vehicles, new boxing room for the PCYC, a car trailer for Parkes and Forbes SES, and over $78,000 for the Ronald McDonald House Central West. This equates to over 500 free nights for families with sick kids seeking treatment, so they don't need to worry about the stress of finding and paying for accommodation. I was proud to be part of this event that does such great work in that community. Deputy Speaker, this week is Legacy Week, which started yesterday and runs until Saturday. Legacy Week appeal is a time for all Australians to show their support for widows and children of those who served our country. Legacy is an amazing charity that has been supporting our veterans and their families since the 1940s. Purchasing a Legacy badge may be a small thing, but the funds raised make a huge impact on the lives of our veterans and families. Legacy Week is a time to give back to those families for those who have given so much. Thank you to all veterans and their families and volunteers who serve their communities and their nation.
The member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Hunter was built by skilled people, and to this day it is skilled people we still rely on. They are the ones building our houses, keeping the lights on, mining our coal, looking after us when we're crook and being there when we're old. Today I want to talk about one Hunter local whose skills really stand out from the crowd. Anne McLeod has been picked for Team Australia Training Squad as an expert in health and social care. She is now training to represent Australia at the 48th World Skills International Competition in Shanghai this month, one of the biggest stages for skills in the world. World Skills Australia does incredible work spotting talent, backing it in and showing the world the skills that keeps this country ticking over. They help young Australians sharpen their craft, chase new opportunities and make sure we're leading the pack when it comes to skills and training. We all know skills are the backbone of our workforce, and in the Hunter we know it better than most because skills are in our blood. Congratulations, Anne. Your spot in Team Australia is a massive credit to you, your hard work, your dedication and your passion in the field. Go smash them in Shanghai. The Hunter and the whole community will be cheering you on. I look forward to seeing what your results are, and I look forward to wishing them good luck and seeing what happens over the next time in Shanghai. Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. The member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And today I'm calling out the disgracefully sneaky attack on Medicare from this government that South West locals have alerted me to. From 1 July this year, new rules have placed an extra administrative burden on GPs and a financial one on some of our most vulnerable citizens. The idea that a patient can receive Medicare and the tests that they need with nothing more than a Medicare card is plainly a myth. We're hearing real stories from constituents, particularly older retirees being hit with new out-of-pocket costs for routine and essential pathology tests, such as those for prostate health, kidney function and urinary tract infections. These are tests that were once under a coalition government fully covered by Medicare. So why is this happening? It's happening because GPs must now provide a detailed clinical rationale for each test they request. If the right wording is not included, the pathology lab passes the full cost directly to the patient. This is a double blow. For doctors, it means more time at the keyboard and less time in quality face-to-face consultation. And for patients, especially those in regional communities like mine, already struggling with the cost of living, it means an unexpected and unfair bill for their Medicare. This is not just an administrative hiccup. This is a decision of the Albanese government, and ultimately Medicare reforms should strengthen the trust we have in our doctors, not shackle them with additional paperwork.
Thank you. The member for Petrie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Like so many locals, I've become an expert at avoiding the Beams Road level crossing. I've tried every back street, every sneaky detour. For so long, for too long, the congestion on Beams Road has been a daily frustration for locals, families stuck in traffic, buses running late, and students struggling to get to school on time. This road is one of the busiest roads that connects the northern suburbs of Brisbane, and yet the railway crossing creates bottlenecks and safety concerns. That's why I'm proud to be part of a government that's fixing it. The Beams Road level crossing is being replaced by an overpass that I am proud to announce will soon be open to the public. This crossing will cut travel times, improve safety and make life easier for my community. This project is more about than just reducing congestion. It's about building the infrastructure our growing community deserves. The Beams Road overpass didn't happen by chance. The Shadow Transport Minister and local member Bart Malish advocated tirelessly for this project, as a local that uses the road daily and as the previous State Transport Minister who helped secure the funding. Bart listened to the community, pushed this project up the priority list and fought to make sure the funding was secured. His determination means the North Side is finally getting the infrastructure it deserves. This overpass is a vital investment in the future. It's a commitment from the government that we hear you, we value and we are delivering for you. Together we're building a safer, faster and more connected community.
Thank you. The member for New England.
It's, you can never see a greater example amongst a whole range of the equivalents of the distraction today of the government in light of one of the biggest frauds. $1.2 billion has been swindled out of nearly 12,000 people through the Shield and First Guardian master funds. And I say to the people of New England, if you're in these funds, check your balance sheets. People have woken up and there is no money left. Yet the government don't ask one question about it today. Not one. Not one reflection of what is happening to these people. These people are at wit's end. Their whole savings have gone. They are penniless in their retirement. And we have to try and work out how we're going to help these people. There are 40 investigators now looking at this. Well, it's 40 investigators too late. They should have been picking this up before these people were ripped off, and now it's turned up into safes full of cash and jewellery and all manner of things, and money's flown overseas. So where do we find the money for these Australians who have been swindled out of their money? Well, I think you can find it from Australia's biggest swindle, which is net zero, and the billions and billions and billions of dollars being paid to domestic billionaires and overseas companies. When are we going to get our priorities right and start looking after Australians and get our eyes on the main game?
Thank you. The member for Boothby.
Australia has a world-class health system. Despite its challenges, if you're sick or injured, you wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Medicare and the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme are some of the great social reforms of our time, ensuring that healthcare is available according to your need, not according to your ability to pay. Consequently, our population health is among the best in the world. This Labor government has strengthened Medicare and the PBS because we know how important it is. We funded an increase in bulk billing that's already seen an increase of over 4% in Boothby after a decade of frozen MBS under those opposite. We've committed to increasing bulk billing to 90% by 2030, and we introduced a raft of measures to make medications cheaper, making the safety net more available, reducing the cost of PBS medications, introducing 60-day scripts and lowering the maximum PBS co-payment to $25, the same price as in 2004. We've also made healthcare more accessible by introducing walk-in, bulk bill urgent care clinics across the country. We established endometriosis clinics and funded a groundbreaking women's health package, including longer MBS items for women's health assessments. We've established children's hubs, one coming in Boothby by the end of the year, and Medicare mental health clinics. And we're establishing a national 1800 Medicare helpline. Medicare is core business for Labor. Healthcare matters to our Australian way of life, and this Labor government is here for all Australians.
Thank you. The member for Cook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The North Cronulla Surf Lifesaving Club, in its 100th year, has shown the strength and spirit of my local community with its annual awards. The CN Norm Rees Award went to Donna Hargraves, the Mario Perriam Memorial Trophy went to David Cannings, and the Patrons Award to Wayne Tommy Turner. The Junior Captains Award was presented to Caden McDonald, and the Senior Club Captains Award presented to Alison Winkelmeyer. In lifesaving, the Brendan Lynch Award recognised James Doyle as the most outstanding senior patrol person, while Sonny and Boyd Bell received the David Cotter Award for most outstanding junior patrol person. Long-standing service was honoured with Harrison Madden, Emily Mathers, Kane Hughes and Martin Fulton achieving 10 and 20 years of perfect patrol attendance. In competition, Emery Rapoldi was named most outstanding competitor, with honours to Sarah McKee, Caitlin Williams and Scarlett Hauer. The Purds, as open male surf boat crew, sweep Adam Purdy with Zach Hughes, James Budd, Corey Dietrich and Tyrell Duff earned the Brian Treville Award for Team Achievement. Special mention also goes to Coach of the Year Tom Rapoldi and Official of the Year Leanne Munro. Congratulations to all recipients. Your service, teamwork and community pride are inspiration to all of our community.
Thank you. The member for Tangning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I recently met Bree, Williton resident, whose small business is delegated to supporting women's health. Bree is a fitness trainer and she helps new mums return to exercise safely after they have given birth. She is advocating for better pelvic health, support for pregnant and postpartum women, and for more education about a safe return to exercise. Bree and some of the mums that are taking her classes share their stories about the specific help needs for new mums. Too often, women's health hasn't been taken seriously. Labor is changing that with more choices, lower costs and better health care for women. In Tangney, I met with women who are happy to see these changes. New and amended listing on the PBS, more support for women experiencing menopause. As Bree talked to me about postpartum pelvic health and some of the long-term consequences that can happen without it, I reflected on the women in my own family, including my wife. She went through as she had our own 3 children. Women's health and postpartum health are so important. Thank you, Bree, for sharing your story. Thanks.
Thank you. The member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to pay a tribute to Wendy Waters, who passed away peacefully and surrounded by family on Sunday, August 17 at Shepparton Private Hospital. Wendy was 90 years of age, having been born in Wangaratta in 1935. She grew up on a dairy farm and understood hard work from a very young age. With husband Lance, they ran a thriving electrical business in Shepparton. Wendy also loved politics, and in 1966 she joined the Nationals, and she was still active right up to her passing. During the last campaign, Wendy was in hospital, and she called to say that once discharged, she didn't think she was up to standing at pre-poll, but she offered to help with anything else. She forged great, long-lasting friendships with past members at a state and federal level, including Peter Ross-Edwards, Bruce Lloyd and my predecessor, Damien Drum. It wasn't all politics. Wendy administered to the sick and dying. She raised money for countless charities, enjoyed water skiing, golf and playing bridge. One of Wendy's favourite sayings was, "God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the strength to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference." Wendy Waters lived a full and wonderful life, and I offer my sincere condolences to her family and many friends. Vale, Wendy.
Thank you. The member for Braddon.
Thank you, Acting President. Acting... I'm still in the other. Deputy Speaker. The seaside town of Penguin on Tasmania's northwest coast is turning 150 this year in October. Through the year, there have been many events to celebrate this occasion. Penguin was officially proclaimed a town in 1875, although settlers had arrived as early as 1861, drawn to the area by timber and spectacular farmlands. In March, hundreds of us, and I joined in, from all along the coast dressed up in penguin suits and masks and participated in the Great Penguin Waddle. It was a lot of fun. In April, there was the Penguin Egg Extravaganza, a huge Easter egg hunt, lawn games and painted penguin rookeries from the Antarctic exhibition in Hobart. Coming up in September, there are 2 events, one to celebrate the legacy of the Lett sisters, who were instrumental in the town's early development, and the Penguin Cemetery Walk to learn about the town's forebears. And in October there is a huge street party that's scheduled, and I'm anticipating on going along to that. I want to congratulate the small group of organisers who have very successfully put together the Penguin 150 for putting this little piece of paradise on the map and celebrating the 150th birthday of Penguin.
Thank you. The member for Flinders.
Here. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to raise the issue of the Rosebud Hospital on the southern Mornington Peninsula again. I have raised it before. I've raised it in the news. I've raised it with my local council. I've raised it with the state opposition, and I've raised it with the state government, whose responsibility it is to rebuild it repeatedly. And I have some good news. Last week, Labor MLC Tom McIntosh stood in front of the hospital with a merry bunch of Labor supporters and friends to declare the Rosebud Hospital is here to stay. And then he went on to announce a new public melanoma clinic at Rosebud Hospital, where patients are now able to be seen and treated in the one appointment. Yay, I think that's great. The Mornington Peninsula has one of the highest rates of melanoma countrywide, and I thank you, Labor, for this investment. Until I read the fine print and realise it's got nothing to do with a new investment and everything to do with Labor's forced merger between Peninsula Health and Alfred Health to make Bayside Health. So if Rosebud Hospital is indeed here to stay, where is the $340 million needed to rebuild it? Right now, that hospital is in a perilous state. The doors are too small for modern hospital beds to navigate. Maternities closed, surgeries closed, the roof collapses from time to time. This is Labor once again making false promises to my community. Own it, fix it, and we have waited long enough.
Hear, hear.
Call the member for Blair.
Today I met with a constituent of mine, Ipswich mother of three, Anne-Marie Foster, who's affected by early onset bowel cancer. Anne-Marie's in Parliament today for the Call on Canberra, Bowel Cancer Australia's annual advocacy event, which is supported by the Parliamentary Friends of Bowel Cancer, of which I'm a member. Australia has the world's highest rates of early onset bowel cancer diagnosed for those people under 50 years of age, with over 1,700 young Australians diagnosed every year. This is despite the fact that we have a world-class health system. Early onset patients can take 60% longer to receive a diagnosis, and that results in delays in treatment and poorer outcomes. Anne-Marie was diagnosed in October 2023. She's had to undergo 5 surgeries and more than 20 gruelling rounds of chemotherapy with ongoing treatment. Throughout this journey, she's become deeply committed to advocating for change and is currently involved in Bowel Cancer Australia's Never Too Young campaign, calling for greater investment in primary care, development of age-specific clinical practice guidelines and increased federal funding for research to investigate the causes of early onset bowel cancer. Sadly, Anne-Marie lost a best friend in February this year at the age of 44 due to the same illness. I want to thank Anne-Marie for sharing her experiences with me today. I wish Anne-Marie and all those like her well. We must do better in this country.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. I call the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business. Notice number 6 for a motion in relation to regional telecommunications coverage.
And I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to regional telecommunications coverage in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. I rise this afternoon to call out the Albanese Labor government's failure to prioritise action on regional telecommunications. The Regional Telecommunications Independent Review Committee, RTIRC, report was released in December 2024, and while there is a legislative requirement for the government to respond to recommendations, of which there are many, within 6 months, we are yet to hear a peep, 9 months on. The Coalition's form in government in responding to RTIRC reports within the legislative timeframe was far stronger than Labor's, and I hope the government's response to the RTIRC report is not waiting until the Universal Outdoor Mobile Obligation, or UOMO, legislation passes the Parliament. UOMO is by no means a comprehensive solution to shortcomings in regional telecommunications. RTIRC is not tasked with investigating how Australia can best plan for a transition to 6G or ensure sufficient broadband bandwidth to use multiple streaming devices and web-based gaming. RTIRC looks at how to make sure regional Australians have a basic level of connectivity to participate in the essentials of life in the 21st century. While connectivity is essential to modern life for safety, business and work, farm productivity, education, healthcare and social connection, many regions across this vast nation face continuing impediments to their broadband internet and voice service access, quality and reliability, in addition to poor mobile phone coverage. As the Shadow Minister for Regional Communications, I want to point to the Nationals who champion regional connectivity and are committed to working with consumers and the telecommunications sector to design an updated universal service obligation that ensures regional Australians have the connectivity required to enable economic participation and maximise productivity gains, access to high-quality education content and virtual healthcare, and meaningful social connection. The RTIRC report calls upon the government to expedite universal service modernisation, providing voice-capable broadband services with minimum speeds and standards for all premises, phasing out the copper continuity obligation where and when that is proven and effective alternative technology. A USO that is technology neutral and flexible enough to readily adapt and be relevant to changing needs. The report also calls for system redundancy, namely that premises without terrestrial mobile coverage can access an affordable secondary broadband service. It is unacceptable, Deputy Speaker, that farmers who work out in the paddocks alone all day have no way of letting a loved one know if they've had an accident or a medical event because they don't have mobile phone coverage, let alone continuous internet access for modern farm technology. It is unacceptable that regional consumers face lengthy delays without an internet connection when a mobile phone tower is being upgraded, where their only form of broadband is via the mobile phone system, with no alternate form of reliable redundancy. Regional people deserve better. Technology is changing at pace, and we must keep abreast of it, harnessing its power to provide meaningful gains for regional Australians who need it most. An upgraded USO may mean using low Earth orbit, LEO satellite technology, for home and commercial broadband and voice connectivity in the bush. It might also mean that LEO satellites provide basic mobile phone connectivity in areas where there is currently none, and in places where expanding of the terrestrial network is not feasible. We also need to be realistic about what these technological advances look like and the timeframes involved, being aware of what industry is doing or likely to continue to do off their own back because it continues to make commercial sense, and listening to the experience and needs of consumers in the regions, who are often most cognisant of what really will make a difference on the ground. As the Shadow Minister for Regional Communications, I call on the government to table a response to this report with haste and work in good faith with key stakeholders to address the recommendations of this report. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Member for Moore. Your right to speak. Yes. Agreed to, and I call the member for Bass.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on telecommunications in regional Australia. This is a matter of real importance to the communities that I represent in Bass and across regional, rural and remote Australia. In 2025, telecommunications are absolutely not a luxury. They are an essential service. From a farmer in the Tamar Valley using AgTech to monitor water levels, to a student in Georgetown learning online, to a mill worker in Branxholme who's connecting to a telehealth appointment. The ability to get that reliable service determines whether people can live, work and thrive within our regions. But, as the 2024 Regional Telecommunications Independent Review Committee made clear, too many Australians do still face challenges. The committee conducted more than 20 consultations, received over 300 written submissions and over 3,000 survey responses. An impressive effort. Well done. This report has set out 14 recommendations that focused on affordability, mobile capacity, resilience, connectivity literacy and digital inclusion. The committee's work highlights clearly what we already hear on the ground in Bass. Mobile network congestion is rising, affordability is a concern, and many people are actually unaware of the different connectivity options that are available to them. Tasmania, in particular, continues to face digital exclusion, with the Australian Digital Inclusion Index ranking our state below the national average. And below that average on all things, so access, affordability and digital ability. TASCOS have noted that Tasmania also recorded the lowest digital literacy and skills score in the country. We have a lot of work to do. I am pleased that our government, the Albanese Labor government, has made record investments in this space since 2022. Through a $1.1 billion Better Connectivity Plan for regional and rural Australia, it is the single largest investment in regional communications since the rollout of the NBN. In Bass, this is already making a difference. We've got 7 new mobile base stations that have been delivered, 2 new towers currently underway at Grindelwald and along the West Tamar Highway, along with a further $2.3 million committed. Battery backup systems have been installed at 3 sites to improve that resilience during natural disasters. And in 2026, Tasmania will be the first state to access NBN's low Earth orbit satellite service, bringing higher speeds and lower latency to communities currently on legacy satellite services. Now, I can speak very, very clearly to how important this will be. I was having a bit of an adventure when I was working remote. My car broke down on the Arnhem Highway for 2 days. Now, I'm very, very lucky that we didn't have a crash. I'm also very lucky that I'm a little bit of a prepper at heart. We had water, we had food, we had a sat phone, but unfortunately at that time, if you had run out of data, you couldn't actually restore that from your sat phone device. So we were completely isolated. Now, 2 days on that road in April was really tough. The weather conditions were poor, not a single person drove past. So these low Earth orbit satellite services will help save lives. That is absolutely key. Now, we have a particular area in regional Bass that is notorious for car crashes. It's a dirt road, it is very remote, there is no service. This will save lives, and I'm really excited to see this come about. Deputy Speaker, the government is also committed to responding formally to the RTEC report, in line with the Telecommunications Act of 1999. While the timeline has been affected by the 2025 federal election and caretaker period, the Minister has made clear that the recommendations remain under active consideration. It's a matter of process and not neglect, and the government response will reflect the seriousness and thoroughness of the committee's work. Importantly, the telecommunications policy is not about infrastructure, it's also about the confidence and inclusion. People need to know what services are available, how to use them and how to stay connected. And that is why programs like the Regional Tech Hub, community Wi-Fi initiatives and connectivity literacy training are essential, alongside the infrastructure investment. Deputy Speaker, telecommunications are vital for regional prosperity, safety and participation. I thank the committee for its work, and I commend the Minister for Communications for her leadership, and I look forward to continuing to work with my community and the government to ensure that every corner of Bass and every corner of regional and remote Australia is connected and ready for the future. Thank you.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll call the member for Monash.
Deputy Speaker, regional communications and digital connectivity is a critical issue for my electorate of Monash, and I commend my Victorian colleague, the member for Manly, for her very strong advocacy and efforts to promote these issues. I am passionate about securing better mobile connectivity and communications infrastructure in Monash. The Coalition walks the talk on this. The Albanese Labor government does not. During the recent election, I was joined by the Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, in Currambara to announce a commitment of $3 million to address mobile black spots across South Gippsland, West Gippsland and Bass Coast. Of course, I'm disappointed that the Coalition is not in government to deliver this. You don't need to go far to know why this commitment had such major support right across my electorate. I spoke to the local florist in Currambara, a fantastic business, by the way, about her challenges talking to customers, placing orders and the phone dropping out. Everyone in South Gippsland knows that when you leave Currambara, heading to Leongatha, 9 times out of 10, if you're on the phone, it will drop out just past that timber yard as you leave town. Although, Deputy Speaker, it seems to happen to me 10 times out of 10. Mobile connectivity is a major challenge for small businesses, families and community organisations right across my electorate and beyond, and it's something I believe needs to be addressed as a major national challenge. Unfortunately, regional Australia too often finds itself in Labor's no-care zone. It's something I have a long-term track record of advocating for in my electorate. Over a decade ago, when I was CEO of the Committee for Gippsland, I initiated one of the first Gippsland digital connectivity master plans to map out major mobile black spot and digital connectivity challenges. The gap between metropolitan and regional Australia is widening, not closing, on critical infrastructure under this Labor government. Connectivity is a prime example. Even the OECD agrees. Last week, the OECD released its latest report, Closing Broadband Connectivity Divides for All, from evidence to practice. And the findings, Deputy Speaker, are stark. While this government loves to talk a big game on its NBN performance, the OECD findings have a different take. In fact, it is particularly critical of the growing discrepancy between metro and rural broadband performance. There is still a lack of reliable, high-speed infrastructure in many parts of regional Australia. And we're not just talking about access here, Deputy Speaker. Regional Australians have a right to demand metrics based on quality in digital and communications infrastructure as well. This means not just talking about where a property is able to technically access a service. It should be able to count on a benchmark of other metrics as well, including speed and consistency in connectivity. One of the points that the OECD makes very well in its report is that Australia is one of a group of countries that, while having extensive networks of broadband, are still struggling with the challenge of equality of access in regional areas. There could be no clearer message to this government in this report. The Coalition is on a mission to eliminate mobile black spots from regional Australia, and I know how much advocacy and effort my good colleague, the member for Mallee, has invested on this front. Under the former Coalition government, 1,295 mobile black spots were funded to provide improved mobile coverage for communities to stay connected, access essential services like health and education, and conduct business. And I know how important this is for small business owners especially. And we won't stop there, because on this side of the chamber we appreciate that much of Australia's wealth is generated in regional Australia. That to continue to grow, make and manufacture goods and services the rest of Australia, and indeed many parts of the world, rely on us for, we need to be connected. The Albanese Labor government is holding regional Australia back through its lack of investment and proper support for digital connectivity. It is disconnecting us to a stronger, better future. And, Deputy Speaker, I have no hesitation in saying on this front, regional Australia deserves so much better.
Hear, hear. And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Leichhardt.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the motion moved by the member for Mallee regarding telecommunications. I couldn't agree more with the member. Communication remains essential to rural and regional communities. For too many electorates such as mine, the digital revolution has been less of a revolution and more of a passive-aggressive email, or at least it would be if email were available. The lack of mobile and internet coverage across the region and remote communities is stymieing opportunity, creating negative health outcomes, making education harder to deliver, creating a safety issue on remote roads and for women fleeing DV scenarios. In too many communities, the second you are 800 metres out of town, the coverage drops out. In the trips I take up the Cape, I know when I'm approaching town again as my phone starts pinging. Now, while I personally enjoy a few hours solitude as I drive through my electorate, my enjoyment does not outweigh other people's safety or opportunity. These problems are not new. Connectivity has always been an issue for Leichhardt. In fact, 97% of the electorate of Leichhardt is without coverage. 97%. The Cape is one of the great bucket list experiences, traversed by tens of thousands of grey nomads yearly, and there is no mobile connection for them to call for help should something happen halfway between Cohen and Weipa. There are a lot of very big animals on that road, Deputy Speaker, especially at dawn and dusk, and frankly they are pretty cocky and do not necessarily yield to cars. A couple of years ago I was caught on the wrong side of the river as the monsoon set in, with no coverage and not enough fuel to get back where I came from. No coverage, I couldn't call for help. The road behind me was already cut off, so nobody was coming. I had to make some decisions that day that I would prefer not to have to make again. Even between Cairns to Mabinda, Cairns to Mareeba, Cairns to Port Douglas, reception drops out in certain places. And these are major communities, all within an hour of the 15th largest city in the country. Country people know where the coverage ends, almost to the exact bend on the road. For too long, people from the bush have been forced to accept substandard reception with no choice of providers. I used to actually enjoy, in my past life, when my managers would join me on some Cape trips, that their phones would stop working as they were with the wrong telco that had no footprint in the Torres Strait or the Cape. But for all their complaints about Labor not caring about the regions, I do feel obliged to remind the member that all of those opposite, we are taking action to improve communication access. While those opposite had 10 years to act and delivered very little, Labor has been working since day one of government to help regional areas. While the LNP put connectivity for regional areas in too hard basket, those of us in government know the hard work must be done to help connect regional Australia. They bleat about the bush, but when the time comes to actually take a stand, nothing happens. I guess we could just take a look at the mess of the NBN to know that they are either unwilling or unable to improve connectivity. A decade, that's how long they had to get this done. My daughter Sienna was 5 when they came to power, and now she's driving and about to finish high school. It's like a song stuck on repeat. Of course the regions matter. But you would think instead of just saying it over and over again, those opposite would rather take action and actually get help to the regions. But you bet I'll be working to deliver better connectivity to my region. In fact, in one term of the Albanese government and in the 3 months, Labor has delivered more in those 10 years. There is free community Wi-Fi in Pomperau, Kowanyama and Hopevale, improving education and health outcomes. The macro-based cell station at Kuranda is being built right now. I was very proud to be a part of an Albanese Labor government which, prior to the last election, committed to bringing coverage to all of Leichhardt. Not bits, not just the towns, all. And that's not to mention the millions invested in black spot funding, improving the NBN or better protecting phone and internet customers. Children living in the bush have the same right to education, health, security and safety. And this is what connectivity can bring. You'd think that's what those opposite might want to focus on, but instead they're intent on driving us straight towards a climate crisis with more expensive power and less regional jobs. The former member for Leichhardt, he was a warrior for his and now my electorate. And he was repaid with indifference from the leadership of the LNP as opportunity after opportunity slipped us by and they took the regions for granted. But not us, Acting Deputy Speaker. We will meet the problem where it lies, invest in these communities and give them a chance to thrive. Like I said, communication in the bush has always been a challenge, but it appears only one side wants to act on it.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every 3 years, the federal government conducts a regional telecommunications infrastructure review. Its purpose is simple: to assess the quality of phone and internet infrastructure and services across regional Australia. It assesses what's working, where the gaps are and what needs fixing. Poor phone and internet connection is one of the top issues I hear about from my constituents and one of the top issues I've worked on since I came to this parliament. So I thank the member for Mallee for this motion. And in Indi, we've made great progress, delivering more than 65 new or upgraded mobile phone towers since 2013. That makes us the most successful electorate in Victoria, and that didn't happen by chance. That happened by solid, hard, consistent work. It's real progress, but there's so much more to be done. The federal government has a responsibility to ensure regional communities have access to stable, affordable, high-speed telecommunications. Our regions simply cannot afford second-rate services. Poor telecommunications are a barrier to prosperity, a handbrake on productivity, and create significant challenges for our communities in times of emergency. In May last year, I was glad to welcome the Regional Telecommunications Infrastructure Review Committee to Benalla in my electorate. In the morning, mayors and CEOs from across Indi's 9 local governments joined me for a roundtable discussion with the committee, where we were able to share our concerns directly and robustly. Later in the day, a public meeting was held at the Benalla Town Hall with more than 50 local people turning up to share their stories. And one clear message emerged, and that is there's a lot more to be done. I was determined to make a submission that would meaningfully shift the dial and reflect what my community was saying. My submission to the review contained 9 recommendations based on local experience and solid community input. My submission was informed by meetings of the Indi Telecommunications Advisory Group, a consultative group of 9 local governments, telco representatives and community members, and a group that I've pulled together following the great example from my predecessor, Cathy McGowan, who set up the same type of group. And time again, ITAG has shown that when we work together, we get results. So when the Regional Telecommunications Review Report was published in late 2024, the recommendations reflected several of my own, which I was extremely glad to see. So I'm now calling on the Albanese government to respond to that report and lay out its plan for the next 3 years. Because we can't wait until the next fire or flood to build resilience. We must act now. A great local example is in Jamison, where the STAND program supported the installation of a community energy node at the Memorial Hall. And in an emergency, the hall can now offer satellite internet and power backup for several days. And this keeps the community connected long after the power goes out. So my recommendation is simple to the government: replicate this model right across Australia. Another key recommendation that I took to the election was the need for more generators and batteries to provide backup to mobile phone towers when the power goes out. I put forward a policy, costed by the Parliamentary Budget Office, to install 24-hour power backup at mobile phone towers in high bushfire risk areas. And I hope the government and the opposition will support this practical and cost-effective policy, which the committee backed. Affordability is another issue, and I simply don't accept that a regional internet tax is the price we must pay for living outside of the major cities. The regional internet tax comes in many forms. It's businesses that miss out on sales because FMOS machines drop out of connections. It's farmers forced to buy expensive signal boosters just so they can run the farm using modern technology. It's parents who struggle to work from home because the internet can't handle online meetings. And this unfair burden falls onto regional Australians just because of where they live. It's not right, and I'm disappointed that affordability was not a focus of the government's review. However, I am encouraged by the NBN's recent announcement that it will offer satellite internet at affordable rates to regional Australians. This is encouraging. It's a development I was glad to see, and I was glad to meet with NBN directly to discuss this promising development. So, the government has a quality review before it with robust recommendations that would make a real benefit to regional Australia. Implement these recommendations, make us safer, unlock significant economic potential and productivity gains. The government has been sitting on this review now for over 6 months, so it's time they stood up and responded and laid out their plan for regional telecommunications over this term of parliament, to build on the solid progress made in the last 3 years and demonstrate that regional communities matter.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak on this motion because it gives me an opportunity to share with people and to talk about our government's plan for the universal outdoor mobile obligation. Now, I forgive those opposite if they have missed this, but this is a critical step that we need to take, that our government is taking, to make sure that every Australian has access to mobiles. It comes as no surprise to any of us that represent regional electorates that right now approximately 30% of Australians' landmass receives outdoor mobile service, meaning 70% don't. There's around 5 million square kilometres of Australia that is currently without coverage, where there is also no access to 000. This is today, in 2025. Despite all the advances of technology, this is where we're at. Our government is the first government to be taking action on actually genuinely talking about a universal outdoor mobile phone obligation. It is us, not the previous government who had 10 years to talk about and act. Instead, it has fallen to a Labor government to take action. The universal outdoor mobile obligation will enable, for the first time, baseline outdoor mobile connectivity across Australia. The UOMO will require Telstra, Optus, TPG to provide access to outdoor mobile SMS and voice across Australia. They will be expected to leverage their existing mobile network and also new low Earth orbit satellites using direct-to-device technology. The government is working to introduce legislation as soon as possible, subject to the development of the satellite network. The obligation will be expected to commence in late 2027.
That is what we are doing. Within 2 years, we are saying that we hope to have, for the very first time in our country, the universal outdoor obligation. Not in emotion, not as chatter, not to be shut down by the Liberals in the coalition party room, but a Labor government that is delivering. Our government is engaging closely and constructively with industry to develop the legislation and the plan for implementation. This reform is vital. It is a vital safety net for communities, as we have heard, like from the member for Leichhardt and the member for Bass, and even in areas of my own electorate. It is ensuring that all across Australia people will have access to free calls to 000, not to mention the ability to do the day-to-day work. Introduction of the legislation sends a very clear message to the market that the government wants to see D2D services delivered in Australia, and we want strong and competitive markets to provide the best experience for end users. Deputy Speaker, this is just one of the many telecommunications messes that our government is cleaning up of the previous coalition government. Their mess to the NBN. Far too many of our regional towns received fibre to the node, trying to rely on out-of-date, broken copper to receive communication and internet. It just didn't work. In my own electorate of Bendigo, our government is completing the job, rolling more fibre to the curb out as we speak to ensure that all of our households can connect to fast, reliable internet. Critical for the businesses that might be on more urbanised streets, and for the school children and the university students, as well as those who might be working from home. Let's also not forget the mess of a mobile phone black spot program rolled out by those opposite. It was clunky, it didn't improve connectivity, and it was quite biased in where it was allocated. Whilst I acknowledge we did receive some upgrades in my electorate during their time in government, it rarely actually increased coverage, and that was what the Auditor General's report found. What we have done has started to improve that by doing our own audit to discover where the real black spots are. That will then be the foundation of where we allocate future funding. There are so many programs that our government is rolling out to improve connectivity in the bush, from the pump to the on-farm scheme to the improvements to the mobile black spot scheme to the universal obligation that I have outlined. Our government is getting on with ensuring that regions are connected.
The time allotted for this debate has expired, and I call the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business, order of the day number 1, resumption of the debate on the motion relating to mental health, moved by the member for Griffith.
In continuation of the debate, I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the towns of Kiama and Gerringong on the New South Wales South Coast are simply stunning, with incredible beaches and surrounded by rolling farmland and pristine rainforest. Local families enjoy surfing, bushwalking and making the most of everything our spectacular region has to offer. The community is close-knit, with music festivals, cultural groups, very active surf life-saving clubs, great schools and loads of sporting and community organisations. It's the kind of laid-back, fun-loving, beachside community where you want to raise your kids. So you can imagine the utter devastation in 2020 when a number of much-loved young people took their own lives in Gerringong and Kiama. People in the community were rocked to the core, but they wrapped their arms around the families, friends and students. It was then, in 2020, that I joined with our community to campaign to establish a Headspace facility to support the young people in Kiama and surrounding villages. I spoke with kids, local schools and amazing community groups about what was needed and set about lobbying for a Headspace service on their behalf. It wasn't easy, with a new centre opening at Shellharbour and an established Headspace at Nowra, but I wasn't going to give up the fight until we won, and we did. I was so thrilled when Headspace Kiama officially opened its doors in October 2024 And I'm delighted to say it's having a massive impact on the lives of our young people in Kiama, Gerringong and surrounding areas. Cutting the green ribbon alongside the young people of Kiama who helped shape this essential service was a fabulous celebration, and it also recognised the resilience of a community that has had to bear way too much loss. Headspace Kiama manager Charo and his fantastic team have embraced our youth, and they're providing mental health support as well as sexual health and drug and alcohol services, and helping young people reach their work and study goals. Opening Headspace Kiama is one of my proudest achievements as the federal member for Gilmore. The youth of Kiama, Nowra and Batemans Bay now have access to essential mental health support at 3 of the 89 Headspace services helping people aged 12 to 24 across regional Australia, thanks to the Albanese Labor government. Deputy Speaker, many people in my region are still reeling from the catastrophic Black Summer bushfires, drought, a string of floods and storms, and of course the challenges of the COVID pandemic, which is why I'm delighted to have opened the doors of 2 new adult mental health facilities in my electorate. People across the Eurobodalla now have access to free walk-in mental health support and care with the opening of a Medicare mental health centre at Moruya in December 2024. The centre provides on-the-spot support for people in distress and ongoing care for more complex mental health needs. It's staffed by a multidisciplinary care team, including social workers, nurses and peer support workers, who provide free wraparound support and care for people when they need it. The Moruya Centre is a welcoming, friendly space that caters for the health needs of the local community, and it will take pressure off the local hospital emergency departments. Deputy Speaker, I'm thrilled that the recently opened mental health hub in Nowra will also soon be expanded to a full Medicare mental health centre. This means Shoalhaven locals will also have access to free walk-in mental health support and care when they need it, including access to psychologists and psychiatrists. These centres will improve access to and awareness of mental health care, especially for people who haven't accessed mental health support before. These are such important and needed services for the South Coast region, and I hope that everyone who walks through the doors at Nowra or Moruya finds the support they need without worrying about the cost. The 2 Medicare mental health centres in Gilmore are among 91 that will be operating across the country, thanks to a $1 billion investment by the Albanese Labor government. And Gilmore's 3 Headspace services will be bolstered by 58 new or expanded Headspace services nationally, plus 20 youth specialist care centres for young people with complex needs. Whether people need short-term help or ongoing care, young or old, we will ensure that a free mental health service backed by Medicare will be there for everyone.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We know that mental health outcomes in the regions are different to those in the cities. They can come from different pressures, it can come from different sorts of services. My region in particular has struggled under the weight of some mental health issues over the last few years as a result of natural disasters. And what we found was actually really quite interesting, Speaker. From the initial damage, disaster, people got on with their lives. As long as they had something to do, what is the next task, what is the next process? Do I have to clean up my house? Do I have to find the dog? Do I have to talk to my insurance company? It wasn't until after the event, 6 months after the event at average, where the mental health issues really started to come to the forefront. And it's this sort of understanding coming from these kind of events that the Anthony Albanese Labor government is really seeking to get a handle on. That is why, when the disaster funding was released, there was a portion of that set aside to understanding what happens to the human cost of these disasters, because ultimately it's not just businesses, it's not just homes, it's not just roads. They can be rebuilt. What is the mental health toll going to be like? Many young people from Holloways Beach, some are still living in hotels, which is not a great outcome, particularly for teenagers as they're going through year 11 and 12. The entire town of Wujal was removed and then replaced. We're still working with them through. So I'm very proud of the work that the Anthony Albanese Albanese Labor government has put in to the mental health space. Cairns is getting the mental health headspace upgraded. We're getting our own Medicare mental health clinic to help assist with these things as they happen and get a better understanding for our next lot of natural disasters. Speaker, I cede the floor.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm delighted to rise in support of this motion put forward by the fabulous member for Griffith. When it comes to mental health, we know there is no health without it. Every single one of us knows somebody, a friend, a colleague, a neighbour, family member who has struggled. For too long, mental health has been treated as an afterthought. But under Labor, that is changing. We know that access to affordable, timely mental health support can be life-changing and life-saving. That's why the Albanese Labor government is making the biggest investment into mental health care Newcastle has ever seen. At the election, our government made a historic $1.1 billion commitment to deliver new and expanded mental health services. For Novocastrians, we're delivering a brand new Medicare mental health centre in Charlestown. This will provide fully bulk-billed, walk-in mental health care services. No referral, no cost. It means people can get help when they need it, without worrying about how to pay for it. Importantly, Charlestown isn't the only one. This centre is part of a national network of 91 Medicare mental health centres, all providing free professional mental health care across the country. The centres are designed for people who need more than a GP but are not in crisis. They fill a critical gap in our system, ensuring help is there before people hit breaking point. On top of that, we've announced the expansion of Newcastle's Headspace into a Headspace Plus, a service designed specifically for young people aged 12 to 25 who need extra support. We know how tough it's been for young people through COVID, with cost of living pressures and the day-to-day pressures of growing up. These investments are about breaking down barriers, barriers of cost, barriers of stigma and barriers of access. Because mental health care should never depend on the size of your wallet or your postcode. Labor is stepping up because we believe every Australian deserves the right to high-quality mental health care, close to home. And that's why we've also committed to opening a network of 20 youth specialist care centres for young people with complex needs. We've established the Medicare mental health phone line and website, helping Australians find the free service that is right for them. We've established perinatal mental health centres to provide support to new parents. We've restored bulk-billed telehealth psychiatry Medicare rebates so that Australians living outside of metropolitan areas get equal access to clinical mental health support. We've expanded the mental health workforce with more than 4,000 psychology scholarships, internships and training places. And from January next year, we're rolling out our new National Early Intervention Service, which will deliver free mental health phone and online support from trained professionals, which is expected to support 150,000 people each year. These services will save lives, they will strengthen families, and they will make our community a healthier, more compassionate place to live. Let's keep fighting for a future where help is simple, stigma-free and affordable for everyone who needs it. Thank you.
The time allocated for this debate has expired, and I call the clerk for the next item of business.
Private Members' Business, Notice Number 7, relating to Police Week, standing in the name of the member for Wide Bay.
I call the member for Wide Bay.
I move the motion relating to Police Week in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a great honour for me as a former Queensland police officer of 16 years to move this private member's motion and speak about the wonderful police officers that serve us every day, protecting our communities, and also highlight and bring to the attention of the Parliament that on the 13th of September, the start of Police Week occurs, and on the 29th of September, we pause to remember those who paid the ultimate price and lost their lives in the line of duty on Police Remembrance Day. Deputy Speaker, when you swear your oath of service as a police officer, you do so to do the job ethically and professionally, to keep the peace and preserve property and life, and you know that you could be called upon at any time to do that and under very extreme circumstances. And I think there's probably not too many events that highlight that more than the 13th of April last year in Bondi. When Inspector Amy Scott started her shift that day, no doubt she would have put on her accoutrements, she would have loaded her weapon, and she would have hoped for the best but prepared for the worst, and the worst is what she ended up having to deal with when she was on foot patrol alone that afternoon, and she was called to the Bondi Junction, Westfield, where a mentally ill man had committed a rampage of death, stabbing 6 people to death and injuring 12 others. Inspector Scott ran towards that danger with the greatest amount of courage and professionalism, and she eliminated that threat in the way that she was trained, and then, no doubt, saving more lives in doing so. But once she did that, she rendered help to the person that she had to engage, and she should be held up as a role model, and her actions on that day were courageous and showed incredible strength of character. Unfortunately, there are people out there, Deputy Speaker, who wish to cause police harm, and in the past year we've seen 3 officers lose their life as a result of people trying to harm them. On the 16th of June this year in North Motton in Tasmania, Constable Keith Smith lost his life when he was shot and killed on duty, and as we've all recently heard, on the 26th of August this year at Paulpunka in Victoria, Detective Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim DeWalt were shot and killed in the line of duty, and my deepest condolences go to their family and their colleagues who are no doubt devastated by that loss. Deputy Speaker, there are people in society, and there always have been, who enjoy the freedoms and the protections that are hard fought for in our liberal democracy, but they believe they're above the law. They operate outside the law at the detriment of others. They believe the rule of law doesn't apply to them, and they are un-Australian, they are cowards, and unfortunately I think they are becoming more frequent. Whether they are political extremists on both ends of the spectrum, whether they are organised crime, whether they are so-called sovereign citizens, they are not true Australians, they are cowards. Our police officers will be there to address these threats, and they will do it fairly and in accordance with the law, but they will do it on behalf of every good Australian. And this Police Week and on Police Remembrance Day, I ask that all Australians stop and consider the great job that our police do for us. Every day they put on that uniform. Every day they go out and represent every good citizen in society. Every day they chance themselves being in some of the most dangerous and dire circumstances on behalf of the people that they serve.
Is there a seconder for the motion? I call the member for Bean.
Second the motion.
Do you wish to reserve your right?
No, I wish to speak, Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Bean. You have the floor.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise with a sense of sadness and resolution to speak to this motion. I thank the member for Wide Bay for introducing this motion and acknowledge his service as a police officer before coming into this place. I'd also like to acknowledge the work I've undertaken with him and the member for Tangney as the leaders of the Parliamentary Friendship Group of Policing. I also recognise the member for Cowper and thank him for his service. For me, the 3 years I've spent representing AFP members have been amongst the most memorable and transformative in my career. Police Week this year commences on the 13th of September and culminates with National Police Remembrance Day on the 29th of September. Just later this week, we will recognise the Police Bravery Awards. But Police Week and National Police Memorial Day, they afford us an opportunity to reflect upon and remember the importance of policing and the sacrifices that those we trust to protect us must sometimes make. For reasons that are entirely clear, the weight of this feels almost unbearable this year. Each year, in connection with National Police Memorial Day, we gather at the National Police Memorial just across Lake Burley Griffin from here. On this simple yet poignant wall, that memorial is inscribed the names of the police officers who made the ultimate sacrifice, who gave their lives in the protection of their communities. Now we will see the addition of 2 more names to that sacred wall: Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vardam Devart, alongside Constable Keith Smith. These officers were shot in cold blood in the course of doing their duty, serving a warrant on a dangerous offender in regional Victoria. I pay tribute to those fallen officers as well as those injured. I also pay tribute to the bravery of the officers on the scene who acted with such courage and selflessness, and extend that tribute to those officers who, as we speak, are engaged in the dangerous and treacherous mission to bring the violent and ruthless offender to justice. The deep sorrow and shock felt at this terrible crime is felt most deeply by the family and loved one of the officers in question. They leave grieving families, but also for their colleagues the loss is immense, and their entire community that they served will feel the impact of this atrocity. In thinking about this speech and National Police Remembrance Day, I recalled a contribution made by the member for Wide Bay in the House on the 15th of December 2022, a contribution made after the murder of Constables Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold at Weembilla in Queensland. The member said, reflecting on his own response as a former police officer to that terrible violence, "You're a part of the community. You keep order, you help people, they rely on you and you rely on them. That's policing in Australia, and I think that is part of why this has struck so deep. Attacks like this, they attack the very fabric of who we are." That is the crux of this outrage, Deputy Speaker. It is not simply an attack by a criminal on police, it's an attack on who we are. And an attack on those meant to protect us is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on Australia. It is sad and emotional that this Police Week carries enhanced meaning because of this terrible violence and loss of life. I'd like to recognise the member for Richmond who's just come into the chamber and her service to her community. So to the families of Detective Leading Senator Constable Thompson and Senior Constable Vardam Devart, I offer my deepest and most sincere condolences. There is nothing I nor anyone else can say that will take away your pain. But I can say with confidence that this House, this Parliament and the entire nation stands with you in this time of grief. And I say to my colleagues here as lawmakers and leaders, let us work together to ensure that future National Police Remembrance Days are occasions of reflection and remembrance and not raw grief. Let us work together to ensure that gratuitous violence like this does not occur again. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm very pleased to rise and speak on this motion filed by the member for Wide Bay on Police Week. I'm very proud to stand here, Deputy Speaker, because in the room we have the member for Wide Bay, we have the member for Hinkler, we have the member for Richmond, myself, the member for Tangi, and The member for Latrobe is not here, but we all served. And I'm proud that this government can have people with experience in the police to bring that experience to make those decisions, and I thank you all for your service. Deputy Speaker, all members of the police force take an oath to protect and serve, and as a former police officer myself, I know that we proudly wear the uniform in order to keep our community safe. We know the risks, we know how difficult the job can be, but I can honestly say that my 12 years in the police force provided me with some of my best memories. The camaraderie of my friends, but my fellow men and women in blue, and the satisfaction that you know that you've locked up a crook who's committed an offence to protect a victim, and the fact that you've protected further suffering in the community is something that only police officers can understand. Having said that, equally, the job provided some of my worst memories, our worst memories, being faced with unimaginable scenes and personal accounts that certainly rip away any rose-coloured glasses. The stress of knowing that any failure on your part, whether it's putting together a brief of evidence or a prosecution, has the potential to negatively impact lives and livelihoods. And suffering the loss of brave colleagues whose lives were taken by the job or because of the job after they left the service. On the 13th of September, current and former police officers from every state will commence the wall-to-wall ride, an inaugural journey that begins in each capital city and concludes here in Canberra at the National Police Memorial. The event is open to serving and retired police officers who travel in convoy by motorcycle to Canberra and arrive at the National Police Memorial, a journey made in honour of our fallen colleagues right across the country. I'd like to acknowledge the event and the organisers for entering into their 16th year, and I know the member for Wide Bay has been doing it for a number of years now. Deputy Speaker, recently the sad results in Pawnpukka, Victoria, 2 new names will be added to that memorial. Detective leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim DeWart tragically killed in the line of duty. I'd like to acknowledge their families, their friends. I know that your communities will embrace you with the compassion and the support you need to. I've been through the exact same thing with 2 of my colleagues killed in Crescent Head now 30 years ago. With that, I thank all sworn and unsworn members of our police forces around the nation for your service. What is seen cannot be unseen. What is heard cannot be unheard. Thank you for getting up every single day and bearing witness to sometimes horrific events that others do not have to. Thank you for your personal sacrifices, and I can promise you that they do not go unnoticed. Thanks must also go to your families and loved ones for their own sacrifices. Every day you head out on the job, it's your families and loved ones who pray for your safe return, who worry if texts go unanswered, who witness the impact of a bad day. They carry that burden and that knowledge that you are serving others. While you willingly sign to serve up, they are conscripted. Your families are conscripted, and they deserve our collective acknowledgement. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge the work of Police Legacy and their important role in family and community support. Your compassion and care is invaluable, and we are lucky to have you. To all the members, thank you for your service.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And thank you, Member for White Bay, for this motion. As a police officer who had spent almost 16 years in WA Police Force, I want to share with you what it's like to be on the front lines. You may already know about the long shift, about how we kit up with our uniform and accoutrement, and then we head into the streets with the job list that never ends. Maybe you can imagine that these jobs are intense, heartbreaking, and overwhelming. But unless you are a police officer, you can't understand that. Even on this most difficult job, you don't have a choice. It is your duty. You have to stay and you have to be there. I retired from WA Police Force when I was elected as a federal member for Tangney. But being a police officer does not leave me. It still stays in me. I can drive by a tree and remember a body I retrieved from the same tree, from the public toilet, from the bus stop, or from that road. I can still feel it and smell it. This will stay in our mind forever. National Police Remembrance Day is important to honor the police officers who have lost their life in the line of duty. Police officers who were just doing their job have been killed. The loss hit our police officer brother and sister everywhere, deeply. We can never forget because they are part of us. I pay tribute to my 2 police officers who recently lost their lives in the line of duty, and to my police brother who is injured. I send my condolences and my sorrow to their families, friends, community, and all police brothers and sisters. My thoughts are also with police officers across Australia who are struggling with or who have lost their life to injury or mental health. Through this day of remembrance, I hope that the public can appreciate the work done by our good police officers out there. They are there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, never rest. They do their job well to protect us and our community. The scars stay long after we hand in our badges. I was speaking to a Tangney constituent who is also a former police officer. And I say, Peter, I have 4 operations from this job. My back, my spine, my knee, my shoulder, and my wrist. The scar is still here. And he replied, Sam, I got 6. Being a police officer was my childhood dream. It is still the dream of many young children. But if we want it to keep being a childhood dream, we need to ensure police officers are well supported, not only when they are active police officers, but also in their retirement. I have lost colleagues to work-related stress. When they go home, they don't have the energy to take care of their own families. Or they did try, but they burn out, collapse, and their family also falling apart too. When police officers are in dangerous situation, we don't think for ourselves. We think about how to protect the victims and how to get the job done. We do not know what are the dangers that are awaiting us, each and every job. This day when I drive home from work on the same road, I once sped through with my lights and sirens. And I start thinking now, wow, I was driving so fast today. I'm lucky there were no cars, no car from the left, no car from the right. Today I see the risk I took as a police officer. I want the public to know that police officers take this risk every day for us. I want my police brothers and sisters to know that if you are struggling, please reach out to someone, or you can reach out to my office. Thank you for everything you do for our community and keep us safe. Thank you.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support the motion moved by the member for Wide Bay and fellow former Queensland Police Officer Lou O'Brien. And honoured to be able to speak after all those others that have spoken in this chamber from all sides of the Parliament that have either been police officers or are supporting police right across Australia. And we note that Police Week will be held across Australia this month and will conclude on National Police Remembrance Day on Monday, the 29th of September 2025. May I begin by expressing my sincere condolences to family, friends and colleagues mourning the tragic and senseless deaths of Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devart, murdered in the line of duty. Two respected police officers killed at Port Poorpunka, Victoria. One, a keen traveller on secondment, and the other, a senior colleague nearing retirement. Deputy Speaker, at times of tragedy, we throw assistance around those who need it most, and so we should. But we must give police officers more support all the time, every day. Those who are serving and those who have served deserve better. Being a police officer at any level is a tough job, and it's getting harder. The thin blue line is getting thinner. I spent 23 years as a copper. In my time in the Queensland Police Force, I served in uniform and as a detective. Recognising the hardships of those who I worked alongside, I became a police union representative for a 14-year period. I also volunteered as a peer support officer for over 10 years, helping officers and their families in times of need. Close friends of mine have lost their lives. A former partner, while conducting a raid, was accidentally shot by a police firearm. His life was lost. A shooting in my hometown of Bundaberg. An armed suspect died. Police officers have to live with that trauma. And yes, I have friends, my colleagues, who have taken their own lives while serving, and also those who haven't been able to deal with the memories that haunted them years after they left the force. Deputy Speaker, today I renew calls for a parliamentary inquiry into the police recruitment and retention crisis, because if there is no swift action, more lives will be lost. And how on earth will we attract anyone to join that thin blue line? When the Police Federation of Australia calls for fringe benefit tax concessions for police officers, we must listen. When there are proposals put forward to consider the introduction of a blue card to cover medical and allied health services, like the ones afforded to members of the Australian Defence Force, we must assess. And when there are requests for early access to superannuation for police officers, recognising the significant physical and mental demands placed on them throughout their careers, we must give this the consideration it deserves. I don't want to lose any more friends, Deputy Speaker. In addition, while I have the privilege of being able to speak in this chamber on behalf of police officers from across Australia and their families and friends, I believe we should take another important step, and the parliamentary inquiry should include a full review of police suicides of serving and retired officers across Australia. Let us find a way to invest properly in mental health support for police, not only while they are serving, but let's have meaningful support services and networks in place once they have left the force. In support of the motion from the federal member for Wide Bay, I also take this opportunity to commend the work of Police Legacy. I had a great friend and mentor who was taken too soon, Peter Edwards, Detective Sergeant from the Bundaberg Criminal Investigation Branch. Peter died from a brain tumour. He left behind 4 children and his wife Debbie. While his colleagues, as they always do, wrapped their arms around Pete's family, it was Police Legacy that assisted his family with financial support, even helping with school and university fees for all 4 of his children. I support the call to acknowledge the role and service of police officers in our communities. Let us honour the lives of those police officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice and not forget those who have suffered injury. To the police officers keeping us safe from my electorate of Hinkler and from right across this nation, thank you for your support and courage and bravery. Thank you for your dedicated service, and we must do better for you. I've been to far too many police funerals. Let's make a difference now before it's too late. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I too rise to speak on the private member's motion on Police Week put forward by the member for Wide Bay. And I note his and indeed all the Speaker's commitment to honouring those police who've lost their lives in the line of duty, and indeed the shared commitment of all members of Parliament in honouring that. All Australians were deeply saddened and heartbroken by the tragic events that unfolded in Victoria last week. On Tuesday, we learned that 2 Victorian police officers, Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Devar, were cruelly and senselessly killed in the line of duty. And I honour these officers and recognise their dedication and courage and share in the grief that's felt right across our nation. I extend my heartfelt sympathies to the families of these officers as well as the entire police family. Police officers understand the risks they face every time they put their uniforms on. They know these risks can have an absolutely devastating impact. Yet despite this, police show up. They show up during the darkest moments in people's lives, and they do what needs to be done. In Victoria, these families have faced the worst nightmare imaginable, the fear that someone they know who is so dedicated and so selfless could be taken from them so suddenly. The families of the 2 Victorian police officers who lost their lives in the line of duty and another who was seriously injured are now enduring a form of grief that no one should ever have to face. Our thoughts are also with the emergency services who responded to this unthinkable crime, and our hearts go out to the families, friends and colleagues of all those officers. Of course, this tragedy underscores the significance of Police Week 2025, which begins across Australia on Saturday 13th of September with the 16th annual wall-to-wall ride for remembrance. And Deputy Speaker, on Monday the 29th of September, we will observe National Police Remembrance Day. And on this day, we honour the men and women of the service who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And together we must ensure that their legacies are preserved. As a former police officer, I've seen, and as I know many of my colleagues who are former police officers have seen firsthand, the challenges, complexities and confronting situations that officers face daily while serving their communities. Police are often called to dangerous and traumatic incidents, including fatalities and horrific tragedies. And indeed, these challenges are especially pronounced in regional areas and close-knit communities like mine on the New South Wales Far North Coast. And Police Remembrance Day is a time for all of us to reflect on the very real risks our officers face every day. It's a moment to honour the lives and memories of those who've lost their lives, tragically cut short, whilst protecting others. It is a very solemn and deeply important day for police officers, their loved ones and the wider police family. Deputy Speaker, I also pay tribute to the enduring work of Police Legacy, an incredible organisation that provides support to police legatees across the nation. Police Legacy was set up to provide support and services and financial assistance to the families of police officers who pass away, whether it's on or off duty, whatever the circumstances may be. The services and programs led by Police Legacy are designed to meet the needs of those they support and provide specialist care to ensure that legatees do not face grief, bereavement and life challenges alone. I also wish to acknowledge the tireless efforts of all police associations, unions and the Police Federation of Australia, who work to represent and support Australian police officers. Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Richmond, I acknowledge all our local police who serve and protect our community. I know firsthand the outstanding work they do. And on Police Remembrance Day, I encourage everyone, locally and across the country, to take a moment to reflect on the vital role police officers play in all of our communities, across all of our states and territories, and indeed right across the nation. Ask everyone to take that time to reflect. Because Monday the 29th of September is a day for all of us to recognise their service, appreciate their dedication and, most importantly, to remember those who've made the ultimate sacrifice to keep all of us safe. So we must always remember that it's with honour they served and that we will never forget their service. And, Deputy Speaker, I commend the motion to the House. And as I said, I thank the member for Wide Bay for putting forward this motion, and to all of my colleagues who have spoken. It's important that we all remember the outstanding work of our local police and reflect and remember all of those who've lost their lives in the line of duty.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On the 29th of September, we will mark National Police Remembrance Day. This is a day to reflect on the courageous officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty. This is the 36th National Police Remembrance Day, and it is an opportunity to pay tribute to the courage, commitment and dedication of police officers who protect our community each and every day. On the 29th, a ceremony is held at the National Police Memorial in my electorate of Canberra each year and complements the ceremonies which are held in each state and territory around the country. The National Police Memorial honours and remembers those police officers from all Australian police jurisdictions who gave their lives in the line of duty. It provides an opportunity of solemn reflection and seeks to encourage serving and retired police officers, their families and the community to honour the memory of those who have given their lives in service. Here in the ACT police officers have been serving the capital since 1927. The original local police force had 1 police sergeant and 10 Commonwealth police officers. While ACT policing has now expanded and become the community policing arm of the Australian Federal Police, these officers have diligently protected our city, no matter the challenges put ahead of them. The importance of National Police Remembrance Day has been reminded to the Australian community after the terrible events at Porepunkah. They are a reminder to all of us of the dangers that police officers face to keep our communities safe each day. I offer my deepest condolences on behalf of the people of Canberra to the families, loved ones and colleagues of Detective Leading Senior Constable Neil Thompson and Senior Constable Vadim Dewart. Detective Leading Senior Constable Thompson was looking forward to retirement and all the possibilities that would open up for him with his partner Lisa. Senior Constable Dewart came from Belgium and served his new community in Victoria. He was a man with many passions, including motorbikes and scuba diving. Both of these men will be deeply missed by their families and communities. May they rest in peace. We honour their bravery, and my thoughts are with their fellow officers who were at the scene, including their colleague who is recovering in hospital from gunshot wounds. As the Prime Minister said, the death of any officer in the line of duty hits deeply at the heart of members of the police family. Every day, as a police officer puts themselves on the line, they are doing it for the safety of their community. And they know that there is a possibility that the worst could happen on that or any day. Often police officers are the first responders, whether in an emergency, during the pandemic, in a natural disaster, at significant personal risk. It is them who we look to keep us safe, to protect us and guide us in the most challenging of times. It is the bravery of these police officers at work every day that makes their loss even more deeply felt. For families of police officers who have passed away on or off duty, Police Legacy is there to support them. This service provides support and financial assistance to these families, no matter the circumstances, through accident, injury or illness. Deputy Speaker, the Wall-to-Wall Ride for Remembrance is another event that celebrates and remembers those police officers from around Australia who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. This year, the final leg of the ride between the New South Wales Wall of Remembrance in Sydney to the National Police Memorial here in Canberra will take place on Saturday the 13th of September. Police, family, friends and visitors are welcome at the National Police Remembrance Day events, and I would strongly encourage community to attend. This day is a time to grieve with police families who have lost loved ones and to reflect on their commitment to duty and keeping our communities safe from harm. We all stand with the families and loved ones of the fallen officers who we will come together to commemorate. Thank you.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 8, relating to battery manufacturing, standing in the name of the member for Swan.
And I give the call to the member for Swan.
I move the motion relating to battery manufacturing in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper. I rise today as the mover of this motion to commend the Albanese Labor Government's $500 million battery breakthrough initiative. This is a vital step, one of many, picking up the pace for a future made in Australia race. It is one step closer as we move in the right direction towards our goal in setting the national battery strategy. This ambitious target by 2035 is about Australia becoming a globally competitive producer of batteries and battery materials. This will be leveraging our natural advantages, our abundant critical minerals below the ground and our abundant renewable energy above the ground, and, of course, our skilled people. Building future export industries and strengthening our economic resilience. This initiative supports that goal by investing in manufacturing capability, innovation and, of course, workforce development. In my first speech, I described to the House the six steps required to making a battery. The first, mining the raw materials, then the processing of the materials, then, of course, manufacturing the battery components, assembling these components, and then, of course, installation and maintenance. I spoke with the hope that if we could do all 6 of these steps, including manufacturing, this will help create a competitive export industry as well as high-quality jobs. Now, this initiative will provide targeted funding to help manufacturers produce high-value battery products and scale up operations. I'm pleased to say that Australian companies actually have formed already in this exciting space. For example, Feline Industries, solving battery safety challenges for the defence and maritime sectors. We have Sukona with their breaking through new materials that increases both the driving range and charging speed of electric vehicles. Then we have Gelion, producing non-flammable zinc bromide batteries ideal for remote, hot environments. Non-flammable battery chemistries are needed to improve the safety in Australian heat. This is something that was explored during the electric vehicle inquiry. Gelion received $4.8 million in ARENA funding, which was about matched funding to support their advanced commercial prototyping centres. We are proud to be backing companies like this. New industry will create value and share it better than ever. The initiative applies community principle benefits to ensure that investment reaches local communities, ensuring private and public investment flows to create real jobs right here in Australia. It promotes inclusive workforce development, supporting First Nations employment, gender equality and regional transition opportunities. Whether you want to call it stepping up, tooling up, powering up, either way, we are acting because we want to compete in the global supply chain. As these companies show, projects must demonstrate their readiness for deployment with technologies at TRL 6 or higher. That means that System Processes has a prototype demonstrating itself in an operational environment as the minimum. We are backing scalable, real-world solutions that reduce emissions and grow the economy. For those supposed competition hawks on the other side, they always forget one of the economic keys to competition, and that is the flow of information and data. All funded projects will be required to share data and insights, which will help accelerate innovation across the sector. Australia doesn't have to be the biggest manufacturing sector, but damn well we can try and be the smartest. This is a government that believes that when Aussies put their heads together, we can solve problems with the best of them. This collaborative approach builds a stronger, faster, smarter and better industry. Now, we're doing this because there is a race in the decarbonised economy, and this is a race and we're all in it and we're together to win it. Or will we? Because the opposition continues to undermine renewables. They can't supply clean energy because of ideological purposes. They can't tell the difference between the nation's interest and the National Party's interest. They have confined themselves to the bench in a game of the century. They are not fighting when they're not fighting amongst themselves, they're sending the new member for England as a distracting mentor.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded? Is the motion seconded?
Yes, I second the motion and I reserve my rights.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And another day, another big spending program from the Albanese government. I rise this evening to express my strong opposition to the federal government's proposal to subsidise home battery systems across Australia. Those opposite might dress this policy up in noble terms, but the reality is that this is putting lipstick on a pig of a policy. It's a pig of a policy because it's inequitable. It clearly favours the relatively wealthy and does nothing to further the energy and affordability and reliability that our national prosperity depends upon. Let us begin with the economic reality. Home battery systems remain prohibitively expensive for most Australians. Even with these subsidies, the upfront costs can exceed $10,000 per household. This is a significant burden, particularly for Australian families already grappling with rising living costs, mortgage stress, rent stress and inflation. The government's plan effectively asks Australian taxpayers, many of whom can't afford these battery systems themselves, to foot the bill for wealthier households to install batteries. That is not equity. That is redistribution in reverse. Moreover, the return on investment for these systems is questionable. Studies show that even with generous rebates, the payback period for a home battery can stretch beyond a decade, and in many cases the batteries will need replacing before they've paid for themselves. That is not a prudent use of taxpayer money. It's also not the first time that we've seen this movie. In the first phase of large-scale growth of rooftop solar, lavish feed-in tariff schemes across the country introduced between 2008 and 2011 encouraged some 1.4 million households to install panels on their roofs, and that was the highest proportion of households of any country. Sure. But according to the Grattan Institute, when we look back at this, and the Grattan Institute is of course hardly a rabid right-wing think tank, state governments began winding back the schemes in 2012. But by the time the last of these runs out in 2028, they will have cost the Australian economy some $9 billion. Worse, people who chose not to install solar, or who simply couldn't afford it, will have paid for the schemes through these subsidies to those who could install the panels, worth an eye-watering $14 billion. These numbers expose the folly of these big spending government programs that Labor are addicted to. Because every time that a Labor government decides to shovel billions of taxpayer dollars into a new energy scheme, the economic costs exceed the benefits, there are unintended consequences from market distortion, and we end up wondering why we didn't just wait for the technology to mature and become financially viable in the first place. We also need some honesty around the environmental implications of this. While batteries can support renewable energy, their production is resource intensive. Mining for lithium and other critical rare earth metals carries significant environmental and social costs, which are often opposed by members of this very government. Remember the Bellamy's gold mine, a $1 billion shovel-ready project whose approval was cancelled at 5 minutes to midnight because they wanted to appease a small group of noisy agitators. So if we're serious about sustainability in this country, we need to consider the full life cycle of these technologies, not just their benefits at the point of use. My main concern with energy policy under this government in Australia is this, that nobody is being honest with the Australian people about the trajectory of energy prices in real terms. And I'm not just talking about the Prime Minister and his 98 times promised $275 savings on power bills that have in fact transpired to see households worse off by more than $1,200 a year. My issue is that even those who support the government agenda, like the Clean Energy Council, told me last week in this very building that power prices will continue to rise, even with the billions that this government is shovelling into their renewable-only fantasy. I find it simply unfathomable that this government is pushing forward with a policy that is economically inefficient, socially inequitable and environmentally questionable. So let us pursue energy reform that is fair, affordable and grounded in sound policy, not one that subsidises the wealthier few at the expense of the many hard-working Aussies whose kids will ultimately be lumped with the national debt from this madness.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, it does not surprise me one iota that the member for Forrest does not support this motion. And it doesn't surprise me because this motion is about fundamentally two things. Firstly, it is about the creation of manufacturing jobs, and secondly, it is about renewables and sustainability in our energy space. And can I tell you what we know about those opposite is that at every opportunity they have had in terms of manufacturing, they have sent manufacturing jobs overseas. They have sent shipbuilding overseas, they have sent train manufacturing overseas. At every moment, at every opportunity, at every choice, at every point, that is what they do. And the second point in terms of renewables is that we know that this is an opposition that despises renewables. We know that what they have said only weeks ago at the LNP convention up in Queensland, in my city of Brisbane, is that they want to move away from net zero. And it's because when it comes to sustainability and when it comes to climate change, those opposite are people who simply don't believe, Deputy Speaker. And so I want to take my opportunity in opening today to really thank and congratulate the member for Swan for moving this motion. And I'm pleased to have the opportunity today to talk about the Albanese Labor government's Battery Breakthrough Initiative, a significant and a forward-thinking investment that is a key part of building a future made in Australia. But first, I'd like to acknowledge a battery on a local rather than a national scale, and it's the upcoming launch of the community battery in my community in Moorooka. This is part of the Community Batteries for Household Solar program, which is installing 400 batteries across Australia. The batteries will store excess solar energy for households to use during peak times, and Southside residents will benefit from lower electricity bills, support to install rooftop solar and access to renewable energy. Let's talk about the Battery Breakthrough Initiative. It's worth $500 million and is one of the most significant investments in battery manufacturing in our history in this country. The Australian Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA, will administer the funding, providing access to capital grants and production incentives. And the initiative was designed via a consultative process with ARENA and industry stakeholders, ensuring it will be a fit for purpose and have a positive impact. And in the manufacturing space, Deputy Speaker, for many years I worked representing manufacturing workers, whether they were fitter and turners, whether they were boiler makers, whether they were working in the vehicle industry as vehicle builders, and we know that there aren't too many of them around anymore because we know that those opposite systematically moved their industry offshore and we lost jobs. But what we know in the manufacturing industry is that we have an opportunity to make things here again. We have an opportunity to make sure that when we come up with ideas at universities, when we drive technological advancement, we in this country can have the benefit of that scale-up, but we have to invest in the jobs and the skills and the industries that make that possible. Australian researchers and companies are at the forefront of battery technologies, and showcasing that R&D excellence with practical industry application is what Labor is all about. We've been backing projects that firm supply chain resilience as well as contribute to emissions reduction. This combined focus benefits vital climate goals as well as boosting economic growth. And companies such as LAS Energy, based in Brisbane, and Sakona in Wollongong are collaborating with the CSIRO, with universities and Defence to help develop advanced battery components and systems. The Battery Breakthrough Initiative builds on Labor's $22.7 billion Future Made in Australia agenda, which includes major investments in solar, in hydrogen, in green iron, in aluminium and in critical minerals. What this motion is about at its core is what Labor believes in. We believe in a renewable energy future because it is cheaper, it is better, it is more resilient, and it means that we have cheaper energy for everyone. And what we believe as a Labor government is that we should make things in this country. In order to do that, we need initiatives that call out and drive the skills that we need to manufacture, and we need to back in renewable energy at every moment. And that is what this motion calls for, and that is what Labor does every day.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this motion. And while I acknowledge the intent behind the government's battery breakthrough initiative, I cannot support the suggestion that this policy will deliver the energy security and affordability that Australians so desperately need. Deputy Speaker, I'm an engineer, an economist and a farmer, and I'm going to limit this address to facts and figures, to common sense and not to ideology. We must be honest with the Australian people. Batteries are not a replacement for baseload power. They are useful for short bursts of firming capacity, when a cloud comes over the state and there is no solar, for gas peaking plants to spool up and such that gas can run the grid. Batteries cannot drive heavy industry, nor can they replace consistent, reliable power that our nation depends on. And yet, the government continues to suggest that this initiative will reduce power prices. That is misleading. Around the world, there is no evidence that battery rollouts of this scale have reduced power prices for households or for industry. Australians also need to understand that energy demand from industry is 4 times greater than household demand. I'll repeat that. Energy from the industry demand is 4 times that of household demand. So while a battery in your home may trim your power bill, it does nothing for the manufacturer down the road, or even less for heavy industry. In my electorate of Grey, industries like Whyalla Steelworks and Port Pirie smelters are the backbone of our economy. These facilities require vast, reliable and around-the-clock energy. A few batteries scattered around the grid would not make steel making more viable in Whyalla. They would not make lead smelting in Port Pirie more competitive. Large-scale energy storage is possible through pumped hydro, but Australia is one of the flattest continents on Earth. We do not have the geography or indeed the water to rely on hydro in the way that other nations do. And so South Australia, already 80% renewable, has been forced to build generation capacity nearly 5 times greater than average consumption. Again, I'll repeat that. In my home state of South Australia, we have nearly 5 times the capacity of generation to average consumption. The result, South Australia has the highest power prices in Australia and, depending on how you measure it, the highest power prices in the world. This is not theoretical. Right now in Whyalla, there are 7 serious domestic and international buyers considering to invest $5 to $8 billion in the steelworks. They know the Commonwealth has put up a $1.9 billion carrot on the table to support that transformation. But do you know what the single biggest concern is? Access to reliable, affordable energy. Now, Whyalla is the best place in the world to be making steel. We have, just down the road, we have a 100-year-long magnetite asset. We have road facilities, port facilities and rail facilities, and we have an existing workforce that knows how to make steel. Today, in South Australia, the wholesale power price can go from -$200 when we are over-generating renewables to $2,000 when the wind isn't blowing and the sun isn't shining. At those times, running the steelworks can cost $34,000 an hour in losses. This is not a pathway to investment certainty. It is a pathway to closure, and batteries will not change that fact. Deputy Speaker, energy is a global marketplace. A high power prices means that we're losing opportunities we should be winning, not just in heavy industry, but in emerging sectors like artificial intelligence and advanced computing. Global companies are voting with their feet and investing elsewhere because energy in Australia is simply too expensive. When there is no wind or solar power, we import coal from Victoria. Now, this problem will only worsen as Victoria's coal-fired power station closes. South Australia in particular faces a stark future. Additionally, Deputy Speaker, South Australia is a dry state on the driest continent, and we will rely increasingly less on water from the Murray River and therefore desalinated water. But desalination plants too cannot run on intermittent power. They require baseload energy, continuous, affordable, reliable. Without it, we risk not only our industries, but our very capacity to secure water for our regions. Deputy Speaker, the government's motion talks about sovereign capability, but true sovereignty in energy means building a system that can support both households and industry, that can attract global investment rather than repel it, and that can provide water security to the communities that need it most.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Swan for bringing this motion and rise today to speak in support of the Albanese Labor government's vision for a future made in Australia, and to highlight one of the most exciting new programs under that agenda, the Battery Breakthrough Initiative. A future made in Australia is about making sure all Australians thrive in a changing world. It's about seizing the opportunities of the global clean energy transformation rather than letting them pass us by. It's about using the resources, the ingenuity and the skills we have right here at home to create the jobs and industries of the future. Australia has abundant natural advantages. We have world-class deposits of critical minerals, unmatched renewable energy resources and outstanding research institutions, including, of course, right here in Canberra. Together, they form the foundation of future export industries. But to secure these opportunities, we need to make smart, strategic investments today. That's exactly what the Albanese government is doing. We are building a more resilient economy, one that ensures us against a changing geopolitical environment and protects us against global shocks. In last year's budget, we committed nearly $23 billion to our Future Made in Australia agenda. This investment is already transforming our industrial base. The $500 million Battery Breakthrough Initiative is part of that plan, and it will enable us to accelerate battery manufacturing here at home. Labor's National Battery Strategy sets a bold vision. By 2035, Australia will be a globally competitive producer of batteries and battery materials, delivering secure supply chains, affordable energy, and creating secure, well-paid jobs. And it's backed by significant investment. We've already committed over $20 million for battery innovation, scale-up programs, best practice guidelines and workforce training. This includes support for the Future Battery Industries Cooperative Research Centre and the Powering Australia Industry Growth Centre. Now, the Battery Breakthrough Initiative is one of the largest investments in Australian battery manufacturing capability to date. We're also ensuring this investment delivers on our climate commitments, backing projects that not only strengthen supply chains but also contribute to emissions reduction. The Battery Breakthrough Initiative will also ensure that public and private investment flows to local communities, creating safe, secure and well-paid jobs. It promotes inclusive workforce development, supporting First Nations employment, gender equality and regional transition opportunities. Every funded project will also be required to share data and insights, building a collective knowledge base that benefits the whole industry and accelerates innovation. Deputy Speaker, the government's approach stands in stark contrast to those opposite. The Coalition has never reckoned with the changing global landscape. They are happiest when they are talking Australian industry down. They spent a decade in government doing nothing to address our declining productivity, doing nothing to strengthen our sovereign capability, and doing nothing to prepare Australia for the clean energy future. They cannot even agree on whether climate change is real, let alone put forward a serious plan to seize the opportunities of the global energy transformation. Their approach is one of complacency and neglect, leaving Australia underinvested in and vulnerable to global shocks. By contrast, Labor is acting with urgency and ambition. We are building new industries, new jobs and new opportunities, and securing our place in the global clean energy economy. We are ensuring that the benefits of this transformation are felt by communities across our country. Fundamentally, the Future Made in Australia agenda and the Battery Breakthrough Initiative is about people. It's about the workers in Port Kembla, in Geelong, in Brisbane, in Sydney and in regional towns across the country who will find new opportunities in the industries of the future. It's about the students in our universities who will help develop the next breakthroughs. It's about the communities who will benefit from cleaner, cheaper and more reliable energy. This is what a future made in Australia looks like. A future where we do not just mine the minerals but manufacture the products. A future where our economy is more resilient, our communities are stronger and our environment is safeguarded. I am proud to be part of a government that is making this vision a reality.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This government's latest step in its energy policy, the $500 million Battery Breakthrough Initiative to strengthen Australia's battery manufacturing capability, will succumb to the crunch of reality. Dressed up as part of the net zero mandate, it's also a big subsidy to industry, paid for by taxpayers. I wonder what the black hat economists who made some comments about the $22 billion Future Made in Australia agenda, about picking winners and creating subsidy dependence, would think about this latest Albanese government initiative. For my part, there's a problem in the government's stated intent to reindustrialise the economy with a focus on clean technologies. If we didn't have this headlong rush to renewables as baseload power and subsequent higher electricity prices, we would not need to reindustrialise. Our industries would be alive, kicking goals and being internationally competitive, rather than be downsizing and looking to go offshore. The member for Swan mentioned the national interest in her motion. Well, I think this rush to renewables as baseload power has not been in the national interest. As targets are not met, costs keep climbing, businesses keep closing, and when more people realise that their big power bills are due to the big costs of building a big new wind and solar-driven intermittent grid, their view will change. Yes, batteries have their place for households as a way for Australians to participate in reducing emissions and building their own energy independence. In this ambition, I acknowledge the initiative of the Bonny Hills Progress Association for their recent Energy Saving Expo, which I attended. There was lots of information for households on ways to reduce energy bills with a strong focus on electrification. But, Deputy Speaker, a lot of people talk to me about the need for Australia to participate in emissions reduction, but they also speak to me about the dilemma of how to achieve this. This dilemma of pursuing emissions reduction and securing the means to continue to increase our living standards. Rather than address this dilemma, this government is trying to hoodwink the public. That is, that its net zero policy addresses climate change, creates jobs and supports a strong and resilient energy grid and economy. It simply doesn't. Government, and indeed this parliament, has an incredible responsibility to make sure we get our energy policy and all the other changes to other parts of industry and the economy calibrated to serve the best interests of Australia. This government's energy policy also deserves scrutiny because they want you to believe that its renewables-only policy is the only way to reduce emissions, regardless of the cost and regardless of the negative impact on our living standards. The fact is that the race to reduce emissions varies around the world, and some other countries are pursuing real solutions to the dilemma of reducing emissions while maintaining and increasing living standards. Other countries have understood that building an industrial-capable energy grid with intermittent power cannot do the job of providing permanent, reliable and affordable power. Look at Finland, achieving its net zero policy with nuclear power. France, the US, Japan, South Korea, the UK, Canada and Sweden are all using nuclear power as part of their net zero strategy. Other nations are expanding their use of nuclear energy, with another 20 countries moving to triple nuclear capacity by 2050, all in recognition of nuclear's low-carbon benefits in reducing greenhouse gases. Every economy is powered by electricity, and industrial ones with abundant natural resources and a highly skilled workforce on an island continent like Australia need baseload power from energy-dense sources like nuclear, like coal and gas. While batteries and intermittents certainly have their place, they cannot provide the power we need on all the time for our hospitals, for industry, for our cities to function and avoid chaos. Australia and the Australian people will be at our strongest with an energy system underpinned by baseload power, produced by energy-dense inputs. Energy-dense inputs that are not only provide the cheapest form of electricity, but are also gentler on our natural landscapes and on our rural communities. My argument is both for Australia being part of global emissions reduction and for Australia having a strong, reliable and affordable energy system, one that supports heavy industry, high-tech industry, data centres, our cities, our sovereign manufacturing and defence capabilities. Renewables might deliver on the emissions reduction goal, but they do not deliver a strong, reliable and affordable energy system. Thank you.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 9, Ukraine.
And I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
I move the motion relating to Ukraine in the terms of which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for Adelaide.
Deputy Speaker, can I just start off by saying Friday the 24th of February of 2022 was a very dark day in human history. And on this day, just over three and a half years ago, the world witnessed in dismay the full-scale, unlawful, illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Deputy Speaker, what we saw that day, and it's been going on for a number of 3.5 years now, is this illegal invasion of brute force against the sovereign nation. On that day, lives of the 40 million Ukrainians changed forever. The invasion has been a catastrophe for many thousands of Ukrainians. We see on our televisions the scenes every day for the last 3.5 years, and in fact only this weekend and last week we saw the bombardment and missiles attacking Kiev once again. The invasion has been an absolute catastrophe for the Ukraine people. We see, as I said, on our televisions every day. Deputy Speaker, on the 24th of August, I was proud to join the Ukrainian community in my electorate for an Independence Day event at the Ukraine Community Centre. And I'd like just to start off by congratulating His Excellency the Ambassador Vasyl Miroshenko, Ambassador of Ukraine to Australia and New Zealand. Of course, Mrs. Katerina Argyru was there, Chair of the Australian Federation of Ukrainian Organisations. And I'd like to pay tribute to Mr. Frank Ferenczko, the President of the Association of Ukrainians in South Australia. His leadership and the leadership of the Ambassador and Katerina Argyru as well, of the local community during this terrifying time has been truly inspirational. And the message I'd like to convey to my parliamentary colleagues here is that our support of the Ukraine is truly appreciated, and I heard that loudly and clear. Deputy Speaker, Australia has provided more than $1.5 billion in support, including $1.3 billion in military assistance, making us the largest non-NATO contributor of military assistance to the Ukraine and more than $85 million in humanitarian assistance. In August, Australia deployed a Royal Australian Air Force E-7A Wedgetail aircraft to Europe with up to 150 ADF personnel under Operation Kudu to help protect a vital international gateway for humanitarian and military assistance into the Ukraine. And we continue, Deputy Speaker, to work closely with Ukraine to provide them with the support they need. Australia has imposed a comprehensive and strict suite of over 1,500 sanctions and trade measures against Russia. These measures ensure Russia pays a heavy price for its illegal invasion of Ukraine, including by denying it access to Australia's markets and ensuring Australia does not inadvertently fund Russia's war machine. Most recently, the government has imposed another 2 waves of targeted financial sanctions on 44 individuals and entities across several of Russia's critical industries, as well as targeted sanctions on 60 shadow fleet vessels to help starve the Russian war economy of oil revenue. This is in addition to other measures that restrict the import, purchase and transport of oil coming from or that originated in Russia. Deputy Speaker, Russia needs to show, and Mr Putin needs to show, that he is serious about peace. The attacks over the weekend, of course, that we saw on our TVs just this weekend that's gone by, showed that he's not serious about peace. And I recently, as I said, went to the Ukrainian community, and they were absolutely grateful for the support that Australia is giving. We need this war to stop, and we mustn't relent on this. By giving way to Putin and Russia is giving way to bullies in this world, and it sends a strong message to the rest of the world of people and nations that perhaps do not abide by the international rule of law, that they too can get away with it if we back off. Ukraine needs our support. It needs the support of every free nation and democratically elected nation around the world to ensure that the Russians retreat and leave the Ukrainians in their own sovereign nation to determine their future. Deputy Speaker, and as I said, Australia will continue to support a just and lasting comprehensive peace for Ukraine and security and stability in Europe. Deputy Speaker, Australia and Ukraine continue to stand shoulder to shoulder as we seek a world where, regardless of size or power, no country dominates and no country is dominated.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for Adelaide for bringing on this important motion, because it is critical in times like this that Australia stand with like-minded countries like Ukraine. Like-minded democracies must stand together against oppression and military attacks such as we've seen in Ukraine by Russia's illegal and immoral invasion 3.5 years ago. The efforts of President Zelensky must be highlighted. When Ukraine was first invaded in February of 2022, story has it that President Zelensky was encouraged to flee from Ukraine to save himself and his family, because Russia was expected to take Kyiv in a matter of a couple of days. And you know what his response was, Madam Deputy Speaker? His response was, "I don't want to lift. What I need is ammunition." And that one line garnered the support of the Ukrainian people, to see their president stand up against the totalitarian oppression that President Putin is trying to take parts, if not all, of Ukraine by force. That one sentence galvanised the Ukrainian people to now, 3.5 years later, still maintaining control over certainly most of Ukraine. It's an absolute travesty. It is a tragedy. It is a human tragedy to see the number of lives that are being lost in Ukraine during this fight. But I want to also send a shout-out to the Ukrainian ambassador to Australia, Vasyl Miroshnichenko. When I was the Speaker of the House of Representatives, I was fortunate enough to secure an address from President Zelensky, and Vasyl has been instrumental in facilitating that address. But Vasyl has been the ambassador, the Ukraine ambassador, has been a model diplomat for Australia and our foreign dealings with Ukraine. And Vasyl, I know you'll be reading this, or you may even be watching it now. I am personally incredibly proud of the way that you have represented your country. In such, I think you said the other night at your celebration that you'd been back to Ukraine 8 or 9 times. No country could expect more from their diplomatic corps than you have so incredibly proudly represented your people and your country here in Australia, or anywhere else in the world for that matter. So hats off to you, Vasyl. I want you to know that the coalition, and this is a bipartisan perspective, both the coalition and I think most people in this chamber would absolutely support and applaud you and the people of Ukraine for standing up against aggression. We face a lot of challenges in this world right now in so many respects. We have conflict in the Middle East. We have conflict in the subcontinent. We have conflict, of course, now in Europe. And we have threatened conflict in Asia. The world is so unstable right now, but this is where countries like Australia must stand resolutely with our friends and allies in the Pacific and in Europe. And thank you, Vasil, for the work that you've done in representing your people. There is much work to be done in securing the security of this country from a lot of the perils that lie ahead, but we need to work together to do it.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my good friend, the member for Adelaide, for this motion. I want to acknowledge his long-standing support for the people of Ukraine and the Ukrainian Australian community and his electorate across the country. Just over a week ago, on the 24th of August, we marked the 34th anniversary of the Ukrainian Declaration of Independence. It's wonderful to see the Ukrainian community sharing the occasion with Independence Day events around Australia, many of which were attended by MPs and senators, including in Brisbane. At the same time, it was a bittersweet moment and a poignant reminder of the courage and resilience of the Ukrainian people in the face of Russia's illegal, immoral and unprovoked full-scale invasion of their country. I want to take this opportunity to reiterate Australia's strong and steadfast support for Ukraine and its people. Not just because it's in Australia's national interest, but it's in the right thing to do. Because what happens in the Euro-Atlantic has serious implications for our region, the Indo-Pacific and vice versa. My capacity as chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I've met the Ukrainian Ambassador, His Excellency Vasil Miroshnichenko, a number of times, and I've conveyed that message to him directly. Make no mistake, this is a David and Goliath struggle, not just for the people of Ukraine, but for their national sovereignty and existence. This is a monumental struggle for international rule of law and a global rules-based order and a just war on the part of Ukraine. It's clear President Putin's regime has imperialistic designs for Ukraine and beyond. We must ensure Russia's illegal and immoral actions are not rewarded through any peace process. Australia supports all meaningful progress towards a just and enduring peace in Ukraine and for the broader security in Europe. But pressure will need to be applied to Russia to engage in good faith. Australia will continue to work on delivering concrete actions to support Ukraine now and into the future. We are always open to considering any new proposal to support Ukraine, which we've done so as we've done so in the past, their capacity and based on our comparative strengths. We have provided more than $1.5 billion in support, including $1.3 billion in military assistance and through vital equipment and training of Ukrainian forces. This makes us the largest non-NATO contributor of military assistance to Ukraine and more than $85 million in humanitarian assistance. As part of this, we transferred the first tranche of Australian-gifted M1A1 Abrams tanks in July in response to a request from Ukraine. The Australian Defence Force also continues to contribute to multinational efforts to train Ukrainian military personnel under Operation Kudu. I met with the Australian ADF personnel based in southern England who are training Ukrainian citizen soldiers part of Operation Interflex, and I spoke with Ukrainian translators and Ukrainian troops. I did this as part of a parliamentary delegation to the UK in 2023. The ADF personnel who were there are committed, like the Australian public, to training thousands of these Ukrainian citizen soldiers. We've in fact trained about 3,000 of their soldiers. And Australia is open to working with other countries, as we've done so, in that effect and operation. Australia will consider any further request to contribute to future peacekeeping efforts in support of a just and lasting peace, which we all want for Ukraine. We have, as a country, a proud tradition of supporting peace through 80 years of contributions to international peacekeeping missions. Of course, peacekeeping missions, by definition, require a precondition of peace, and that's why we support all meaningful progress towards a just and enduring peace in Ukraine for the broader security of Europe. The future of Ukraine cannot be decided without Ukraine. At the end of the day, a lasting peace should uphold Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, supporting security and stability in Europe and ensure Russia does not renew its aggression. To that end, we welcome the United States convening recently the meeting with President Zelensky and the European leaders to work towards a peace deal that ends Russia's illegal and immoral war and safeguards security and stability. Now it's up to President Putin. He needs to show he's serious. So far he hasn't. We will continue to support a just and lasting and comprehensive peace for Ukraine on its terms and security and stability in Europe.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about Russia's ongoing and illegal invasion of Ukraine. For my community in Barton, this war is not a far-off conflict. Many Ukrainians now call Barton home, having fled the violence of war. Their stories remind us that this invasion is not just about geopolitics, it is about people. Key groups like the Migrant Resource Centre and Reverend Steve Bryan from St John's Anglican Church have been important to support many Ukrainians being displaced by this war. Families who want safety, children who deserve peace, and communities that long to rebuild. These two groups help these new community members connect with employers, provide them with groceries to help them to get on their feet, and advocate on their behalf. They are essential to making sure that their transition into the community is smooth, safe, and surrounded by support. Just last month, on the 23rd of August, I had the privilege of attending the Ukrainian Council of New South Wales Independence Day celebration, led by its president, Andrew Mensinski. It was a powerful event celebrating not only Ukrainians' independence and freedom, but also its strength, love, art and culture. It included a showcase of traditional Ukrainian costumes modelled proudly across the stage. They captured the theme of the event perfectly, being spirit in colour. We also heard a powerful poem by Ilya Krychenko, who fled Ukraine with his family in 2022. He mourned all of the children lost, and many of which are still missing. Even in the face of war, the Ukrainian people show us their resilience and their pride. Their resilience lives in our community in Barton. Australia has stood strongly with Ukraine since the earliest days of this conflict. To date, we have provided more than $1.5 billion in support and including $1.3 billion in military assistance, making us the largest non-NATO contributor of military aid to Ukraine. We have also delivered more than $85 million in humanitarian assistance, ensuring that the most vulnerable receive help and hope. In August, our commitment was demonstrated once again when Australia deployed a Royal Australian Air Force E-7A Wedgetail aircraft to Europe, with up to 150 ADF personnel under Operation Kudu. Their mission is to protect a critical international gateway for humanitarian and military assistance into Ukraine. Deputy Speaker, these contributions matter. They save lives, they strengthen Ukraine's defence, and they send a clear signal. Australia will not sit by while international law is crushed. We have also imposed a thorough and strict suite of more than 1,500 sanctions and trade measures against Russia. These measures make sure Russia pays a heavy price for its illegal invasion. They deny it access to Australian markets and prevent us from inadvertently funding Putin's war machine. Most recently, the Albanese government has imposed 2 new waves of targeted sanctions against 44 individuals and entities across Russia's critical industries and on 60 shadow fleet vessels used to move Russian oil. These steps are designed to starve Russia's war economy of oil revenue, the very lifeblood of its aggression. Deputy Speaker, Australia does not act alone. The role of the United States and our European allies have been crucial in supporting Ukraine's defence of its sovereignty. We welcome President Trump's working with President Zelensky and European leaders towards a deal that can end this illegal and immoral war and restore stability in Europe. But Putin must show he's serious about peace. Any settlement must be just, lasting and comprehensive. Australia has a proud convention of peacekeeping yielding back more than 80 years. As the Prime Minister has said, the Albanese Labor government remains open to considering any future requests to continue to peacekeeping efforts if it supports a just and enduring peace for Ukraine. Deputy Speaker, this war is more than Ukraine. It is about the world we want to live in, one where, regardless of size or power, no country dominates and no country is dominated. Australia and Ukraine continue to stand side by side and will continue to support Ukraine until a peace is secured that is fair, stable and respectful of their sovereignty and freedom. For the Ukrainian community in Barton, for the people I join in celebration on their Independence Day, and for all who believe in a rules-based international order, our message is very clear. Australia stands with Ukraine. You will always have a home in our community.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate shall be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 10, intimate partner violence.
I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
I move the motion relating to intimate partner violence in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member has the call.
Deputy Speaker, we are living in a national crisis. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 14 men have experienced violence by an intimate partner. And according to the Status for Women report card, 37 women were killed by a current or former partner in 2024 alone. These statistics no longer shock us. They are there now in the community, but it doesn't make them any less devastating. And they have become expected and for far too many people a reality. Police commanders tell me in my local area, where sometimes people think, well, this violence doesn't happen, up to 50% of their time is spent on domestic violence. And I have heard countless heartbreaking accounts of women fleeing domestic violence, including the stories of Claire Austin, who was a local who tragically lost her life earlier this year to suspected domestic violence. In April, I tabled a petition from one of my constituents, Mel Arnest, signed by more than 25,000 Australians. It called for urgent national reforms to better protect women, including action on education, mental health, substance abuse and our court systems. I was proud to bring that petition to Parliament, and I remain committed to stand up and stand against violence against women in this Parliament. Women in my community have sent me there to keep the faith on this, to keep the pressure up on the government. There have been positive steps forward and I respect and commend those. But we need to keep the faith in this Parliament to make sure that action is sustained, that action is evidence-based and that we truly make a difference in the scourge of intimate partner and domestic violence and sexual violence in our community. I welcome the government's decision to commission a rapid review into prevention strategies, and I acknowledge the work of the expert panel who delivered 21 evidence-based recommendations. And I do believe the government is committed to change, but we are still waiting on some of the decisions in relation to those reviews, and we need to keep that pressure up, also at the state level, to make sure that those actions that are dependent on the states are also being taken action on. There are a number of areas where I feel that the government does need to move faster. I'll call them out. It's gambling reform, alcohol reform. The federal government has a role in these places, as well as the states, making sure that we are supporting young people, both who've experienced domestic violence, but also in the experience of sexual violence as with young people on young people. And then finally, making sure that we are really evaluating everything we do to see what really works. But I would like to talk about one specific and really one quite simple change which I believe could make a difference to thousands of women, and this is around crisis payment reform. The family violence crisis payment is a one-off, non-taxable payment for people in severe financial hardship in extreme circumstances, like escaping a violent home. But right now the system is failing, and according to the 2025 Economic Inclusion Advisory Committee report, only half the eligible people actually receive the payment, with many rejected on technical grounds. This should be a lifeline payment to those in our community who need our help most, but it is wrapped up in red tape. And so I'm asking the government, urging the government to take action on this legislation and improve it for the benefit of those people who need it the most. There are three problems with the payment at the moment. The first is the 7-day claim period, because for many people in that sort of trauma of escaping violence, 7 days goes by in a flash, and this should be extended at least to 14 days. We do know that at least 7% of rejections were because they missed that 7-day deadline. The second issue is the definition of home. The payment only applies to people who have left or have stayed in their home. But that, under the current legislation, home doesn't include hostels, refuges, temporary accommodation or even tents. People are struggling right now. That sense of home and permanency is not available to some of the most vulnerable people in our community, and that is extreme, and it should be that should be mitigated in this legislation. And finally, there's a requirement in the legislation that applicants must prove that they're intending to establish a new home. But with the housing crisis and limited resources, that can be really hard for this particular group of vulnerable people to establish and to prove. And 14% of people were rejected on the basis of this. This payment was designed to help people in a crisis, but it's not doing its job, and there is an opportunity to reform it to make a difference to thousands of people while we tackle the raft of other actions we need to tackle as under the rapid review on prevention.
Thank you. And I call for a seconder.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call on the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the member for Wentworth for moving this motion, acknowledging the actions taken by the government in this important space of addressing family violence. I rise today because urgent action is required to stop violence against women and children. Every 9 days, a man in Australia kills his female partner. 1 in 4 women in Australia have experienced intimate partner violence since the age of 15. Each week, a woman is killed by a man's use of violence, almost always a man she knows. Young women whose lives were only beginning. Older women with so much to look forward to. And so many more women live with lasting injuries and trauma, particularly because of men who are making a choice to use violence. But, Deputy Speaker, it doesn't need to be this way. We can prevent this violence. The Albanese Labor government is acting with the urgency that is required to tackle this pervasive issue. We all have a role to play when it comes to preventing violence against women, but is it us, as men, who need to step up and speak up? Because the evidence tells us that the key driver of family violence is gender inequality. Since coming to government, we have invested over $4 billion in preventing and responding to family, sexual and domestic violence, strengthening services for women, providing tailored support to help children and young people heal and recover, and driving men's behaviour change that enables violence to continue. This is in addition to the $3.9 billion for legal assistance frontline services announced at the 6th of September National Cabinet on gender-based violence, as well as billions for funding for housing for victims of family and domestic violence who are looking for emergency accommodation. This investment reflects the priorities of a government who understand the scale and the depth of this crisis. Deputy Speaker, properly addressing family violence means understanding the number of ways in which it affects victim survivors. The consequences of abuse can be felt far beyond immediate physical risks, impacting women and children financially, legally and psychologically. That is why our government has been focused on ensuring that women have the support and resources to be safe. The actions we have taken include introducing 10 days of paid family violence leave, permanent leaving violence payments and delivering on our election commitment to ensure the social security system cannot be weaponised against women experiencing family violence. Just this week, the Minister for Social Services has announced that there can be compassionate waivers for women who have had debts accrued against them due to financial and systems abuse. We have also strengthened access to legal support through our National Access to Justice Partnership that invest in community legal services like the Eastern Community Legal Centre in my electorate of Menzies. We've invested in dedicated social and affordable housing for victim survivors so that women and children know they have a safe place to go. We've worked with state and territory governments around the country through our national plan to end violence against women and children to ensure we invest in evidence-based, high-quality and specialised services that meet local needs. Within the community I'm lucky enough to represent, there are several services that are dedicated to the prevention, early intervention and response of family and domestic violence, who help thousands of locals get the support they need. Particularly, I want to acknowledge the work of our community health centres, Doncare Community Service and Eastern Community Legal Centre, as well as the workforce at the Orange Door in Box Hill, who facilitate the critical links between victim survivors and the people who help them. Having volunteered in a community legal centre, I know what a vital role they play in preventing family violence. Most of the cases that came through the door of Fitzroy Community Legal Service, where I volunteered, related to family violence, and it was clear the urgency of the issue and how endemic family violence is throughout our communities. Having worked at the County Court of Victoria, I also know that the courts themselves are sometimes used to enact systems abuse on victim survivors through the use of applications against family violence intervention orders and personal safety intervention orders. I know that given the scale of this problem, that the number of community groups who offer family violence support in my community alone is too numerous to name. I thank them for the sensitivity and care they show to so many vulnerable people in Menzies. Deputy Speaker, this is an important motion that speaks to the government and what we are doing to invest in research and best practice development in the prevention space. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you. So that I second the motion for the member for Warringah, member for Wentworth, and thank you for advocacy. But really, I wish we were not needing to put such a motion forward, because better progress, more progress from the government is desperately needed in this issue. In Warringah, more than 450 domestic and family violence assaults were reported in the last year. And when talking to our local police, they will say domestic and family violence is the #1 issue for which they are called out. Nationally, the picture is simply devastating, and whilst we have the Status for Women report card identifying 37 women killed in 2024, it's unfortunately other metrics will often say that the number is even greater, as high as Australian Femicide Watch puts the number as high as 103 and 16 children killed. So even the fact that we have such a disparity of numbers is just frightening and highlights the level of crisis this is. But what we do know already in 2025, there is, on some counts, 48 women killed already. On average, 1 woman every 9 days is killed by a current or former partner. Now, if that is not a national crisis, I don't know what qualifies as one. It is an absolute tragedy and more needs to be done. It's not good enough to just say we are the government that has put a record amount of money out there and that we have a national plan over this decade to eradicate domestic and family violence. Unfortunately, it is not working. It's not moving the dial yet. In May last year, I brought a motion to this chamber calling for stronger action. Since then, the government has announced, sure, $4.7 billion over 5 years for frontline services in partnership with the states. These are welcome commitments, but the reality is they are not shifting the dial. 94% of New South Wales services report increased demand. 2 months average wait for critical support for women and children needing to access those critical services. And for a woman in danger, 2 months wait is far too long. In Warringah, and this problem is a scourge everywhere, we're fortunate to have incredible local services. Northern Beaches Women's Shelter, Mary's House, Women and Children First, Women's Resilience Centre, all are manned by so many incredible volunteers doing amazing work. They provide crisis accommodation and wraparound support, but they are chronically underfunded and overstretched. Long wait lists means women and children are left at risk at the most dangerous moment when they are trying to leave. Now, we are 1 year on from the rapid review. If you cast your mind back, in May last year, obviously the numbers of women killed was becoming so, it's reaching crisis point. There was a lot of pressure. The government announced a rapid review to try and move the dial. They brought together experts. They called it a national emergency, and there were key recommendations that came out of that rapid review report. And unfortunately, some key recommendations remain unaddressed. The government is still sitting on its hands because it doesn't want to tackle these hard decisions. It means tighter restrictions on alcohol sales, delivery times and advertising. It does mean banning gambling advertising. We know we have been trying to push the government to move on this, and it is linked around so many issues, but it is linked also to domestic and family violence. We know the combination of alcohol and gambling fuels domestic violence incidents. The evidence is clear. There's no point on saying you're doing the right thing if you don't tackle these two massive areas. We know alcohol was involved in 20% of domestic homicides. During major sporting events like State of Origin, family violence reports spiked by up to 40%. In New South Wales, the extension in takeaway alcohol sales by 1 hour led to 1,100 additional domestic violence assaults in the preceding 38 months. The data is there. The government just needs to act. The member for Wentworth has raised the question around eligibility for the family violence crisis payment. Far too narrow. Too many. The complications of being able to apply for it is difficult and needs to be changed. We also have that system weaponisation where for too often the system there makes it even harder for women trying to get support. We know we see this through childcare, child support payments, and where we have that link between the income tests and how recovery attempts. There are so many areas in which we have systems abuse that is facilitated for perpetrators, and so where we really have to rethink that model. But urgently, we are now, some time on, I urge the government to implement all the recommendations of the review.
Thank you. There being no further speakers, I call the member for Hunter.
I move that the Federation Chamber now adjourn.
And
I second the motion.
the question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those that have the opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, 2nd of September 2025.